Chapter 973. The Wind Cloud continent was indeed in a state of devastation. Almost every single spirit root was completely destroyed, such that there was no longer a single suitable place for cultivation in the entire Wind Cloud continent. Looking at this piece of territory that he had created with his own hands, the Wind Master God wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Those hands within his sleeves were gripped tightly into fists as his eyes were filled with rage. They were like volcanoes that were ready to erupt at any moment, concealing an immense amount of wrath. Once it was unleashed, the might of it would be extremely frightening. Who did this? Who did this? The flames in the eyes of the Wind Master God danced wildly. That gaze of his was just like the edge of a blade, causing those powerful beings who were groveling at his feet to feel their hearts quiver. Under the might of the Wind Master God, none of those powerful beings who were left behind dared to move at all. They were afraid that they might anger the Wind Master God and bring about a fatal disaster upon themselves. Big brother, calm down. The Cloud Master God consoled from the side. The Wind Master God tried his best to calm down his emotions and repress his rage. He then said slowly, "Who wants to tell me? All of you, tell me. This isn't your fault. With powerful beings pressuring our borders, you guys won't be able to defend against them. Whatever information you guys have, tell us. Whoever provides the most useful information will be rewarded by me and the Wind Master God." The Cloud Master God knew that if he did not placate these people properly, they would definitely not dare to say anything in their fear. The only way to get more information out of them was to get rid of that fear of theirs. Indeed, the moment they heard the words of the Cloud Master God, all of them relaxed considerably. They tried their best to recall everything that they had seen and heard. Without hiding anything, they reported everything. The information of one or two people might not be of much use. But, when the information of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people were gathered together, it would more or less have some reference value. A gigantic flying ship that was even larger than that of a master god. That was a clue. Although there weren't many of them, all of them were super powerful beings who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Just 30 to 50 of them were enough to turn the entire Wind Cloud continent into a mess. As for the powerful being in the lead, be it in terms of aura or strength, he seemed to possess the potential of a master god. That was a useful clue as well. With so many of them gathered together, the faces of the Wind and Cloud Master Gods were extremely grim. Big brother, by the looks of things, this is indeed quite troublesome. The Cloud Master God said. The Wind Master God waved it off with his hand. Get ready. We'll head to the headquarters of the Great Chen Star region immediately. I want to pay my respects to the Great Chen Heavenly Lord. The entire Chen Star domain controlled millions of planes with and without masters. They were considered a tyrant and had some status in the entire Great Luo universe. As the Lord of a star region, the Great Chen Heavenly Venerate's strength was not to be underestimated. Since he could take charge of the entire starfield, it was likely very difficult for ordinary Empyrean-level powerhouses to contend with him. From the Wind Cloud continent to the headquarters in the Grand Chen Stellar domain, given the speed of the sovereign flying vessel, it would take at least a few years for a round trip. Therefore, it was impossible for them to use the flying ship. Instead, they decided to use the Galaxy teleportation array. Using the teleportation formation, the time taken to reach the destination could be greatly reduced. The relationship between the Fengyun continent and the Chen Starfield headquarters was very close. In addition, the Fengyun continent was a major force in the Chen Starfield and was highly regarded by the Chen Starfield headquarters. Therefore, there was a direct teleportation formation between them. This time around, the Wind and Cloud Master Gods had learned their lesson and did not move out together. The Wind Master God was in charge of moving out while the Cloud Master God was in charge of guarding the door. Even though the Fengyun continent was already destroyed beyond recognition, now that the main forces of the Fengyun continent had returned, there had to be a Master God-level powerhouse watching over the place. Otherwise, if the enemy were to launch a second attack, they would definitely be met with a huge problem. With that arrangement in place, the Wind Master God entered the teleportation formation and arrived at the headquarters of the Chen Starfield in less than a day. This Chen starfield was way bigger than most Master God starfields. The Wind Master God was rather familiar with the place as he arrived before the Great Chen Heavenly Venerate Hall directly. Someone had long reported to the Great Chen Heavenly Venerate. Evidently, the Wind Master God was highly regarded. Not long after the report was made, there was an envoy who came out to receive him. That envoy was extremely affectionate. Wind Master God, the Lord Heavenly Venerate has ordered you to enter. The Wind Master God nodded his head. In front of an envoy of the Heavenly Venerate, he could not put on any airs. Any envoy of the Heavenly Venerate Hall would not lose to him in terms of strength. After entering the Heavenly Venerate Hall, the Wind Master God bowed down. Your subordinate pays his respects to the Lord Heavenly Venerate. Dispense with the formalities. The Heavenly Venerate Great Chen replied indifferently. Wind Master God, I've already heard about what happened in your wind cloud continent. There's something fishy about this matter. Do you have any leads to bring me? When he heard the Heavenly Venerate Great Chen mention it of his own accord, the Wind Master God was stunned for a moment before sighing out helplessly. Lord Heavenly Venerate, this is truly an unexpected calamity. Our wind cloud continent has been set up by someone. And it's an extremely shady one at that. As for who the enemy is, your subordinate still does not have a single clue up till now. Yes, the enemy is indeed extremely mysterious. I've sent people to investigate as well. Recently, there hasn't been any news of an enemy invading the borders of the starfield. If we're talking about an enemy, I'm afraid it's still an internal enemy. The Wind Master God replied gloomily, internal enemy? Since when did such a formidable character appear in our Great Chen starfield? Lord Heavenly Venerate, according to my intelligence, the enemy came in a Heavenly Venerate flying ship. Furthermore, they're extremely organized and resourceful. Back when I was on the Black Magpie Star, I saw a gigantic flying ship that was much larger than most Master God flying ships. At that time, your subordinate was in a daze and did not investigate further. Now that I think about it, there's a high chance that it's the culprit who attacked our wind cloud continent later on. Heavenly Venerate flying ship. The Heavenly Venerate Great Chen's expression changed slightly. Tell me in detail. The Wind Master God did not dare to hide anything as he recounted everything he had seen and heard that day, as well as all the information he had received from the wind cloud continent. The Heavenly Venerate Great Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he listened. This was no longer a problem of the wind cloud continent alone. For such a mysterious power to appear under his rule, this was definitely not good news for him. Only the heavens knew if the ultimate target of this power would be him, the Heavenly Venerate Great Chen. Could it be his entire Great Chen starfield? After all, in the world of the powerful beings, the stronger they were, the bigger their appetites would be as well. If it was merely a matter of the wind cloud continent, he might not have made such a big fuss over it. But when it came to his ruling position in the Great Chen starfield, that was a different story altogether. For a powerful being of the Heavenly Venerate level, the thing they were most concerned about was naturally none other than their own territories. If their territories were to be invaded, that would be something that crossed the bottom line. He immediately ordered, start a search in all the Master God planes. As for the planes without a Master God plane, arrange the search based on the nearest one. Whichever Master God plane is closest to it will be searched in that Master God plane. We must set up an inescapable net and search for that suspected Heavenly Venerate flying ship. Through the Heavenly Venerate order, this order was naturally transmitted to all the major planes at the fastest speed possible. There were hundreds of thousands of planes in the entire Great Chen starfield. Among them, there were at least tens of thousands of Master God planes. With tens of thousands of Master God planes forming a net-like search, the efficiency would definitely be extraordinarily high. After the Heavenly Venerate Great Chen was done with his instructions, he looked at the Wind Master God. Wind Master God, since your wind cloud continent has been destroyed, you must find a new place to settle down. The Wind Master God replied gratefully, thank you for your concern, Lord Heavenly Venerate. Now that my wind cloud continent has been destroyed, it won't be that easy to find a place to settle down. Hasn't your wind cloud continent been working hard to develop the surrounding plains without a master god plane? Now that things have come to this, is there no suitable place at all? There are a few, but they are not perfect. There is a Tien Shen land with many immemorial legends. However, the supreme Dao elite warriors there are extremely stubborn. They disregarded their lives and used hundreds of divine souls to seal the soaring of Galaxia boundary to build a firm barrier. I am afraid it will take a few thousand years to break it. Besides the Tien Shen land, is there no other place to take? The heavenly venerate Great Chen could not help but ask. Yes, but none of them are comparable to the Tien Shen land. If that's the case, why wait a few thousand years? Could it be that with the two of you working together, you are afraid you cannot break that soaring of Galaxia boundary? Great heavenly venerate, logically speaking, that soaring of Galaxia boundary should not be able to stop us. However, we have exhausted all methods and still could not break it in one go. Even when we unleash the power of our Master God weapons to the limit, it is still difficult to break it open. I am afraid only a heavenly venerate divine weapon can break that boundary. The heavenly venerate Great Chen moved his brows and laughed. This way, you are planning to take advantage of me? The Wind Master God chuckled and silently agreed. If that's the case, since you came to beg me, I will not let you return empty-handed. The heavenly venerate Great Chen shook his sleeve and a burst of strong light flashed out. He grabbed with his hand and a lotus flower bloomed in the center of his palm. This lotus flower kept blooming and formed a perfect shape. It kept changing and turned into a giant lotus hammer. This is a heavenly venerate divine weapon I concocted 3,000 years ago and I have never used it. It is called the octagonal lotus hammer. You can take it. Refine it with the power of the two of you. In 30 to 50 years, you might succeed. If you use this octagonal lotus hammer to bombard the soaring of Galaxia boundary, you will certainly break it. The Wind Master God was overjoyed at the unexpected good news as he immediately went up to thank him. Great heavenly venerate, I am truly grateful for your kindness. The Wind Master God was beaming with joy as he took the octagonal lotus hammer. Since the heavenly venerate Great Chen had made a move, he would definitely not be some trash. With this toy in hand, if he said the soaring of Galaxia boundary could be broken, it would be broken. The heavenly venerate Great Chen said lightly, Wind Master God, I did not bestow you the octagonal lotus hammer just to break that soaring of Galaxia boundary. Your weathering land is a powerhouse that I have always thought highly of. I hope you guys will take care of yourselves and don't disappoint me. The Wind Master God immediately promised, I understand. After seizing the Tien Shen land, I will do my best to fight for you, great heavenly venerate. I must find that murderer and kill him, for the sake of great heavenly venerate Jew. Yes, go. Hurry up and refine it, time waits for no one. With a sweep of his sleeve, the heavenly venerate Great Chen disappeared before his heavenly venerate throne. Holding the octagonal lotus hammer, the Wind Master God was extremely excited. Misfortunes never come singly. Yesterday, when I was about to resume updating, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The cat that went online was burned. I was secretly happy that the computer did not burn. When I tried it this morning, I realized that the network card was also burned. I can only send it for repair. Old Bull, think of a way to not affect the updates. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidyen.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 974. The Heavenly Lord of the Great Heavens Order caused an uproar in the entire Great Heaven Star Zone. The Great Heaven Star Zone had tens of thousands of Master God planes and close to 20,000 Master Gods. Once all of them moved, the momentum would naturally be vast. Fortunately, the Tien Shen continent did not move. Due to the astral river boundary, they knew nothing about the outside world. 20 to 30 years passed unknowingly. To the Tien Shen continent, these 20 to 30 years were great gains. Due to cultivating in the Sacred Emperor Heavenly Ship, Heavenly Venerate Enmore and the others, who originally needed 200 or 300 years to recover, had successfully fused their bodies and souls during this period of time. Although they did not recover their full strength, they already possessed 80 to 90% of their divine power. As long as the Heavenly Lord of the Great Heaven did not come personally, Qin Wushuang's camp could easily defeat any Master God plane. However, Qin Wushuang was not overly optimistic. Now, only 20 to 30 years had passed. As long as there was still a little time, he must cherish it. In these 20 to 30 years, Qin Wushuang's improvement was also obvious. On the foundation of the fourth calamity of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, he had achieved continuous breakthroughs. He was already an advanced sixth calamity of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. With such strength, perhaps he would not be able to fight against a Master God. However, if he encountered any Heavenly Supreme Tao elite warriors below the Master God level, Qin Wushuang definitely had the capital to look down on them. After all, to Qin Wushuang, he had sufficient capital. Across the entire Great Luo universe, the inheritances that Li Shenfeng and the Holy Emperor Kai Yang had left for him were limited. For your information, Li Shenfeng and the Holy Emperor Kai Yang were both legendary Holy Emperors. Even in the Great Luo universe where the Holy Emperor stood in great numbers, these two were also ranked high. On this day, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples gathered together to discuss the future of the Tianxian continent. In these 20 to 30 years, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples' cultivation had also improved and achieved astonishing breakthroughs. In these tens and thousands of years at the Tianxian land, they had always been engrossed in cultivation. Although they had never achieved a breakthrough, in terms of consciousness and realm, they already possessed the capital to achieve continuous breakthroughs. However, due to the limitations of the rules, he could not achieve a breakthrough. After entering the celestial ship to cultivate, the restraints of the rules were immediately released. The heavenly arcana 7 disciples were like fish in water. Tens of thousands of years of suppression suddenly erupted. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation allowed them to leap and break through continuously. Li Buyi kept upgrading from the 3rd level and became an elite warrior at the 5th calamity of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. As for the others, they had also overcome 2 tribulations. Xiao Yishuan, Li Yifeng, and the others had overcome 4 tribulations of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Even 7th brother Miao Shu had ascended to the 3rd tribulation of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Junior brother Wushuang, congratulations. 6th calamity of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, haha, it seems that in time, the first Master God of the Tianxian land will be born. Clearly, Li Yifeng was in a good mood. Junior brother Wushuang, once you become a Master God, if the Wind and Cloudland hasn't made a move yet, will take the lead and register at the Great Qian Star Zone. You have the power of a Master God and have been born and raised at the Tianxian land. All procedures are reasonable. Even if the heavenly warrior of the Great Qian Star Zone wants to make things difficult for you, it will be difficult for him to shut the mouths of the people, Xiao Yishuan suggested. Yes, 2nd brother is right. We must first establish our footing on the principle. For other matters, we can plan slowly. This was 6th brother Kai Hongyu's suggestion. Senior brother, what do you think? Qin Wushuang asked Li Buyi with a smile. After a moment of silence, Li Buyi also nodded. I think this method will work. If we establish our footing on the principle, the Wind and Cloudland will not have any reason to invade. This way, we can reduce the suffering of the people. Li Buyi was a kind-hearted person. In the end, he was unwilling for the Tianxian land to suffer another calamity of war. Instantly, Hua Xie was not happy. Senior brother, 2nd brother, it's right to establish our footing on the principle. However, if we just let go of the grudge with the Wind and Cloudland, we would be letting down the sacrifices of our ancestors. For your information, the immemorial gods sacrificed their lives to protect the Tianxian land. If we write off this debt, how could the heroic spirits of our ancestors rest in peace? Yi Chongtian also cried out, 5th's words make sense. We cannot let go of the grudge with the Wind and Cloudland. Li Buyi said lightly, no one is saying to let it go. Now, junior brother Wushuang has so many cards in his hand. There are many ways to deal with the Wind and Cloudland. The stupidest method is to fight them head-on. It's not advisable to fight them head-on and expose too much of your strength. Qin Wushuang laughed. Senior brother was the most considerate. Now, if they were to fight head-on with the wind and cloudland and use thunderous methods to defeat them and kill them, it would be satisfying. However, without a doubt, it would put the Tian Shen land at the heart of the struggle. To the current Tian Shen land, this was an unwise choice. It would have been fine if the Tian Shen land had always been the powerhouse of the Great Chen Star Zone. The Tian Shen land had always been unknown. When such power erupted from them all of a sudden, for sure it would cause great panic and attract indescribable hostility. It was as if a poor person had suddenly acquired more wealth than any wealthy person. For sure, he would be misunderstood as a nouveau riche and attract unnecessary hostility. For the Tian Shen land to rise, they must do it step by step. Senior brother, what plan do you have? Hua Xie could not help but ask. Li Buyi said with a leisurely smile, the wind and cloudland was destroyed by the sound demon and his people once. If I've guessed correctly, for sure they will make a move against the Tian Shen land. Once we acquire the certification from the Master God Plane, we will gain the same status as the wind and cloudland. As soon as they reach out, we can launch a thunderous counterattack. With a weak advantage, we can defeat the wind and cloudland. This way, although it would easily arouse people's suspicion, it would not cause panic. Xiao Yishuan was experienced and prudent as he nodded. Senior brother's words make sense. We cannot expose our strength all of a sudden. We must leave some backup plans. Especially the sound demon, we must not expose ourselves. If the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen targeted us, it would not be good. We must have a backup plan to restrain the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen. Being the leader of the Great Chen Galaxy, certainly the personal strength of the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen Galaxy was top-notch. What was more terrifying was the elite warrior system he was in charge of. Not to mention the 20,000 master gods of the entire galaxy, even the subordinates of the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen Galaxy had countless elite warriors. With Qin Wushuang's current strength, it would be more than enough to fight against the wind and cloudland. However, to fight against the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen Galaxy, it would be insufficient and he would have no chance of winning. Regardless of Qin Wushuang or Li Buyi, they were well aware of this fact. Unless Qin Wushuang entered the ranks of the heavenly warrior elite warriors. Or else, in the end, he would not be qualified to become enemies with the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen Galaxy. Of course, Qin Wushuang also had obvious advantages. At least, he was young. Being young meant everything. Being young meant having unlimited capital and unlimited possibilities. Per Qin Wushuang's current development, in less than 100 years of training, he was already at the peak of the advanced heavenly god level. Although everything was due to the effect of Li Xuanfeng's bloodline, it was inseparable from Qin Wushuang's own persistence and hard work, intelligence, and talent. Per the current trend, at most it would take him 3,000 years to become a master god. Theoretically, in the Holy Emperor's world, 3,000 years would only take 30 years. Of course, this was a theoretical value. To truly break through and become a master god, one would need opportunities and an instant of clarity. This was something no external help could solve. While they were discussing, a guard walked in from the outside. "Young master, the scout sent to the celestial phenomenon land has returned. Let him in." Qin Wushuang waved his hand and ordered. That scout was an advanced heavenly god. However, at this moment, he was respectful before Qin Wushuang. After witnessing Qin Wushuang's talent and methods, these people, including the sound demon, were all convinced. They sincerely admired Qin Wushuang. "Young master, the situation in the outside world is extremely chaotic. I have asked around in the celestial phenomenon land. The entire Great Chen Galaxy is in an uproar. All the Master God planes have started an investigation to find a heavenly warrior flying ship and the murderer who attacked the wind and cloudland. This order was given by the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen. Heavenly warrior of the Great Chen." Qin Wushuang chewed on this name meaningfully. His tone was extremely complicated. Indeed, it was the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen. It was rumored that the wind and cloudland had a close relationship with the heavenly warrior of the Great Chen. In such a short time, the heavenly warrior of the Great Qian had ordered an investigation personally. This relationship was indeed deep. Li Buyi's tone was somewhat bitter. It seems the heavenly warrior of the Great Qian is already paying attention to this problem. As expected, up to this point, it's no longer a confrontation between the Wind and Cloudland and the Tianxian land. Qin Wushuang was rather indifferent as he laughed. No need to worry, senior brother. Even if the heavenly warrior of the Great Qian possesses great magical power and overwhelming power, what about it? Currently, he would never think that this matter is related to the Tianxian land. Just as you said, we will not expose all of our strength. We will show our strength step by step. As long as the celestial ship is not exposed, they will not think of us. Li Buyi said with a frown, there is a problem. Now, we have the soaring of Galaxia barrier here. Before the barrier is broken, we cannot leave here to authenticate the Master God plane. Or else, that transportation formation will be exposed. Once exposed, many things will be easily exposed. This was a serious problem. Instantly, Qin Wushuang realized the severity of it. Immediately, he said, the most urgent matter is to continue training. I will strive to break into the Master God stage as soon as possible. Senior brothers should also speed up your training. If you become stronger, you will have more hope. Sooner or later, this Tianxian land will be ruled by you. Li Buyi and the others did not feel surprised. With the potential displayed by junior brother Wushuang, clearly this little Tianxian land would not be his final destination. With such a great future, certainly junior brother Wushuang would continue to fly higher. For this point, they did not doubt it at all. Immediately, Qin Wushuang dismissed everyone and returned to the celestial ship to train. In these few days, my body has been in poor condition. Plus, I had to send my computer for repair, so I was delayed for many days. Today, under the scorching sun, I went to my relative's house to freeload a computer. I used 2 hours to write 2 chapters. Today, I will update 1 chapter tomorrow. By the day after tomorrow, I will most likely get the computer. Next, I will update steadily. Until I finish the book. I didn't expect that such a terrible thing would happen before the end of the soaring of Galaxia. Indeed, God is deliberately torturing me and corrupting my character. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 975. Ever since the Wind and Cloud Master Gods had obtained the heavenly venerate weapon, the octagonal lotus hammer, they had gone into seclusion as well. They did not care about the outside world and focused solely on refining the octagonal lotus hammer. After 30 years, the Wind and Cloud Master Gods had already begun to refine the octagonal lotus hammer. However, they were still lacking in terms of mastery. Big brother, this octagonal lotus hammer is indeed a heavenly venerate weapon. In our hands, the strongest Master God weapon would only take us 5 years at most to refine. Even after 30 years of refining this heavenly venerate weapon, we've only managed to refine half of it. Seems like we'll need another 30 years of hard work to unleash its full potential. Haha, 30 years plus 30 years is only 60 years. Even if we spend a few more years to perfect it, it'll only take us 70 years at most. If we were to rely on our strength alone, we'd need 5,000 years. Tell me, which one is more worth it? At this moment, the Wind Master God was in high spirits as he refined the octagonal lotus hammer. As long as there was no master in the surrounding plains, he could conquer whichever one he wanted. He could choose whichever one he wanted to settle down in. The Wind Master God had coveted the Tianxian continent for a long time. After all, some of the rumors regarding the Tianxian continent had moved his heart. It was rumored that there were some tempting rumors regarding the Tianxian continent. This time, with the power of the octagonal lotus hammer as a heavenly venerate weapon, he could shatter the astral river barrier and take down the Tianxian continent. He had fulfilled his wish of many years. If those rumors were true, that would be a great fortune. The Wind Master God was extremely ambitious. He even hid those rumors from the Great Qian Heavenly Lord. Second brother, we'll have to hurry. Within 40 years, we must take down the Tian Shen continent. If the Tian Shen continent truly has the inheritance of the Holy Emperor, we'll be rich. Haha. The inheritance of the Holy Emperor. I feel that it's too unreal. Why would a powerful being at the level of the Holy Emperor set his eyes on a place like the Tian Shen continent? The Cloud Master God was rather calm. Even if it's not the inheritance of the Holy Emperor, the inheritance of a heavenly lord is still decent. Since we can't open a new territory in the Great Chen Star Zone, can't we plot another star zone? You and I are brothers with our abilities and ambitions. We can't just be content with being a mere master of a plane. If we want to be one, we have to be masters. The tone of the Wind Master God was filled with confidence. Big brother, I hope the Tian Shen land will not disappoint us. The Cloud Master God could only go along with it since it was inappropriate to pour cold water on him. In a certain spacious space on the Saint Emperor heavenly ship, the surrounding environment was like a paradise. The spiritual energy was so abundant that it had reached an extreme level. Qin Wushuang was in the depths of this canyon-like terrain. His entire body was enshrouded in purple qi, and he was like a towering mountain that soared into the sky. The Saint Emperor Heavenly Ark was the Saint Emperor's spatial domain, and it was a world of its own. If it could be fully developed, it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate an ordinary plane. It should be known that the Holy Emperor was in charge of a small universe, and his use of the law of space had reached a shocking level. Therefore, the celestial ship's spatial precepts were constantly being stimulated. The space within the ship was also constantly expanding and expanding. Another 30 years passed. Qin Wushuang had already reached the final step of breaking through to Lord level. If he could cross this step, he would become a Lord level Master God. At this moment, there was no one around Qin Wushuang to disturb him. Inside the celestial ship, there was naturally no need for any protectors. This was his personal space, and it couldn't be any safer. Indeed, the heavenly tribulation to become a Master God was incomparable to ordinary heavenly tribulations. Qin Wushuang had already withstood the first 8 attacks. The final attack was of utmost importance. If he could withstand it, he could break through in one go. If he could not, all of his fate and opportunities would be for naught. Qin Wushuang was fully aware of the importance of this attack. This was definitely the most important heavenly tribulation he had ever faced since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Once he broke through, it meant that he would become a new generation of Master Gods, ruling over the Tian Shen land. From then on, he would have a name, and the Tian Shen land would no longer be threatened by those tigers and wolves. The rumbling sound of thunder lingered in the ears. Countless electric snakes transformed into various kinds of electric lights and danced in the sky. Like numerous raging dragons, they interweaved in the sky. Rumble. With a loud boom, the electric snakes that filled the sky bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they bombarded downward. With Qin Wushuang's body as the core area, they enveloped him from all directions. Qin Wushuang's entire body transformed into a purple whirlpool. He kept soaring and swirling faster and faster. The heavenly branch Kuei wolf sword in his hands kept shooting out various kinds of sword chi. It also formed a giant defensive net that kept circling above his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. The defense formed by these sword chi was like a giant umbrella that blocked Qin Wushuang's body underneath. Even so, the electric snake attacks that filled the sky did not stop at all. They became more and more rampant as if they had met their match. They became more and more ferocious. They kept swallowing the defensive system formed by the sword net. Qin Wushuang had always been successful in using the heavenly branch Kuei wolf sword. However, facing this Master God heavenly tribulation today, it was indeed somewhat strenuous. In fact, this Master God heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the attack of a Master God. Although it was not the full power attack of a Master God, it was at least 60 to 70% of a Master God's power. Under such circumstances, if Qin Wushuang did not borrow the power of those two swords, most likely he would have been blasted into pieces under this level of heavenly tribulation. Even the heavenly branch Kuei wolf heavenly venerable divine weapon felt incredibly strenuous under such a dense circle of attacks. After all, Qin Wushuang's control of the heavenly branch Kuei Wolf had not reached the point of perfection. Such dense attacks made the heavenly branch Kuei Wolf sword more or less feel a trace of strain. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang had exceptional skills and his sword skills reached the climax. Indeed, his set of defensive sword skills was watertight. However, this Master God heavenly tribulation was clearly incomparable to ordinary heavenly tribulations. Wave after wave, as if there was no end, it kept testing Qin Wushuang's nerves. Everyone watching the battle from afar was also on tenterhooks. When they saw the power of the heavenly tribulation, each of them felt secretly worried. Especially the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, they were even more worried. Even Li Buyi had never seen the heavenly tribulation of a master god. Therefore, he did not know the depth of it and could only feel helpless and anxious. The only ones who had such experience were the 9 great demon gods. With the Sound Demon as the leader, the 9 great demon gods all had similar experiences. However, at this moment, even the Sound Demon appeared extremely solemn. "Boss, what's going on? I feel that this heavenly tribulation has surpassed the scope of a Master God heavenly tribulation. I remember that when I entered the Master God level, there was no such powerful heavenly tribulation." Tu Weng also felt strange. "Boss, something is wrong. How come I feel that this heavenly tribulation is at least 2 or 3 times more powerful than the Master God heavenly tribulation I encountered? Young Master's 2 swords should be more than enough to deal with the heavenly tribulation of a Master God. How could he be in such a sorry state?" The Sound Demon mumbled, "I can only say that young Master seems to have hit the jackpot. He encountered the calamity of calamities. This calamity of calamities is at least twice as powerful as the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary Master God. If it weren't for young Master, regardless of who you or I are, we would have died 9 out of 10 times. Calamity of calamities?" On the side, a look of worry suddenly shot out from Li Buyi's eyes. Although he had never seen the heavenly tribulation of a Master God, he had heard of the calamity of calamities. This calamity of calamities was not ordinary. It was the calamity of calamities. Once one encountered it, it would be at least twice as difficult as usual. However, this calamity of calamities was not all bad. There were also benefits. If anyone encountered the calamity of calamities, once they passed it safely, their achievements would be extraordinary. They would be much stronger than those elite warriors who had just entered the Master God level. As long as they worked hard to train, soon they would be able to fight against elite warriors at the peak of the Master God level. This was something ordinary Master Gods could not compare to. The Sound Demon gave a long sigh. This is most likely a genius sent from the heavens. The heavens are testing young Master on purpose. If he can pass it, no elite warriors at the Master God level can defeat him unless they are at the peak of the Master God level. A Master God who can pass the calamity of calamities can become a heavenly warrior with 100% certainty. However, there is a great chance that they will encounter the calamity of calamities during their heavenly tribulation. They all say that only the geniuses among geniuses will encounter this calamity of calamities. It seems the rumors are true. This way, this calamity of calamities is specially prepared for geniuses. You can say that. Since the cultivation process of geniuses is too smooth in the beginning, the heavenly calamities will keep accumulating. At the final crucial stage, they will erupt together. It's not strange for the difficulty to increase. Of course, most of the elite warriors who can achieve the level of the Holy Emperor have experienced the calamity of calamities. This is a test from the heavens, an arrangement of fate. When the Sound Demon said here, he said with a deep tone, "I hope young Master can pass it safely." While they were discussing, Qin Wushuang blocked another dozen waves of attacks. Under such attacks, the 2 swords of the heavenly branch Kuei Wolf could not help but emit a sorrowful sword cry. Clearly, they had reached their limit. And the heavenly calamity did not seem to stop. The clouds in all directions kept gathering. Behind the clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, tearing the sky apart. It seemed that it would not stop until the world was destroyed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. All the clouds seemed to be summoned at the same time and quickly gathered toward the center. All the lightning and heavenly calamities gathered together as if they had made an agreement. Between heaven and earth, a huge hole suddenly collapsed. It was like a big black hole and a big whirlpool at the beginning of the primordial age. This huge whirlpool seemed to contain the essence of the entire universe. With a strong devouring power, it shot out tens of thousands of rays of light toward Qin Wushuang. It was like a huge bell was suddenly pressing down on his head. With a crash, it came down hard. Qin Wushuang was deep in the core area of this huge whirlpool. He suddenly felt that heaven and earth had completely changed, as if he was in the primordial age. This momentum was not something that the two swords of the heavenly branch Kuei wolf could resist. Qin Wushuang muttered something and opened his palm. Golden light overflowed from his palm. The golden crimson sun pagoda was instantly enveloped in a golden light and began to expand. With a momentum that could support the heavens, it kept expanding and skyrocketing. The tip of the pagoda kept expanding. The golden light protruded and firmly resisted the momentum of the huge bell pressing down. It was a confrontation. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 976. The Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was indeed the signature treasure of the Holy Emperor. Once it was activated, although Qin Wushuang was far from being able to unleash its full power, once it was unleashed, its power was naturally extraordinary. Now that Qin Wushuang, the Holy Emperor's divine weapon, had made a move, the situation instantly changed. The golden light of the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was like a towering tree that propped up the sky, constantly lifting up the giant bell. This upward force was abnormally ferocious. Originally, the giant whirlpool that had appeared in the void was being held up by this golden light, and cracks began to appear. This golden light was like a ferocious beast that was using the fiercest method to devour the spatial whirlpool. After about 15 minutes, the giant whirlpool in the void was finally completely shattered by the golden light, leaving behind only remnants of air fluctuations that were struggling weakly like a half-dried stream. Qin Wushuang's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. His entire being was bathed in this golden light, and the pupils in his eyes were like stars, emitting a deep light. Sovereign's strength. This was Sovereign's strength. Qin Wushuang's eyes were wide open as he looked into the distance, feeling the greatness and wonders of the vast universe. After safely passing through this tribulation of tribulations, he felt that he seemed to have gained a clearer understanding of the origin of this world. Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Wushuang's mind, but when these thoughts gathered together, they finally converged into one. The heavenly way was infinite. The higher Qin Wushuang's level rose, the more he felt the vastness of the heavenly way. Even someone as strong as a sovereign could only touch the edge of it. From this, one could imagine how great an existence a supreme Great Luo who controlled the entire Great Luo universe was. Ha ha ha, young master, congratulations. Junior brother Wushuang, great news, great news. One figure after another surged over from all directions. The sound demon, Li Buyi, and the others all flew over from all directions, and all of them landed around Qin Wushuang. Everyone has worked hard. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Between his movements, he already had the valiant temperament of an overlord. Li Buyi and the other heavenly mysterious 7 disciples all had tears in their eyes. They had waited for this day for too long. Now, the heavens had taken pity on them. Junior brother Qin Wushuang had finally lived up to their expectations and broke through the barrier to become a sovereign. He had achieved an unprecedented feat in the history of the Tianxian land. Sovereign. Finally, the Tianxian land had a native master god, a native master god. A sovereign's a true master who was qualified to rule and control of the land. What did this mean? It meant that the profound sky continent would be able to escape the fate of being trampled upon by others and become an ideal home with its own sovereignty and a master of the plane. Master, congratulations, to master, demon to sovereign, ha. The sound demon appeared incredibly joyful as he roared with laughter. With your age, I am afraid that across the entire Great Luo universe, there will not be more than 100 people who entered the sovereign stage at your age. Qin Wushuang did not care about these empty titles as he asked, Senior brother, is there any movement at the soaring of Galaxia barrier? At the soaring of Galaxia barrier, Golden Ray Dragon King and a group of Paramount Totem elite warriors were training inside the soaring of Galaxia Tower. At the same time, they were observing the movements of the barrier. As soon as there was a trace of movement from the soaring of Galaxia barrier, they would send the news over immediately. Li Buyi said, for now, there is no movement. However, since the Wind and Cloudland has lost their territory, certainly they will launch a crazy attack on the Tianxian land. We must be careful. Second Demon Warrior Tu Wang revealed an indifferent expression as he revealed a sinister smile. What's there to care about? Now, young master is already a sovereign elite warrior. Are you afraid of the Wind and Cloudland? As soon as that Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda is summoned, the entire Wind and Cloudland will be turned into ashes. If the Holy Emperor Kaiyang made a move, indeed he could make the entire Wind and Cloudland collapse instantly. However, with Qin Wushuang's current strength, he could not accomplish this. According to Li Buyi's idea, once he became a sovereign god, he could register at the Great Heavenly Galaxy and let the Tianxian land become a sovereign plane. Initially, this idea was good. However, last time the scouts reported that the Great Heavenly Lord ordered to search the entire galaxy for the murderer that destroyed the Wind and Cloudland. This was sending out a clear signal that in the end, the Great Heavenly Lord still favored the Wind and Cloudland. If Qin Wushuang were to register at the Tianxian land recklessly, it would not be impossible for the Great Heavenly Lord to leak some information to the Wind and Cloudland. He could even send people to kill Qin Wushuang in secret. He would never do such a stupid thing that delivered himself to his door. Ha ha, in a mysterious place at the Wind and Cloudland, the Wind Master God let out a proud long roar. Like the spring thunder, his roar resonated across the entire Wind and Cloudland. Currently, the Cloud Master God could not suppress the joy from his heart. Success, finally success. After 60 years of hard work, he finally succeeded in refining the octagonal lotus hammer. Under their joint efforts, the Heavenly Lord divine weapon finally revealed its glory. The Heavenly Lord divine weapon was successfully refined. The Wind Master God could not wait any longer. He called out, Second, let's work together and go to that soaring of Galaxia barrier. We will break it in one go, how about it? Currently, the Cloud Master God was also incredibly excited. However, he was not as impatient as the Wind Master God. Instead, he said, Big brother, breaking the soaring of Galaxia barrier is an easy task. You and I don't need to be in a hurry. It's better to plan how to break the Tianxian land, how to control it, and how to take over the land without destroying its foundation. This is the key. With your and my thunderous methods, how could anyone in the Tianxian land dare to resist? Currently, the Wind Master God was in high and vigorous spirits. Across the entire world, it seemed that not many could enter his eyes, not to mention a mere Tianxian land. What was there to worry about for a plane that did not even have an advanced heavenly god? Although the Tianxian land possesses ordinary strength, the local indigenous people are stubborn. They are extremely reclusive and unruly. They will not allow themselves to be captured without a fight. If it weren't for this, we would have taken down the Tianxian land tens and thousands of years ago. We would not have waited until today. The Cloud Master God did not think highly of the strength of the elite warriors of the Tianxian land. However, he was somewhat afraid of that hot-blooded temperament of the Tianxian land. Big brother, we are not afraid of the elite warriors of the Tianxian land threatening you and me. However, if they refuse to cooperate and destroy the Tianxian land, we would rather die than live in Dishana. This is something we must be on guard against. With their madness, it's not impossible for them to do such a thing. The Cloud Master God must remind the Wind Master God that it was fine to look down on the elite warriors of the Tianxian land. However, if they underestimated their determination and destructive power, most likely it would make their plan go down the drain. After a moment of silence, the Wind Master God asked the Cloud Master God with a tone of asking for his opinion, Second, according to you, what should we do? The Cloud Master God said, We must mobilize all of them. Once the soaring of Galaxia boundary of the Tian land is broken, all the elite warriors of the Wind and Cloudland will immediately divide into several groups and control the tyrannical powerhouses of the Tian land in batches. This way, we can prevent large-scale destruction. We have planted so many spies at the Tian land. After tens and thousands of years of reproduction and management, it's impossible for us to not gain anything. We will form an intelligence connection with them immediately. Then, we will have an idea of how to deploy and control them. After we have an idea, we will move at a fast speed. We can take them down without giving them the chance to break a broken pot. This suggestion was definitely very rational. The words of the Cloud Master God had the heart of the Wind Master God calmed down somewhat as well. A snake cannot do without a head. Second, your suggestion is good. We will gather all the elite warriors of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. With 10 of them as a group, we will divide them into 20 groups. Then, we will add 100 genuine Supreme Tao elite warriors to each group. 120 people will form a group and they will control the major powerhouses of the Tian land. We will form an intertwined system where we will cooperate and help each other. Then, you and I will carry out the beheading strategy with powerful and thunderous methods. We will kill a group of elite warriors of the Tian land to intimidate those indigenous people. This way, we will not have to worry about the situation. If those ants of the Tian land are willing to cooperate, we will give them a chance to be slaves. If they don't cooperate, we will kill them directly. What do you say? At this moment, the Cloud Master God remained silent. Clearly, he had more plans. Seeing the Cloud Master God remain silent, the Wind Master God could not help but ask, "Second, what else do you think we missed?" The Cloud Master God laughed. "There is nothing missing. However, to control the Tian land completely, your strategy is still somewhat merciful. I am afraid beheading will not intimidate those martial artists of the Tian land. Additionally, the effect we need is not just intimidation. I secretly think." "What?" The Wind Master God moved his brows. The Cloud Master God made a chopping motion with his palm and said eerily, "If we do not remove the roots when cutting the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. If we want to turn the Tian land into our territory, we must cut off all the bloodlines of the Tian land, not leaving a single one. Slaughter them all?" Although the Wind Master God was vicious and merciless, he still felt apprehensive inwardly when he heard this suggestion. The Cloud Master God said lightly, "If we don't do this, how can we have a long and peaceful life? To cut the weeds and pull out the roots, those martial artists will spend some effort. As for the civilians, they are just ants. It will be as easy as blowing off dust to kill them. In 3 years, we can completely clean them up." The Wind Master God was also emboldened by evil. A form of greedy desire dominated his thoughts as he nodded with a sinister smile. "That's right, to eliminate all future troubles, the best way is to strangle all the seeds of future troubles. Only this way will be the long-term solution. Or else, in the end, other people's territory will have their mark." When they said this, the 2 ambitious and ruthless Master Gods exchanged a glance and laughed viciously. "There is no time to lose. Let's immediately gather all the elite warriors and form a team. Each of you will perform your duties and tell them that the glorious holy war has begun. For survival, for better survival, the Tian land must be ours." After the 2 Master Gods had reached an agreement, they started to send out the Master Gods' order to gather all the heroes of the Fengyun land. A dimensional war was about to break out at any moment. Author's note: resuming the update, my condition is not good. I have only finished 1 chapter after 3 hours. Allow me to take it slow. Plus, my body is still recovering, please allow me to take it slow. Each day will get better and better. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 977. Under the call of the 2 Master Gods, the Weathering Land army that aimed to seize the Tian land gathered at the fastest speed. There were 20 assault teams with 120 people in each team. Under the leadership of the two master gods, these 2,400 people served as the vanguard. They were the core combat power of this assault. The second team consisted of tens of thousands of ordinary Supreme Dao elite warriors. Each of them was led by a powerful heavenly Supreme Dao elite warrior. They were in charge of occupying and clearing the land. This time, although the Weathering Land did not send out all their forces, they had basically sent out all their elites. Everyone, do you see that boundless soaring of Galaxia boundary? On the other side of the boundary is our future home. The Weathering Land is facing a calamity. We must find a suitable place for us to stay. The Tianxian Land is the most suitable plane. Do you want to rebuild a home, or do you want to live like homeless dogs? Give me an answer. The Wind Master God swept across everyone's face with his piercing gaze. This kind of tone caused everyone's heart to surge violently. Everyone had witnessed the current situation of the Weathering Land. It would be impossible to rebuild on the foundation of the Weathering Land. With such destruction, unless the Master of Creation could turn stone into gold, it would be a daydream to rebuild a home on the foundation of the Weathering Land. The only way out for the Weathering Land was to walk out. To find another home. A new home that belonged to them. Currently, the Tianxian Land was their target. Either they would become homeless dogs, or they would seize the profound sky continent and make it their new home. This was not a difficult choice at all. They did not need to hesitate. Inside each person's heart, there was a common thought, a desire to invade. A chorus of giant roars was a response. Looking at the uplifted crowd, the Wind Master God was extremely satisfied. He turned around and said to the Cloud Master God, "Second, how about it? Are the hearts of the people working?" The Cloud Master God also laughed happily. "Great, with this state, there is no need to worry about not taking down the Tianxian Land. Do you want to say something?" The Wind Master God asked with a smile. The Cloud Master God nodded and cleared his throat. He said with a clear voice, "Everyone, I believe you are already clear about the meaning of this battle. I only have one request for you, and that is to do your best and unite as one. Theoretically speaking, our Fengyun continent should have a 90% chance of winning this battle. However, when going to a strange place, there might always be some unexpected accidents. Therefore, they could only succeed in taking down the Tianxian Land by being united and giving their all. We need to use the least amount of resources and sacrifice. Remember, we are looking for a home to live on, not a graveyard to sleep in. Therefore, my advice to all of you is to not underestimate the enemy. In terms of the difference between the Fengyun Land and the Tianxian Land, the battle from tens and thousands of years ago had fully demonstrated it. If it weren't for the fact that the Wind and Cloud Master Gods were mindful of their reputations and did not take action personally, they would have conquered the profound sky continent in that battle tens of thousands of years ago. And there wouldn't be such a later story. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. However, it was better to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. This battle must be won. Did you hear that? Don't be arrogant, don't underestimate your enemy, but don't belittle yourself either. Children, let the ants of the Tianxian Land experience the true power of a powerful plane. Let's go. The Wind Master God waved his hand and issued the order. Transforming into two rays of divine light, he and the Cloud Master God stepped onto the Master God flying ship and headed towards the Tianxian land plane in a grandiose manner. More than a dozen flying boats were flying in the vast galaxy. In less than a day, they arrived above the soaring of Galaxia barrier. The Wind and Cloud Master Gods left the Master God flying ship and floated in the sky. They observed the movements of the airflow around the soaring of Galaxia barrier. After observing for a while, the Cloud Master God nodded. "Big brother, there are no abnormal movements. Although this soaring of Galaxia barrier is getting thinner, there are no loopholes. The martial artists of the Tianxian land will not leave the land." The Wind Master God laughed and said leisurely, "Then let's give them a surprise. They have been lonely for tens and thousands of years. I think they are somewhat bored." The Cloud Master God understood tacitly as the two of them channeled their divine skills. That octagonal lotus hammer flew out from the sleeve of the Wind Master God and transformed into colorful lights that filled the sky. Like a giant umbrella holding up the sky, it kept opening up. The shape of this octagonal lotus hammer was extremely beautiful. Once it was activated, all 8 corners opened up and dazzled like a blooming lotus. Go! 2 astonishing bursts of energy, carrying with them the aura of wind and clouds, swept through the void and pushed the octagonal lotus hammer, smashing it towards the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Boom! Instantly, the power of this attack exploded on the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Like a heavy bomb exploding on a calm surface, countless airflows kicked up waves and began to boil in the void. As though the airflow had suddenly exploded, it transformed into tens of thousands of airflows that shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling meteor shower fell from the sky. Boom! The Master God's power pushed the octagonal lotus hammer and continued to bombard it. At first, it was just a small crack that was blasted open. Then, the crack grew larger and deeper, forming a giant hole. Like a giant whirlpool in the heavenly river, it continued to sink. This sort of earth-shattering aura caused the stars around the Tian land to dim and change in color. Inwardly, the wind and cloud master gods were also feeling apprehensive. They did not underestimate the defensive barrier of the Tian land and had always valued it. Now, after using the heavenly honorable divine weapon to bombard it, they finally knew that this soaring of Galaxia barrier was not a bluff. Under the repeated bombardment of their heavenly honorable divine weapon, they still could not break it open completely. Although a giant hole had already appeared on the soaring of Galaxia barrier, it was clear that they would need to bombard it 3 more times in order to completely destroy it. However, this was where the power of the heavenly honorable divine weapon lay. After driving it with all their strength and bombarding it so many times, in fact, they were already at the point where they were completely exhausted. They were simply incapable of supporting 3 more bombardments. The Wind Master God let out a bitter laugh. Second, this soaring of Galaxia barrier is much more troublesome than you and I thought. It's hard to believe that those ants of the Tian land, even with their divine souls sealed, could it be this tough? The Cloud Master God sighed. It seems that those legends about the Tian land have some basis. Big brother, this is an opportunity and also a challenge. Yes, you and I will rest for half a day and recover some vitality. When we have recovered, we will bombard it again and break it in one go. The Wind Master God said. The Cloud Master God nodded and ordered in a clear voice, "Everyone, wait for orders. Listen to my orders." Inside the Tongtian Tower of the Tian land, clearly all paramount totem elite warriors had already sensed the rumbling sensation of the soaring of Galaxia barrier on the verge of collapse. Each of them trembled with fear as they immediately stood up to observe. They only saw that on top of the peaceful soaring of Galaxia barrier, all of a sudden, the airflow was boiling like boiling water. Suddenly, the entire soaring of Galaxia barrier was on the verge of collapse and could shatter at any moment. The complexion of Golden Ray Dragon King changed drastically. They came this quickly? Wang Chan also inhaled a breath of cold air and was the first to react. Inform Wu Shuang first. Initially, Xian Yuanyang was extremely hostile to the Qin clan. Now, following Qin Wu Shuang's domineering attitude, Xian Yuanyang kept putting down his stance as the paramount totem elite warrior. Up to this point, he had no choice but to lower his noble head. Currently, Qin Wu Shuang was the undisputed savior of the Tian land. Not to mention them, the paramount totem elite warriors, even the rulers of the Tian land, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, followed Qin Wu Shuang's lead blindly. Not to mention, after Qin Wu Shuang soared to the Galaxia, he brought back a group of tigers and wolves from the outside world. He allowed them to see what it meant to have a sky beyond a sky. Staying in such a corner of the Tian land, they were too isolated. When the group of elite warriors reacted, they passed this news to Qin Wu Shuang immediately. Finally, they are here? Qin Wu Shuang slowly walked out from the Holy Emperor's flying boat. With a smile, he looked at everyone at the scene. Everyone, it seems the Weathering Land can no longer hold back. This is the battle they have been looking forward to for a long time. However, Isn't this also the battle we have been looking forward to for a long time? The sound demon roared with laughter. Young master, this battle will be the battle that will make you famous. You must display your imposing manner, your prestige, and show off your power to the Weathering Land. After all these years of consolidation, Qin Wushuang had also achieved substantial consolidation at the Master God stage. Especially when combining the skills of various major weapons, he had trained them to a brand new level. He was not boasting, but for that soaring of Galaxia barrier, he could definitely hold back 10,000 enemies. At the moment, he revealed a light smile and said, "Sound demon, gather the divine guards and support me. I will take the lead." The sound demon laughed. "Young master, do you plan to leave me behind? There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." Qin Wushuang revealed a leisurely smile. "You 9 great demon gods can mingle with the divine guards. Listen to my orders." Then, he turned to say to Li Buyi, senior brother, "You are in charge of stabilizing the situation at the Tianxian land. For this battle, I will not let them burn the flames of war into the Tianxian land." Li Buyi nodded seriously. "Okay, Wushuang, you must take care. Ha ha. Those bastards from the Weathering Land should take care." The sound demon roared with laughter and said to Qin Wushuang, "Young master, the team is already gathering. Get ready to go at any time." "Okay, in 15 minutes, we will head to the soaring of Galaxia Tower." In 15 minutes, the team departed on time. Initially, Qin Wushuang had rescued this divine guards from the 10,000 Lost Track Palace. Although there were less than 3,000 people, each of them were elites. They were not inferior to the overall quality of the team from the Weathering Land. After all, they were all subordinates of the Sound Demon, the 9 great demon gods. Naturally, the subordinates of a heavenly warrior were stronger than the elites from the Weathering Land. The mighty team gathered at the soaring of Galaxia Tower. When those paramount totem elite warriors saw such an imposing team, they were so astonished that they could not speak. Among this team of 3,000 people, at least 300 or 500 of them were above them in terms of individual strength. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 978. Wang Chan had a good relationship with Qin Wushuang. He welcomed him with a smile. "Peerless Master God, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Among these people, only Wang Chan dared to make fun of Qin Wushuang. When that Xian Yuan Yang saw Qin Wushuang, he no longer had the arrogance and aggressiveness he had in the past. He evaded his eyes and appeared extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang was not a person who held grudges. He only smiled lightly and said to Wang Chan and the others, "Everyone, my senior brother Li Buyi is waiting for you down there. The general situation of the Tianxian land still needs your prestige to stabilize it. For now, you don't need to get involved with the soaring of Galaxia barrier." Upon hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, Wang Chan and the others would not step out bravely. After all, they knew that once the great army of the Wind and Cloudland pressed on the border, they would not have much of a chance to contribute. With their strength, before the great army of the Wind and Cloudland, they were only ordinary chess pieces. Since they did not need to charge and break through enemy lines, they would not be pretentious and display their so-called hot-bloodedness. Instead, they knew the situation and left. Of course, they must say a few words of courtesy. After Wang Chan and the others left, Qin Wushuang let the divine guards rest temporarily at the soaring of Galaxia Tower. He took a few elite warriors to the highest point to observe the situation of the soaring of Galaxia barrier. At this moment, the attack from the Wind and Cloudland had stopped. Although the soaring of Galaxia barrier was rather chaotic, it was still rather stable. However, the cracks on the Starry River boundary formation were already very clear. "Impressive," Heavenly Venerate Enmore murmured. "Boss, what's so powerful about this?" Tu Wang did not mind. "I think it's just that. The attack power is not strong. If it was strong enough, it would have been blasted open already." "What do you know?" The sound demon laughed strangely. "I am saying that this soaring of Galaxia barrier is powerful. It could hold on until now after being attacked by a heavenly honorable divine weapon. Young master, your Tianxian land is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, ha ha. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, back then, the ancestors of the profound sky continent sacrificed their souls to lay down this astral river barrier. If it weren't for my master secretly exerting some strength, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to withstand the tiger-like momentum of the Fengyun continent. If you want to talk about how powerful my master is, he can delay the attack for tens of thousands of years with a few casual moves. That's the true power. Haha, that's what I meant. Young master, your master is amazing. I'm afraid he's no worse than that old man Kai Yang. The sound demon was rather pertinent. Sound demon, don't just brag. Look, why did the Fengyun continent suddenly stop attacking? It can't be that he retreated in the face of difficulties, right? The sound demon chuckled. Retreat in the face of difficulties? Young master, aren't you underestimating the courage of those fugitives? Unless a butcher's knife is placed over their heads, it's wishful thinking to expect them to retreat in the face of difficulties. That's for the best. Qin Wushuang sneered. Let's tell them now that this is our territory and they can't do whatever they want. Tens of thousands of years ago, they invaded the profound sky continent and did whatever they wanted. Tens of thousands of years later, we must let them know that the profound sky continent is a forbidden area that they can never touch. All right, young master, I realize you're becoming more domineering, the sound demon teased. When facing an opponent at the master god level, the sound demon truly could not muster up the energy to be serious. Now, his power was almost fully recovered. Unless the heavenly lord of the great Qian came to kill him personally, it would be impossible for the sound demon to take him seriously. Qin Wushuang looked at the tottering astral river barrier and said with a smile, everyone, why don't you and I work together to blast open this astral river barrier, how about it? All right. 10 figures rose from the ground. Each of them revealed their strongest weapons and crashed towards the gap in the astral river barrier with loud rumbles. Boom. The astral river barrier that was already in tatters finally shattered completely under the ravaging of this powerful attack. Like a mirror that was smashed into smithereens, flowing lights flew everywhere and surged with splendor. It was as if an incomparably magnificent meteor shower had started to fall again. At the same time, in this extremely dazzling meteor shower, a valiant figure with intense purple light soared into the clouds from below and dashed towards the boundless astral river. This person carried a pair of swords on his back and crossed his arms over his chest. He had a handsome appearance, a tall and straight posture, and sharp edges. Coupled with his sharp, blade-like features and temperament, he was like a sharp and austere blade that hung in the vast astral river. Hey! The wind and cloud master god became alert the moment the astral river barrier shattered. The guardian team from all around also consciously gathered around and formed a defensive wall. The wind and cloud master gods looked into the distance and saw that on the other side of the profound sky continent, there was only a young man in the midst of a soaring purple cloud. He stood heroically on the other side of the astral river, giving people a feeling of grandeur and grandeur. Big brother, what's going on? The Cloud Master God was a little confused. Judging by the aura of the barrier shattering, it had clearly broken out from within the profound sky continent. Logically speaking, the profound sky continent did not even have the time to surround the astral river barrier. Why would they be so crazy as to take the initiative to shatter it? This was simply subverting all common knowledge. There was definitely something fishy going on. The corner of the Cloud Master God's mouth twitched slightly as he muttered, "Big brother, it seems that we have still underestimated the profound sky continent." What do you mean? The Wind Master God's heart tightened as well. These two were powerful beings who had been master gods for many years. Naturally, they had extremely sharp eyesight. When they saw Qin Wushuang standing there with such an imposing aura, they could already tell what was going on. Master God! The profound sky continent has actually produced their own master god. The Cloud Master God said in disbelief, "Big brother, the aura of this young man is not inferior to yours or mine." The Wind Master God sneered coldly, "So what? He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Even if he were to become a master god by luck, How could he fight against you and me? I think there's an 80% chance that the profound sky continent has indeed had some fortuitous encounters that have given birth to this upstart kid. Look at how brazenly this kid is swaggering up here alone. Clearly, this is an impulsive action of a young man. Just by looking at this point alone, we know that this person is not difficult to deal with. The Cloud Master God felt that the Wind Master God's judgment was not without basis. It was just that this accident had come a little too suddenly and was not on the path that they had planned. This feeling of deviating from the path gave him a vague ominous feeling in his heart. Big brother, how's your situation? I've recovered about 70% to 80%. How about you? The Wind Master God asked. I've also recovered about 70% to 80%. The Cloud Master God said, Big brother, I'll go test him out and find out what sort of background this young man has. Alright, number 2, it'll be good for you to go meet him. The Wind Master God nodded in agreement. The Cloud Master God flew out of the flying ship. Riding on the Master God auspicious light, he dashed to the other side of the galaxy and came to a stop 3,000 meters away from Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang let out a cold laugh. What, with the army of the Wind and Cloud continent bearing down on our borders, could it be that you still want to be gracious and play a one-on-one game with me? Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's words, the Cloud Master God had even more doubts in his heart. What is your background? By the looks of it, you don't seem to be an elite warrior from the profound sky continent, right? Qin Wushuang smiled calmly. I'm not an elite warrior from the profound sky continent, so I don't think I need to trouble you people of the Wind and Cloud continent to interfere, right? If I'm not wrong, between the Wind and Cloud Master Gods, you must be that Cloud Master God. Having his identity exposed, the Cloud Master God was even more bewildered. Clearly, this young man had some understanding of their background. His appearance here was definitely not an accident, but a premeditated one. Back then, the profound sky continent offended my Wind and Cloud continent. Today, we must settle the grudge that has spanned tens of thousands of years. Are you an elite warrior from the profound sky continent? If not, there's no need for you to get involved in this quarrel. In the end, the Cloud Master God did not wish to fall out with Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, he still harbored some hope. Offended. I only heard that tens of thousands of years ago, a group of foreign tribes invaded the profound sky continent like tigers and wolves. They were either killed or sealed by the ancestors of the profound sky continent. There was also a group of remaining spies hidden in various places of the profound sky continent. In these 100 years, they were completely dug out and wiped out. I wonder, where is the offense you're talking about? Qin Wushuang's words were neither salty nor mild. Yet, like a sharp knife, they pierced the Cloud Master God's divine soul. Just who are you? From what I know, the profound sky continent cannot nurture elite warriors of the Master God level, right? If you want to stand out forcefully, I'm afraid it's not a wise choice, right? Ha ha, what a good way to stand out forcefully. Qin Wushuang scolded angrily. Although your Wind and Cloud continent has the ambition to be a bandit, is your brain made of paste? I came from the profound sky continent, so if I'm not from the profound sky continent, where am I from? Impossible. I know the weight of the profound sky continent very well. Tens of thousands of years ago, the strongest warrior in the profound sky continent was an advanced fifth calamity heavenly god. Now, after tens of thousands of years, the soaring of Galaxia boundary has been sealed. How could a Master God elite warrior appear? Don't you know how to lie? Qin Wushuang did not argue. So what if I'm not an elite warrior of the profound sky continent? In the end, that wolf-like team behind you wants to run over me, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. It's not easy to cultivate to your level of strength. You must know, a wise man submits to circumstances. Even if you are the Master God of the profound sky continent, with your divine skills alone, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Qin Wushuang laughed. Suddenly, his expression sank. It doesn't matter if you're a mantis trying to stop a chariot or walking right into a trap. I'll only know what's going on after I try. Let's see, will your so-called 100,000 supreme Tao stones sink into the ocean, or will my mantis arm be broken by you? Are you really going to stop me? Cloud Master God's tone became stern. When friends come, good wine will be served. When vicious dogs come, sticks will be used to greet them. You vicious dogs have been barking at the door of the profound sky continent for tens of thousands of years. It's time to clean them up. Don't you want some peace and quiet? Qin Wushuang's tone was incomparably sharp and did not leave any leeway. Cloud Master God was furious, but he laughed loudly. Good, such big words. Let me see just how many divine skills you have that you dare to boast. Before his voice had dropped, the clouds around Cloud Master God floated up rapidly as if dancing, forming rings of cloud waves. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Qin Wushuang did not dare to be negligent. It was his first time fighting against a master god. He must be 120% alert. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 979. A battle at the Master God level was absolutely astonishing. Before the two great warriors had even made a move, the entire sky above the profound sky continent was already densely covered with nebulae. All kinds of energy fluctuations were like rolling ocean waves, rolling in the sky above the boundless galaxy, forming a magnificent scene. Below, inside the Star River Skysplit Tower, Heavenly Sovereign Yin Mo leisurely crossed his legs. His expression was extremely relaxed. Clearly, he was not worried about Qin Wushuang for this battle. On the other hand, Lin Jingfeng's expression was somewhat strange. It was not because of old ties. In fact, although he was the last disciple of the Wind Master God, he did not have any feelings for the Wind Master God because the latter had killed all his family members. However, Lin Jingfeng was well aware of the Wind Master God's formidable strength. Now that the Wind Master God had finally arrived, Lin Jingfeng's fear towards him was still more or less ingrained in his bones. Jingfeng, what are you nervous about? The sound demon smiled faintly, but a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. Clearly, he was a little displeased by this disciple's lack of composure. How would Lin Jingfeng dare to reply? He could only smile apologetically. Fortunately, the sound demon did not pursue the matter. Instead, he asked, Jingfeng, you have cultivated with the Wind Master God for so long. You should know some details about the Wind Cloud mainland. Just what kind of backing does the Wind and Cloud Master Gods of the Wind Cloud mainland have that they would dare to invade other dimensions with such fanfare in the Great Qian Star Zone? In this aspect, Lin Jingfeng more or less knew a little. He said, the greatest backing of the Wind Cloud mainland is the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian. And that Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian is said to be very close to powerful beings at the level of the Holy Emperor. The two master gods of the Wind Cloud mainland are the confidants of the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian and also his henchmen. There are many things that the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian can't do personally, so the Wind and Cloud Master Gods would do it for him in secret. Therefore, their relationship is very close. It's no wonder that they can do whatever they want in the Great Qian Star Zone after hugging the thigh of the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian Star Zone. The sound demon's tone had a trace of disdain. In his opinion, even the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian was nothing. In a place like the Grand Qian Star Zone, the sound demon, who had run amok in the past, didn't care about this place at all. However, whether the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian really had any shady dealings with the Holy Emperor was indeed something worth paying attention to. If he were to accidentally offend a powerful being like the Holy Emperor, he would be in a lot of trouble. The sound demon was very conceited and looked down on celestial venerables. However, a heavenly king, even the weakest heavenly sovereign, would be able to kill his strongest heavenly sovereign in a split second. Celestial venerables were eighth tribulation heavenly gods. The Holy Emperor, on the other hand, had gone through 9 tribulations and was an immortal existence. Other than the ruler of the Deluo universe, the Holy Emperor was the strongest existence. The Holy Emperor was a super expert who had touched the core of the universe. He was a top expert who had comprehended the laws of time and space. Therefore, Experts at the level of the Holy Emperor were called experts at the level of a small universe. What was the universe? It was called the universe, and since ancient times, it had been called the universe. The universe actually meant an infinite amount of time and space. It was all-encompassing and meant everything. In fact, any heavenly supreme Tao expert had already begun to dabble in the control of the universe's origin power. It was only when one reached the Lord God level that one could be considered to have reached the next level. A Lord God's ability to control laws was applicable to a plane. He could control the day and night, the 4 seasons, and so on. These laws couldn't be compared to the space-time laws of the entire Deluo universe. However, there were countless cultivators in the Deluo universe, and very few could become lords. Of course, the sound demon didn't care about the wind and cloud lords, but it didn't mean that the others could do the same. Everyone, including the second demon Venerable Tu Wang, wanted to feast their eyes on it. At the level of a lord, unless it was an extremely important occasion, there were very few opportunities for lords to directly confront each other. This was because a battle of this level would either not be fought, or once it began, it would be earth-shattering. The scope and destructive power of the battle would be unpredictable. If they fought fiercely in a certain plane, it could even destroy the entire plane. Day and night would be reversed, and the 4 seasons would be abnormal. This was because a battle between lords, apart from a physical fight, also contained the power of the natural order. Once the power of the natural order clashed, it would completely disrupt the natural order of the plane. This would lead to chaos in the plane, and large-scale climate abnormalities and geological changes would occur, leading to the end of the plane. Therefore, in a battle between lords, if they could control it, they generally wouldn't use the power of the natural order excessively. If they wanted to use the power of the natural order in a battle, they would have to choose an uninhabited plane where no race existed, or they might as well fight fiercely in the skies above the vast galaxy. Although a fierce battle in the galaxy could trigger a space-time vortex at any time. Once the space-time vortex was triggered, even a Lord God-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand its suction power. Once caught in the space-time vortex, even a Lord God-level expert wouldn't have much hope of escaping. If it was a heavenly supreme Tao expert below the Lord God level, only death would await them. It would be a miracle if they could survive. But of course, only heavenly supreme Tao experts and above could charge into the galaxy. As for experts below the heavenly supreme Tao level, they didn't even have the ability to charge into the galaxy, let alone enter it. The Heaven Branch Kuei Wolf Twin Swords were like 2 azure dragons that were roaming the great void. With an aura that could devour the entire galaxy, they swallowed and spat in the skies above the galaxy with an extremely terrifying might. These 2 azure dragon auras swept through the skies as though they could shatter the entire galaxy. With long tails, they struck out at the Cloud Master God relentlessly. Qin Wushuang was filled with confidence. Facing the Cloud Master God who had made a name for himself for hundreds of thousands of years, his control of the Heaven Branch Kuei Wolf Twin Swords was extremely adept, causing the Cloud Master God to be at a loss. The Cloud Master God did not underestimate his opponent. Right from the start, he was 120% focused. But, it was only when they truly exchanged blows that he realized just how frightening this young man was. However, the Cloud Master God still felt that the reason why this young man had launched such an attack right from the start was because he was worried that he wouldn't have enough stamina to back it up. Therefore, he wanted to take him down a notch. The Cloud Master God had been through countless life and death battles. His battle experience was much richer than Qin Wushuang's. Therefore, even though he looked a little passive on the surface, he did not lose his composure. On the contrary, he was extremely calm as he observed every single move that Qin Wushuang made. A battle at the level of Master Gods would naturally not be one where you slashed with your saber and I slashed with my sword. The spirits of Master Gods were abnormally strong. Using their spirits to control legendary weapons, the scope of the battle spanned thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, moving at the speed of light. Under the pincer attack of the 2 swords, even though the Cloud Master God did not end up in a wretched state, he could not do so with ease either. In truth, even though the Cloud Master God did not lose his composure, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. After all, He had not expected that this opponent would be this difficult to deal with. Such a young master god. Even if he were a master god of the Tianqian continent, he would at most have broken through to become a master god within the past 100 years. For an opponent like this, even if he was extremely talented, he should not be that difficult to deal with. However, it was only when they exchanged blows that the Cloud Master God realized just how wrong his judgment was. Under the ferocious attacks of Qin Wushuang, the Cloud Master God realized that it was a fool's dream to think of finding a chance to counterattack while defending. It was obvious that his opponent's attack was not as simple as he had expected. On the contrary, the other party's attacks were not only continuous and relentless, but the most frightening thing was that he had an extremely good grasp of the rhythm. He did not just chase after the enemy relentlessly, but was attacking from the most difficult angles to defend from. Every single time the Cloud Master God felt that there was an opening that he could exploit, the other party's attacks would arrive like a phantom. The coordination of those two swords could be said to be flawless as well. Such a frightening attack had the Cloud Master God wondering if this opponent was one of those old freaks who was adept at hiding his age. The frightening thing was not just the ferocity of the attacks. The opponent's experience and judgment were even more mature. Even a master god like the Cloud Master God who had been on the battlefield for a long time could not find a single opening. Since when did such a frightening young man appear in the Tianqian continent? The Cloud Master God had a stomach full of questions. However, this was clearly not the time for him to be puzzled. Under such a ferocious and impenetrable attack, dodging blindly would not only affect the morale of the enemy, it would also make it easier for the enemy to break through his defenses. Even though it was not to the extent of a complete defeat, the Cloud Master God did not wish to see his opponent gain the upper hand all the time. Furthermore, the great army of the Wind Cloud continent was watching the battle from the back. The Cloud Master God spread out his arms as though a pair of gigantic wings were spreading out between his arms. As those wings flapped a couple of times, the surrounding nebulas seemed to have been summoned as they gathered over at a rapid speed. Around the Cloud Master God, clusters of nebulas formed a gigantic diagram that resembled a giant that could support the heavens. The defense formed by those nebulas was like a series of shields that allowed Qin Wushuang to control the two swords and attack relentlessly. Within those nebulas, the Dharma powers of the Cloud Master God split into thousands and thousands of them. It was as though there was a Dharma golden body behind every single cluster of nebulas. Qin Wushuang was secretly startled. Looking at the transformations of the Dharma powers, he knew that this was a change of the rules of the universe. It was completely different from the usual illusions. Indeed, the Sky Branch Kuei Wolf twin swords had lost their target of attack amidst the illusions of the changes of the rules. Like two frenzied bulls that had lost their target, they circled wildly in the skies. They let out a series of mournful sword cries. Qin Wushuang snorted coldly as he glared with his Dharma eyes. His body spun rapidly as well, activating the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Under the stimulation of the power of the divine Tao, his Dharma body was transforming continuously as well. All of a sudden, Qin Wushuang grabbed out with a single arm, grabbing the graceful spiritual bow in his hands. Within the graceful spiritual bow, the spirit of the Shura of Gojosian was unprecedentedly active as it communicated with Qin Wushuang passionately. Wushuang, go, devour him. Devour him. If there's a powerful being of the Master God level serving as a feast for me, the power of my spirit will recover by at least 20 to 30%. Go. Devour him. The graceful spiritual bow shone with a strange golden glow that was as scorching as the blazing sun. It was as though the wild aura that had been suppressed for millions of years was looking for a target to vent it on. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 980. Just as the Cloud Master God was about to deploy his mystic skills, he suddenly sensed that the bow of the other party was giving off a deterrence that was completely different from the other party's cultivation state. This was a deterrence that was way above that of the Master God state. An intense feeling of uneasiness surged into his heart. Even though the Cloud Master God's body had turned into a million different forms, he discovered that the bow that was shining with a boundless golden light seemed to be able to see through everything. It was able to see through all of his illusions and true forms. This sort of shock caused the Cloud Master God to feel an inexplicable sense of fear surging through his entire body. A pressure of death that he had never experienced before suddenly surged out from within his heart. Kill, kill, kill. A series of violent voices rang out from the depths of Qin Wushuang's consciousness, howling out endlessly. This voice seemed to be a spell that could lure people into the devil realm. It was extremely piercing to the ears and caused Qin Wushuang's blood to surge violently. A surge of strong murderous intentions overflowed inside his spiritual perception. Kill. Within the graceful spiritual bow, Shura of Gojosian's desire to attack had already reached its peak. Swoosh. The graceful spiritual bow shot out a golden glow that illuminated the entire galaxy. Like 9 scorching suns, the 9 arrows brought with them the devouring power of the entire galaxy as they surged out. Bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, the aura was like 9 rampaging scarlet dragons that tore all of the illusions of the Cloud Master God into shreds. Under an attack as such, the defenses of the Cloud Master God were like tofu that crumbled apart completely. This was a despair that he had never experienced before, causing the Cloud Master God to almost lose his ability to think for a moment. Right at this moment, the Wind Master God, who was watching the battle from afar, realized that something was amiss. He sent a voice transmission through his consciousness. Old 2, brace yourself. There's something strange about that demonic bow. As the Wind Master God spoke, he did not even hesitate as he jerked his arms and raised the octagonal lotus hammer with both hands. Soaring into the skies, he smashed down over. Clearly, the Wind Master God had also realized that he had to rush to the rescue first. Otherwise, his most trusted brother who had been partners with him for hundreds of thousands of years was going to lose his life right here. The octagonal lotus hammer soared into the skies as 8 lotus petals shot out circles and circles of ripples. Those air currents were pink, faint green, and orange-yellow, the 3 most dazzling colors. Amidst the ripples, the octagonal lotus hammer completely unfurled. It was like a huge lotus flower, blooming with a dazzling brilliance above the galaxy. Qin Wushuang looked up. The 8 lotus-shaped airflow was like 4 pairs of echoing wings, gently opening and closing, giving people a great visual impact. Under this 8-petal lotus flower, Qin Wushuang's body appeared abnormally small as if he was an ant crawling under a giant tree. The 8-petaled lotus flower suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the huge octagonal hammer suddenly tilted and smashed down with a loud bang. The 3 rays of light condensed into the illusion of 3 giant hammers, which smashed down towards Qin Wushuang. This octagonal lotus hammer was a heavenly venerate divine artifact. When it was used, its aura was immediately revealed. Qin Wushuang felt as if the sky above his head had suddenly collapsed. A series of tremendous pressure caused the surrounding airflow to turn into a ball of paste, wrapping around his spell body tightly. In that instant, Qin Wushuang felt as though the heavens and earth were rising and falling. Qin Wushuang did not think too much about it. The graceful spiritual bow that was initially aimed at the Cloud Master God did not require much guidance as it turned around and shot upwards. Under the guidance of the Shura of Gojosian's powerful spirit, 9 sun-shooting arrows were directed towards that 8-petaled lotus flower in an extremely targeted manner. The remaining sun-shooting arrow actually bypassed the octagonal lotus hammer and pierced through the clouds as though it was piercing through metal and rocks, shooting towards the Wind Master God who was hiding in the shadows. This was an arrow of wrath, an arrow of the pinnacle. The Wind Master God could feel that the arrow was extremely fast, and extremely accurate as it shot towards his glabella. When the Wind Master God saw how the arrow could pierce through the clouds and the might of the octagonal lotus hammer, he was evidently taken aback. Not daring to be careless, his spell body curled up and turned into a gust of wind as he dodged that horrifying arrow. That arrow turned into a golden streak of light that resembled a yellow dragon in the void. It followed closely behind the Wind Master God's spell body and tangled with him, giving off an aura that would not rest until one of them was dead. Qin Wushuang's spirit was enraged. To think that there would be someone who would be so shameless as to launch a sneak attack from behind in this Master God duel. Furthermore, the person who launched the sneak attack was clearly a Master God as well. Without a doubt, the one who was on the same side as the Cloud Master God must be another Master God of the Wind Cloud continent, the Wind Master God. Right at that moment, a leisurely voice drifted over from the side of Qin Wushuang's ears. Young Master, focus on dealing with the Cloud Master God. Leave the sneak attacker to me. The voice of the sound demon gave Qin Wushuang a huge boost of morale. One-on-one, he did not fear the Cloud Master God at all. Given the strength of the graceful spiritual bow and the heavenly branch Kuei wolf, it was more than enough for him to gain an overwhelming advantage. If the Wind and Cloud Master Gods were to join forces, he would have to make use of his trump card, the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. At that moment, Qin Wushuang did not wish to make use of the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. Revealing too many trump cards was definitely not a good thing. This was especially the case for a treasure like the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. It would definitely be extremely eye-catching. If he were to make use of it, he would have to kill all of them. If any one of them were to escape and expose these treasures, it would be extremely troublesome. Back in the days of the Great Luo universe, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang was a famous Holy Emperor. Among all the Holy Emperor powerful beings, he was a super Holy Emperor who could rank in the top 10. His legacy treasure would definitely be extremely attractive. With a wave of the graceful spiritual bow, the sun-shooting arrow was summoned back. Initially, the octagonal lotus hammer was entangled by the sun-shooting arrow, but it also loosened. Initially, the Wind Master God was feeling somewhat pressured. Now that the pressure had been lifted, he could not help but feel wild joy. Overjoyed, he called out to the Cloud Master God, "Second, you and I will activate the heavenly honorable divine weapon together and kill this kid." He also knew clearly that although the Cloud Master God could not beat that kid in a one-on-one fight, most likely the result would be the same if it was the Wind Master God. Therefore, he hoped that the Cloud Master God would join forces with him to unleash the full power of the heavenly honorable divine weapon and kill this kid of unknown origin. From their point of view, once they took down this kid, the Tianxian land would be at their fingertips. And this kid would only be a small interlude before they could attack the Tianxian land. No wonder the Wind and Cloud Master Gods were old partners for hundreds of thousands of years. As soon as their divine souls communicated, they formed a response. 2 balls of Master God Qi, 1 ball of wind and 1 ball of cloud, resonated with each other continuously, supporting the octagonal lotus hammer and using the Qi of wind and cloud to propel it. Under the peak activation of the 2 Master Gods' powers, the might of the octagonal lotus hammer was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before. Those 8 gigantic lotus petals fluttered about continuously, conjuring all sorts of Dharma figures and mighty Vajras that bared their fangs and claws as they pounced towards Qin Wushuang. In the middle of the octagonal lotus hammer, it was as though a bright lamp had been lit up, shooting out a brilliant light that was exceptionally dazzling. That light was clearly a little strange, as all sorts of illusions were actually stimulating his 5 senses. For a moment, all sorts of illusions were rumbling within Qin Wushuang's divine soul. Illusions. These are all illusions. As Qin Wushuang exhorted repeatedly, the illusions before him seemed as though they could peer into his heart, creating all sorts of illusions that were extremely tragic. To think that all of them would have something to do with his dearest loved ones. All sorts of bloody and mangled scenes caused Qin Wushuang to feel exceptionally vexed. Even though he knew that these were illusions, he still had the urge to vomit blood. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang's divine soul was exceptionally powerful, and he was actually not the least bit confused by these illusions. His gaze was as cold as a knife as he stared at the bright lamp above the octagonal lotus hammer. With a cold snort, he suddenly drew the graceful spiritual bow, and the shooting sun arrow transformed into a long golden rainbow that shot towards that bright lamp. In the vast galaxy, the shooting sun arrow arced through the air in a beautiful arc, like a perfect shooting star as it struck that bright lamp. Boom! The dazzling light caused all of the stars in the galaxy to dim and lose their color. In this battle, the most dazzling and brilliant scene had finally unfolded. The second clash between the graceful spiritual bow and the octagonal lotus hammer had, at this moment, reached its peak state. The wind and cloud sovereigns understood tacitly, and there was only one thought in their minds: to kill their opponent. This terrifying opponent possessed such terrifying skills at such a young age. If they were to allow him to grow, the consequences would be even more terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them worked together to activate the octagonal lotus hammer again. The 8 lotus petals swayed rapidly in the sky above the galaxy. Those 8 beautiful petals spun faster and faster in the wind, and the airflow they spread out also expanded. A whirlpool grew from small to big, and finally, it formed a giant whirlpool that could swallow the stars. It rolled towards Qin Wushuang. At this moment, beneath the Tianxian land, suddenly, a surge of divine light surged. A giant hand grabbed out of the void and directly grabbed the octagonal lotus hammer at the core of the whirlpool. With a grab of 5 fingers, it had grabbed the handle of the octagonal lotus hammer. Crack! The spinning speed of the octagonal lotus hammer was stopped. Almost in the time of a breath, that giant whirlpool had been reduced to ashes. Like raindrops, it scattered beneath the galaxy and drifted about. This unforeseen event had left the wind and cloud sovereigns dumbstruck. The octagonal lotus hammer had been broken apart while it was spinning at a high speed, and someone had grabbed it. What kind of concept was this? Without a doubt, the strength of their opponent was much, much more powerful than theirs. It was simply an overwhelming advantage. It was like a child brandishing a sword and a spear. Even though his moves were extravagant, he had been slapped by an adult. Such a sense of defeat had left the wind and cloud sovereigns dumbstruck. They had almost fallen into a petrified state. Since when did the Tianxian land have such a monstrous opponent? If such skills were the work of the heavenly lord of the great Qian, they would not find it too strange. However, without any warning, such an astonishing scene had occurred. It was no wonder they had such an exaggerated reaction. It was like a brawny man who was used to bullying a sickly man. Suddenly, one day, that sickly man sent him tumbling a few times with a single punch. Such an unexpected impact and psychological contrast could not be described with words. However, what had surprised them the most was not this elite warrior that had appeared out of nowhere. In the endless galaxy, a beam of light dragged out a figure. The figure's face was what had surprised them the most. A familiar face. A brother they could not be more familiar with, the Thunder Sovereign God. How could this be? The wind and cloud sovereigns were completely dumbstruck. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 981. Qin Wushuang pulled the graceful spiritual bow with a faint smile. Secretly, he ordered all the divine guards in the Galaxy Tower of Babel to focus their attention. Since the sound demon had already sacrificed herself, they would kill until the end in today's battle. No one could be left alive. Otherwise, even if they were not afraid of the heavenly lord of the great Qian galaxy, the entire Tianxian continent could not bear the fury of the entire great Qian galaxy. Although the wind and cloud continent did not have that much face, the masters of the other dimensions might not come to avenge them if they were destroyed. However, once the heavenly lord of the great Qian galaxy gave the order, the masters of the other dimensions would have no choice but to come. By then, they would not only have to face the masters of one dimension, but the pursuit of tens of thousands of masters from tens of thousands of dimensions. Even heavenly venerate sound demon would find it difficult to do anything under such circumstances. The heavenly lord of the great Qian galaxy was powerful, but the heavenly lord of the great Qian galaxy was not to be trifled with. Even if the sound demon was not afraid of the heavenly lord of the great Qian galaxy and could even gain a little advantage, what was the use? In the territory of the great Qian galaxy, compared to the army of tens of thousands of masters, they were like a drop in the ocean. They could be drowned in the whirlpool of human wave tactics at any time and be unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, even if the wind and cloud continent had sent out tens of thousands of troops, they could not be soft-hearted when it was time to exterminate them, not to mention the fact that the wind and cloud continent was the invader. Even if they did not have the nature of aggression, There was no justice to speak of in a war between two armies. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Qin Wushuang, who had lived 2 lives, understood this principle very deeply. He would never allow himself to make such a mistake. Of course, it would not be easy to exterminate the enemy's army of tens of thousands. With just their 3,000 guards, even if they were much more powerful than the enemy, it would be difficult for them to succeed. However, on the side of the 9 demon masters, there were 8 masters other than the sound demon. Once these 8 masters joined forces to form a master god whirlpool, not to mention tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people could escape. Moreover, Qin Wushuang had a trump card like the myriad god maze palace. This 10,000 god lost track palace was the best weapon to deal with human wave tactics. Years ago, the Holy Emperor, the Holy Lord of Heaven, had trapped the tens of thousands of soldiers under the command of the sound demon in the Pantheon Maze Palace and imprisoned their souls. Even heavenly venerable Enmore had no room to resist. Although Qin Wushuang's cultivation was far from the level of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, it was still far from his level. However, the myriad god mystic palace had the restrictions of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, so there was no need for Qin Wushuang to control it too much. As long as he activated it, he would be able to unleash 50 to 60% of its power. This was completely different from Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was no longer in a hurry. He smiled as he looked at this strange scene. When the Wind and Cloud Master Gods looked at the Thunder Master God, their eyes were filled with an incomparable shock. Master God Cloud called out, "Old 3, it's you?" The sound demon sneered. "That's right. It's me. It's me." The moment this voice rang out, the expressions of the Wind and Cloud Master Gods changed. How familiar were they with the Thunder Master God? When they heard this voice and tone, they immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Wind Master God snorted coldly as his expression changed drastically. "You're not old 3. Ha ha ha, how could I not be?" The sound demon cackled strangely. The Wind and Cloud Master Gods had seen how the other party had casually kept the octagonal lotus hammer. This strength was clearly far beyond the Thunder Master Gods. This was definitely not something an ordinary Master God could do. This person before them was definitely not the old 3 they were familiar with. In that case, their old 3 had indeed been harmed. Countless thoughts surged through their minds: the mysterious disappearance of the Black Magpie Star and the attack on the Windcloud continent. Could it be that this person before them was the culprit? And all of this had a lot to do with the profound Sky continent. At the thought of this, the Wind and Cloud Master Gods felt their hair stand on end. Initially, they had thought that everything was under their control. But now, they realized that the profound Sky continent that they had thought to be fish on the chopping block was actually a tough nut to crack. The root cause of all the disasters in the Windcloud continent was actually the profound Sky continent. This sudden psychological shock made the Wind and Cloud Master Gods realize that everything before them was a trap that the profound Sky continent had dug for them. They were waiting for them to jump in. They had endured for tens of thousands of years, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. When they thought of this, the Wind and Cloud Master Gods felt a chill run down their spines. Once again, they activated the octagonal lotus hammer. Communicating with their divine souls, they roared at the same time, "Destroy him." Even if this opponent was the Thunder Master God's body, they would still destroy him. This was not the time to act on impulse. When it concerned their life and death, they would not hesitate at all. Instantly, the 2 Master Gods activated their strongest attack. The octagonal lotus hammer moved, and the wind and clouds changed. It came crashing down like a storm. In the boundless galaxy, the attacks of the octagonal lotus hammer came in waves. The galaxy swayed, the sun and moon dimmed, as if it was going to destroy the entire void. Since the sound demon had made his move, naturally he would not be careless. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped onto the octagonal lotus hammer with a speed that seemed to chase after the stars and the moon. Stomping down with his heel, that tricolored radiance of the octagonal lotus hammer shattered instantly. One after another, the ripples were broken apart bit by bit. When Qin Wushuang caught sight of this, He opened up the graceful spiritual bow once more. 9 streaks of golden light and sun shooting arrows shot out together, rushing over with a momentum that could swallow the sun and moon. Immediately, the wind and cloud master gods, who were being attacked from 2 different directions, felt a chilling killing intent. Up in the sky, the sound demon grabbed the octagonal lotus hammer in his hands and tore off the seals on it in a couple of quick tugs. With a menacing expression, he roared out in laughter, "This octagonal lotus hammer is indeed a heavenly venerate god weapon. Very good, give it to me." The sound demon did not stand on ceremony in the slightest bit as he took the octagonal lotus hammer and took it for himself. The wind and cloud master gods saw that the heavenly venerate god weapon that they were most proud of could not even withstand a single blow before the other party, and was taken away for the second time. It was only then that they realized the difference between them as both of them howled out in horror. Turning into 2 bright streaks of light, they fled to the back. Their figures bolted towards that master god flying ship and were about to escape. Heavenly venerate Enmore sneered. He was already 1 step ahead. He arrived at the direction of the overgod's flying ship. He shook his arms and blasted out 2 powerful airflows, blasting 2 large holes in the overgod's flying ship. When the wind and cloud master gods caught sight of this, they were scared out of their wits. Shouting out, they called out to one another, "Split up and retreat. Everyone, retreat." The sound demon scoffed out coldly, "Do you think you can escape?" As he spoke, the devouring power of the graceful spiritual bow had already reached the side of the cloud master god. There was nowhere for the cloud master god to dodge as all of his defenses crumbled. With a loud roar, his physical body was pierced with 9 see-through holes. His consciousness was about to escape when it was suppressed by the light of the graceful spiritual bow. Shura of Gojosian's consciousness was gnawing on the cloud master god's consciousness greedily while howling out in delight. The wind master god and the cloud master god were of the same lineage. Upon hearing the tragic cries of the cloud master god, he immediately sensed that the latter had been killed. In a state of panic, he roared out, "Everyone, flee quickly and seek help from the great Chen star zone." Amidst the desperate howls of the wind master god, he was already caught by the sound demon. Being caught by the gigantic palm of the sound demon, the wind master god was like a mouse that had fallen under the claws of a cat as he howled out in despair. The sound demon did not stand on ceremony as he stuffed the wind master god into his mouth and started chewing loudly. He had actually devoured the wind master god's physical body along with his consciousness. The wind master god did not even have the chance to resist before he was devoured by the sound demon. Such a bizarre scene caused the surrounding Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Wind and Cloud continent to be scared witless. The Wind and Cloud master gods who had run amok in the Great Chen Star Zone had lost their lives at the same time in the skies of this remote Tien Shen land. They had once thought that this was a piece of juicy meat that was about to reach their mouths. Little did they expect that it would become their burial ground in the end. As soon as the Wind and Cloud master gods were killed, the other master gods of the 9 great demon gods spread out and sealed off all escape routes. As for Qin Wushuang, he brought out the myriad god disorienting palace. The tens of thousands of Supreme Tao soldiers of the Wind and Cloud continent did not have any chance to escape as they were all captured. This battle was taken down with such ease. The mortal enemy that had suppressed the Tien Shen continent for tens of thousands of years was destroyed with such ease. Qin Wushuang put away the myriad god disorienting palace and stood above the galaxy. Looking down at the Tien Shen continent, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. However, he knew that defeating the Wind and Cloud continent was only the beginning. If the following matters were not taken care of properly, perhaps an even greater disaster would follow closely. Qin Wushuang did not dare to be negligent at all as he called out to the sound demon and the others. The sound demon felt extremely satisfied after devouring a master god. He laughed out loud. "Young master, don't blame me. My hands were a little itchy just now and I couldn't help it." Qin Wushuang laughed. "If you didn't make a move, how could this battle have gone so smoothly? Ha ha, young master, don't be modest. If you had used the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda from the start, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The Wind and Cloud master gods only had a heavenly venerable divine weapon. Before the Holy Emperor's divine weapon, they were just trash. Despite saying this, the sound demon was still incomparably happy after putting away the octagonal lotus hammer. Qin Wushuang said, "The disappearance of the Wind and Cloud Continent's army will certainly alarm the great heavenly venerable. Does anyone have a solution?" The sound demon said with a smile, "This is simple. Let's return to the Tianxian continent quickly and fix the soaring of Galaxia barrier. We will pretend nothing happened. For this debt, let's deny it flatly. When the time is ripe, we will seize the great heavenly domain with thunderous momentum. By that time, it will be the time for you to build your own force." Most people agreed with this suggestion. Qin Wushuang did not object as he nodded. He looked at the resplendent Galaxia that had changed instantly. The traces of the previous great battle had almost disappeared completely. By the time the great heavenly domain investigated this place, their soaring of Galaxia barrier would have been fixed long ago. Even if the great heavenly domain could find this place, how could they investigate anything? The group did not linger and returned to the Tianxian continent quickly. With the strength of the sound demon and the others, repairing the soaring of Galaxia barrier was a piece of cake. In less than half a day, the soaring of Galaxia barrier was completely repaired. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 982. The battle above the Tianxian land was not soul-stirring. It was not as difficult as Li Buyi and the others had imagined. The entire process could not be considered a bloody battle. In fact, that battle was a battle where Qin Wushuang established his prestige. However, although the process was not worth mentioning, it did not mean the result was meaningless. To the Tianxian land, this result could be said as a battle of redemption, a battle to turn their fortunes around. For tens and thousands of years, this battle had been pressing on the chest of everyone at the Tianxian land. When they thought of this battle, they would feel a deep sense of despair. A form of helplessness caused all the elite warriors at the Tianxian land to hold a pessimistic attitude of muddling through. However, due to the appearance of Qin Wushuang, the exceptional genius, all the despair they imagined did not happen. Instead, the matter entered a trajectory beyond their imagination. It caused a dramatic change in the outcome of the matter. One could almost say that the fate of the Tianxian land had changed because of this. Everyone knew clearly that the source of this change was Qin Wushuang. The heavenly mysterious 7 disciples who assisted Qin Wushuang also contributed greatly. In the end, the fate of the Tianxian land changed because of Li Xuanfeng's unintentional appearance. Qin Wushuang, the time traveler, appeared as an accident and saved the Tianxian land from its unavoidable fate. At Qin Wushuang's stage, he was no longer a high-spirited young man. He also had no intention of receiving the cheers of the savior of the Tianxian land. Currently, Qin Wushuang was thinking more about the future of the Tianxian land and where to go. Although it was gratifying to defeat the Wind and Cloud land, it could only be said that they had temporarily saved the Tianxian land from being invaded and saved the fate of all living beings. The alarm of the Tianxian land had been lifted and all sects had resumed their normal operations. All martial artists also returned to their own territories. Initially, the human countries were viewed as a place of little value. Now, it had become the undisputed core area of the Tianxian land. The location of the god-discarding door was also the former residence of the Wushuang master god. Currently, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples had designated it as the core area of the Tianxian land. Without a doubt, the 5 forbidden spiritual zones and the 6 totem powerhouses had fallen to the second tier. They had lost their absolute core position at the Tianxian land. These totem forces naturally did not have any objections to such a change. To them, being able to continue to be one of the top powerhouses in the Tianxian land was already a great favor. After all, in terms of true contributions, the totem forces were almost negligible. On the other hand, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples were the core figures that assisted Qin Wushuang. They truly controlled the daily operations of the Tianxian land. The Sound Demon and the 3,000 outsiders naturally could not overstep their boundaries. They also knew that Qin Wushuang would not welcome them to interfere with the affairs of the Tianxian continent. Therefore, they were very conscious and would never interfere with the internal affairs of the Tianxian continent. Qin Wushuang was very satisfied with their self-awareness. It also allowed the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, who were initially worried about inviting a wolf into the house, to let go of all their worries and doubts. From then on, the Tianxian land walked into an orderly stage of development. Only, once again, his soaring of Galaxia barrier was repaired. This also meant that it was still impossible for the martial artists of the Tianxian land to soar to the Galaxia through normal channels. Only, the local martial artists of the Tianxian land had limited foundation. Those who possessed the potential to soar to the Galaxia were the only ones. On the contrary, those martial artists who had been training inside the celestial ship had improved by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, the celestial ship had an enormous capacity and was close to unlimited development. It was equivalent to a moving plane with an astonishing capacity. Even if millions of martial artists were to train inside, it would only occupy the tip of the iceberg. The more Qin Wushuang developed the celestial ship, the more he found the Holy Emperor's work to be unfathomable. Compared to it, the Master God flying ship was child's play. The current Qin Wushuang could be said to have abundant capital. He had gathered all the inheritance left behind by his master Li Shenfeng and the Holy Emperor Kai Yang. In terms of wealth, most likely he was one of the top few in the entire Great Luo universe. Only, he must make good use of this wealth. Once it was exposed, it would most likely invite a fatal disaster. The Master God celestial ship, the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, and the 10,000 God Maze Palace were the 3 great treasures left behind by Heavenly Venerable Kai Yang. Although his master Li Xuanfeng's collection of divine weapons was not as good as Heavenly Venerable Kai Yang's, he also left behind the Super Holy Emperor Dao One Divine Sword. Although Qin Wushuang did not have the time to refine this Dao One Divine Sword. But there was no doubt that the Dao One Divine Sword would be developed and used sooner or later. Although the Celestial Branch Kuei Wolf was a heavenly venerable artifact, as one's cultivation level increased, a heavenly venerable artifact would not be able to compete with a true elite. If one wanted to stand at the top of the Great Luo universe, one had to refine the Dao One Divine Sword and unleash the full power of the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda and the 10,000 God Maze Palace. Only in this way could he truly inherit his master's mantle and become an eternal elite of the Great Luo universe. Of course, it did not matter whether it was the Dao One Divine Sword or the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. These Holy Emperor artifacts could allow him to unleash his full power. But the most precious thing was definitely not these Holy Emperor artifacts. The most precious thing was the wisp of primal chaos chi that his master Li Shenfeng had stolen from the Great Luo primal chaos realm. That wisp of primal chaos chi was the core. His master Li Shenfeng had risked his life to steal it. Qin Wushuang knew very well that if he had not reached the Holy Emperor's level, he would not even be able to carry that wisp of primal chaos chi. Only by reaching the Holy Emperor's ultimate realm would he have the opportunity to integrate that wisp of primal chaos chi. He would strive to integrate the wisp of primal chaos chi and connect to the Great Luo primal chaos realm, reverse time and space, and return to the time before the primordial chaos realm was created to become a supreme Great Luo. To put it bluntly, the so-called Great Luo primal chaos realm did not exist in the real world, but on the other side of time and space. Only by reversing time and space, entering the time and space tunnel, and returning to the time before the primordial chaos realm was created could one hope to attain the supreme Great Tao, passing through the past and the future, and becoming a supreme existence. If the Great Luo universe was compared to a huge network, then the supreme Great Luo universe was an existence that controlled this huge network and could stand above this network. And any other cultivators, including the ultimate powerhouses like the Holy Emperor, were only chess pieces in the network. Only, among these chess pieces, there were strong and weak ones. However, in the face of a supreme Grand Luo, all chess pieces were equal. The true masters that controlled the Great Luo universe were the supreme Great Luo universe. Life and death, reincarnation, time and space, all the supreme rules were in the hands of the supreme Great Luo universe. Master gods, heavenly lords, and all the way to the Holy Emperor, they also controlled the rules. For example, they could control day and night, and control the 4 seasons. But these rules, to put it bluntly, were still small rules. The true supreme rule was the great rule of time and space. It was the great rule of reincarnation. Before the great rule, all the small rules did not have any room to maneuver. And the so-called great rule was in the hands of the supreme great Luo universe. After annihilating the Fengyun continent, Qin Wushuang went into seclusion in the celestial ship for 100 years to comprehend this rule. Suddenly, one day, he finally understood something and came out of seclusion with great joy. During the 100 years he was in seclusion, the appearance of the Tian Shen land had taken on a new look. Under the management of the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, the Tian Shen land appeared to be full of vitality. Compared to that gloomy atmosphere in the past, it was a world of difference. Qin Wushuang knew that in the end, it was an increase in morale. Although currently, the Tian Shen land still did not have a master, in the end, it already had the protection of a master god elite warrior. The power of this master god elite warrior was enough to destroy a star overlord like the Fengyun continent. It was enough to show his power. Therefore, in the eyes of the gods of the Tian Shen land, the Tian Shen land had hugged onto a thigh and would never have to worry about survival. This point could be seen from the rich admiration in the eyes of all martial artists. Qin Wushuang would not pour cold water on everyone. Currently, although all the elite warriors in the Tian Shen land were not united, at least they had a clear core direction. Their spiritual belief was Qin Wushuang. The true ruler was Li Buyi. With Li Buyi's power that kept increasing, it was more than enough for him to rule the Tian Shen land with the potential of an advanced heavenly god. Among the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, Li Buyi was the first to enter the 6th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Now, without a doubt, he was the elite warrior with the most hope to enter the master god stage. Xiao Yishuan and Li Yifeng followed closely behind him, for they also entered the 5th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. The 4th was Yi Chongtian, the 5th was Hua Xie, and the 6th was Kai Hongyu. Miao Shu was at the 3rd calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. In comparison, those paramount totem elite warriors at the 2nd calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage were clearly lacking. Naturally, it was unavoidable for them to admire and worship the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples. On the contrary, Bao Bao, the latecomer, caught up. After soaring to the Galaxia, with Qin Wushuang's deliberate nurturing, his strength kept climbing. Vividly, he had caught up to Hua Xie and the others. Lone and the other divine beasts were unwilling to be left out. All of them soared to the Galaxia. Now, they were all divine beasts at the 2nd to 3rd calamity. For the time being, Qin Wushuang had many elite warriors next to him. It was a scene of flourishing prosperity. Of course, Qin Wushuang was not complacent. He knew that to the Tian Shen land, indeed, these prosperous scenes were extremely impressive. However, when placed in the bigger picture, these results were not worth mentioning. Not to mention the fact that there were many elite warriors in the great heavenly galaxy, even in the wind and cloudland, the number and quality of elite warriors were at least 100 times more than the current Tian Shen land. Therefore, the future path for the Tian Shen land was still long. Of course, Qin Wushuang was aware of this point. However, he was not discouraged. Fatties could not be achieved in one bite. It would take time for the Tian Shen land to step into the ranks of the powerful planes. After another 100,000 years, with the current development of the Tian Shen land, once they broke through the crisis, it would not be a fool's dream to develop rapidly. Only, currently, the gods of the Tian Shen land were more or less confused. Although the Holy Emperor's flying boat provided a place to train, most martial artists were still crying piteously for food. They needed the Tian Shen land to truly connect with the vast galaxy. Therefore, they did not understand the point of repairing the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Using this opportunity, Qin Wushuang felt it was necessary to knock some sense into these guys to prevent them from being blindly optimistic. Author's note: in August, due to health issues, I rested for a long time. I owe a lot of debt. This is not only a debt of words, but also a debt of favors. I am indebted to everyone for supporting the Galaxy for more than half a year. At the final stage, there was a break in the chapters. I am extremely ashamed. In the last 2 days of August, I decided to give it my all and explode in 2 days. I will not promise how much, please wait and see. I promise everyone that my explosiveness in these 2 days will not disappoint everyone. It will certainly excite everyone. My goal is to release 8 chapters for 2 consecutive days, not to ask for votes, not to ask for everyone's sympathy, but for the deep sense of regret in my heart. Please understand my sincerity. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 983. On this day, elite warriors from different sects gathered near the God-discarding door. Currently, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples had already set up a heavenly mysterious palace around the God-discarding door. It had become the core area of the Tian Shen land. Currently, hundreds of thousands of martial artists had gathered at the heavenly mysterious palace. These martial artists were all representatives from different sects in the Tian Shen land. When they heard that the peerless Master God was going to meet the gods of the Tian Shen land, all the Supreme Dao martial artists wanted to get a seat. Therefore, it was an unprecedented grand occasion. Not to mention the peerless Master God, when the elite warriors of the Tian Shen land saw the imposing manner of the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, endless admiration emerged from their hearts. Inwardly, they all had one thought. If one day they could reach the level of the heavenly mysterious 7 honored warriors, then it would not be in vain. Only, while many people were fantasizing, they knew clearly that in the end, it was only a dream. Not to mention the fact that Li Buyi would become a master god sooner or later. For the others, which one of them did not possess the potential to become a master god? With their strength, it would be unattainable for them to catch up to the heavenly mysterious 7 honored warriors. However, as a martial artist, if they did not even have a dream, then it was the same as having nothing. Now that Li Buyi had become an advanced heavenly god, his temperament was different from the past. Although there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze, his every movement, and every movement he made, there was an infinite amount of pressure, causing all the sect leaders present to feel a wave of pressure in their faces. Everyone wanted to know why the heavenly mysterious palace had gathered everyone here. Li Buyi glanced across the entire scene and said with a light tone, "Everyone, 100 years have passed since the invasion of the Wind and Cloudland. Do you remember that trace of fear and despair that pressed on your chest 100 years ago?" As soon as he asked this question, it made all the martial artists at the scene feel somewhat uncomfortable. They looked at each other in dismay, for they did not know why Li Buyi was bringing up old scores. Li Buyi ignored everyone's confusion and continued to speak with his neither fast nor slow tone. "Not long ago, the deterrence of the Tian Shen land had caused a lot of despair. From you guys, I almost saw the attitude of giving up on yourself. Now, it's only been 100 years, have you already forgotten the predicament in the past?" The words caused the faces of the authorities to turn red with embarrassment. However, Li Buyi's words were targeted. For the past 100 years, they had almost never considered the matters of the Fengyun continent. Instead, he accepted it as a matter of course. However, was there a need to mention this old grudge again? Inwardly, those totem elite warriors were even more suspicious. They did not know what Li Buyi was planning. Over the past 100 years, in the first 60 years, everyone's emotional reactions were still considered normal. There had been some changes in the past few decades. I've heard that many sects don't understand why they're repairing the Starry River ward, right? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed like there was no smoke without fire. Clearly, Li Buyi's words were not to bring up the old debt, but to use it to start a new topic. However, this was an extremely sensitive topic, especially since it was the peerless Master God's idea to repair the astral river barrier. Anyone who questioned it would be challenging the peerless Master God's authority. Therefore, these people were all very apprehensive, and no one dared to take up this matter. He was afraid that if he took over, He would be labeled as the instigator and the person who fanned the flames behind the scenes. That would be far from good. Although the peerless master god would not care, these totem elite warriors were used to trembling with fear. It would not be easy for them to admit this point. It seemed that Li Buyi was deliberately letting the totem powerhouse speak up. He deliberately shot a few glances before the totem powerhouse and said lightly, 800 years ago, the Tianxian land was led by the 6 great totem powerhouses. Now, you have inherited the authority of the totem powerhouse. You should also have the responsibility and breadth of mind of a major powerhouse. Wang Chan, are you willing to speak? Regarding Wang Chan, he was somewhat acquainted with Li Buyi. He was valued more. When Li Buyi called out Wang Chan, although he groaned inwardly, it was not convenient for him to decline. He could only brace himself to say, "Common honored warrior, I did hear some of these rumors. It's only some complaints from the younger generation. The peerless master god has his reasons to repair the astral river barrier. What else?" Li Buyi did not let go. Wang Chan said with a bitter smile, "I thought that since this astral river barrier has protected the Tianxian land for tens and thousands of years, it would have its benefits to leave it behind. To the Tianxian land, without a doubt, it's a form of protection. Only in the long run, the Tianxian land still needs a platform to communicate with other planes." Wang Chan mustered up his courage and said these words. It was clear that inwardly, he also held a form of complicated emotion towards the astral river barrier. Only at his level, naturally it was inappropriate for him to step out and question it publicly. Li Buyi nodded, yet there was no trace of unhappiness on his face. His reaction made Wang Chan feel a little more relaxed. When the other totem elite warriors saw that Wang Chan had the courage to speak out everyone's thoughts, they were secretly happy. It was a good thing for Wang Chan to take the lead. After a moment of silence, suddenly, Li Buyi's tone became serious. He turned to ask the others, "You guys, what do you think?" Shen Yuanyang and Kong Mingzi both stammered and were unwilling to answer directly. They only said that for sure the peerless master god had his reasons for making the decision. Certainly, they would not question it and would not dare to question it. Golden Ray Dragon King and Jiang Ming, the paramount totem elite warrior of the Divine Farmer clan, leaned towards Wang Chan's opinion. Only, of course they could not express it as straightforwardly as Wang Chan. Li Buyi nodded slowly and said, "The astral river barrier has its advantages and disadvantages. Of course, it's needless to say. Wang Chan, since you can see the disadvantages of the astral river barrier, it proves that you have at least thought about the fate of the Tianxian land and used your brain. If there was no reason for this starry river boundary, then its existence would definitely be inappropriate. However, have you guys thought about the meaning of the astral river barrier's existence?" When Wang Chan saw Li Buyi looking at him with encouraging eyes, he was moved inwardly. "Yet," he said, "the meaning of the astral river barrier's existence is naturally to defend against foreign invasion. Initially, the astral river barrier stopped the invasion of the wind and cloudland and protected the peace of the Tianxian land for tens and thousands of years. Only then did the peerless master god appear and save the fate of the Tianxian land. If it wasn't for the astral river barrier, I am afraid the Tianxian land would not have survived until today. Yes, then now that the wind and cloudland has been destroyed, the astral river barrier still exists. Do you know its meaning?" Li Buyi continued to ask. Regardless of how slow everyone's reaction was, they could hear that Li Buyi's words clearly carried a guiding tone. Inwardly, all paramount totem elite warriors understood that Li Buyi was intentionally highlighting Wang Chan. Clearly, he had the intention of promoting him. In other words, their earlier strategy of protecting themselves was a miscalculation from the start. Thinking here, everyone started to feel somewhat regretful. Wang Chan understood tacitly. After a moment of thinking, he became even more enlightened. "You mean, could it be that the Tianxian land still has powerful enemies that have not been defeated?" Li Buyi nodded with appreciation. "Everyone, due to the existence of the astral river barrier, the Tianxian land has been cut off from the outside world for tens and thousands of years. To put it bluntly, we are already frogs at the bottom of the well." We only know that we are the overlords of the Tien Shen land, but we don't know how big the outside world is. Not to mention other things, do you know that 100 years ago, the Wind and Cloudland invaded the Tien Shen land and brought many elite warriors? Everyone looked at Li Buyi with astonishment and waited for him to explain. In that battle 100 years ago, the matchless master god appeared to win easily. Inwardly, they more or less felt that the Wind and Cloudland was a paper tiger and not as terrifying as they had imagined. Could it be that there were other explanations? Li Buyi said lightly, in the past, the two master gods of the Wind and Cloudland came together and led 3,000 elite warriors. Each of these elite warriors were elite warriors at the heavenly supreme Dao stage. Then, tens and thousands of genuine supreme Dao elite warriors followed behind. These genuine supreme Dao elite warriors were led by advanced heavenly supreme Dao warriors. The Wind and Cloud master gods even brought out their heavenly honorable divine weapons. Everyone, imagine, if we let those bandits from the Wind and Cloudland invade like wolves and tigers, what would be the fate of the Tien Shen land? Upon hearing Li Buyi's narration, everyone felt apprehensive inwardly. Two master gods, thousands of heavenly supreme Dao elite warriors, and tens and thousands of genuine supreme Dao army. For such power, even if 1/10 of them were to enter the Tien Shen land, disregarding the external factors, it would be enough to annihilate the Tien Shen land more than 10 times. Wang Chan gave a long sigh. That Wind and Cloud land has such power. Thousands of heavenly supreme Dao warriors and tens and thousands of genuine supreme Dao warriors. Thinking about the genuine supreme Dao warriors of the Tien Shen land, before the appearance of the peerless master god, there would not be more than 100 of them. For them, there were tens and thousands of people at the genuine supreme Dao stage. This difference was simply inconceivable. Not to mention, there were thousands of heavenly supreme Dao elite warriors. Those were the elite of the elite. This way, the invasion from the Wind and Cloudland was not as weak as they had imagined. On the contrary, they were much stronger than they had imagined. Such a powerful force was defeated by the peerless master god. And it seemed that they had won with ease. Then, since the peerless master god had won with such momentum, why did he need to repair the soaring of Galaxia barrier? Thinking here, a surge of strong uneasiness surged into everyone's mind. Most likely, they realized that outside the Wind and Cloudland, most likely there were more elite warriors. For these more elite warriors, most likely even someone as powerful as the peerless master god could not deal with them. For an existence more terrifying than the Wind and Cloudland, what kind of terrifying existence would it be? Li Buyi gave a long sigh. Everyone, in the battle above the Tien Shen land, you and I have walked through the gates of hell. If the peerless master god had not fought bravely to kill the enemy, once the elite warriors of the Wind and Cloudland had killed their way in, our plane would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. I speculated that they had sent out so many martial artists because clearly they wanted to kill all living beings of the Tien Shen land and take over the foundation of the land. Not to mention martial artists like you and me, even ordinary civilians, they would not have let them go. Everyone was stunned. Although 100 years had passed, Li Buyi's words still made them feel short of breath. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 984. This way, indeed, they had escaped from the gates of hell. If the peerless master god could not stop them and allowed the enemy to charge in, most likely after 100 years, they would have become a pile of dried bones. Taking a step back, it would be a good outcome if they could keep their dried bones. Most likely, the enemy would have turned their bones into ashes and destroyed their divine souls. Wang Chan asked carefully, "Common honored warrior, this way, the Tien Shen land has more powerful enemies. Therefore, we must keep this soaring of Galaxia barrier, right? Only, I feel that if the enemy is stronger than the Wind and Cloudland, with the crumbling defensive power of our soaring of Galaxia barrier, can we stop a stronger enemy?" Li Buyi laughed. This is a good question. Everyone, the meaning of the soaring of Galaxia barrier is not to stop that enemy, but to confuse them. Wang Chan understood. I understand. The peerless Master God's intention is to clear the matter of the missing elite warriors of the Wind and Cloudland. When Wang Chan pointed it out, everyone realized the light. Li Buyi nodded with satisfaction. That's right, you only know that the Wind and Cloudland is powerful, but you don't know that behind them, there is an even greater backer. It's the Heavenly Warrior of the Great Heavenly Galaxy. The Great Heavenly Warrior is the most authoritative existence in the galaxy. If the Great Heavenly Galaxy learns that the Tien Shenland has the power to kill the Wind and Cloudland, you can imagine what kind of fate awaits the Tien Shenland. By that time, it will not be the elite warriors of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage that flock over, but countless Master Gods from different planes. Even Heavenly Warrior elite warriors will come. By that time, the Tien Shenland will never have a day of peace. Silence filled the scene. When targeted by a Heavenly Warrior elite warrior, it was a problem that one could imagine with their toes what would happen. Just the Wind and Cloudland alone had made the Tien Shenland suffer enough. If it weren't for the appearance of Qin Wushuang, the Tien Shenland would have already become someone else's territory. Once a Heavenly Warrior elite warrior stepped out, the result was self-evident. Li Buyi said seriously, "Everyone, the Tien Shenland is racing against time. With the soaring of Galaxia barrier, at least it can confuse the outside world and prevent them from suspecting the Tien Shenland. As for the peerless Master Gods, they would have more time to cultivate and raise their powers. Everyone, do you think that once this Starry River enchantment is broken, your increase in strength will be enough to withstand the fury of an Empyrean powerhouse?" Absolute silence, absolute silence. There was no need for Li Buyi to explain the deterrence power of a Heavenly Warrior elite warrior. Everyone knew very well that in their eyes, lords were already unreachable existences, let alone heavenly venerables who could instantly kill lords. The Great Chen Heavenly Venerate in the Great Chen Star Domain's Heavenly Venerate Shrine hadn't had an easy time in the past 100 years. The disappearance of tens of thousands of soldiers from the Fengyun continent became the biggest unsolved case in the history of the Great Chen Starfield. How could such an enormous army, with a sovereign's flying vessel serving as a vessel, just disappear for no reason at all? The most frightening thing was that their disappearance was almost untraceable. 100 years had passed and the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord had sent out almost all the elites under him to investigate, but to no avail. Was the great army of the Fengyun continent swallowed up by the vortex between the stars, or was it suddenly attacked and completely wiped out? Regarding the vortex, it was not rare in the universe. Only, the Starry River vortex that could swallow elite warriors at the Master God level might not appear even once in 100 years. If the Fengyun continent had encountered such a super vortex, it would be no different than hitting the jackpot with the swallowing power of a black hole. If this was the reason, besides smiling bitterly, the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord had no other choice. He could only accept it silently. However, the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord always felt that this matter should not be this simple. Usually, when such a powerful vortex appeared in a certain star domain, certainly there would be some aftermath. However, according to the information, there was no feedback from any planes that they had observed such a super vortex. In other words, most likely the disappearance of the Fengyun continent was not caused by this Starry River vortex. Then, did they encounter a powerful enemy? The Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord knew that with his Heavenly Venerate divine skills, most likely it would be beyond his power to kill tens of thousands of Supreme Tao elite warriors without leaving any traces. It was true that Heavenly Venerate elite warriors used their divine soul to kill people. However, in the end, it would consume their divine soul. It was impossible to kill tens of thousands of Supreme Tao elite warriors without leaving any traces. Those were Supreme Tao elite warriors, not clay figurines made of mud. It was impossible for them to sit there and wait for him to kill them. Especially the Wind and Cloud Master Gods, who had Heavenly Venerate divine weapons. Even if they were surrounded by a group of Master Gods, they would not be completely defenseless. The more the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange. If the elites of the Fengyun continent were killed by someone, the enemy was too powerful. It was so powerful that even he, the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord, felt that he was inferior. How could the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord remain calm in the face of such a terrifying existence? How could he allow others to sleep beside him? Although the two master gods of the Fengyun continent were his trusted aides, it was fine if they died. However, he had to guard against an enemy that could threaten his ruling position in the Great Chen Star domain. He absolutely could not tolerate it. There was nothing more important than power. The spies that he sent out also returned one after another. The news that they brought back was mostly worthless. The Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord was helpless. He knew that since the other party could kill tens of thousands of elites of the Fengyun continent without leaving a trace, the other party's divine skills were definitely not something that the spies could find out. He did not expect to gain much either. It would be good as long as there were some clues. However, to his disappointment, there were no clues at all. The Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord was displeased. He felt that the other party was provoking him. At the same time, he also suspected that it might be the doing of the Wangchuan star domain. Back when he went to the Black Magpie star, the biggest opponent of the Fengyun continent was the Tianxiang continent of the Wangchuan star domain. Speaking of which, the Wangchuan star domain had a great motive to commit the crime. However, without evidence, the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord could not rashly argue with the Wangchuan Heavenly Lord. If he was ridiculed and scolded by the other party, he would lose face. At this moment, an envoy beside the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly thought of something. I don't know if I should say it." "Speak," the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen said lightly. "I think that since the Fengyun continent went missing during the expedition to the Tian Shenland, then the Tian Shenland should also be included in the investigation. Our current spies have ignored the Tian Shenland. They feel that the Tian Shenland does not have the power to commit the crime. Therefore, they have entered a misconception. If the Tian Shenland did it, wouldn't we be letting them live freely by investigating?" The Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord frowned slightly. Another Heavenly Lord envoy said with a smile, "How much power does the Tian Shenland have? They do have the motive to commit the crime. However, with their power, it's not easy to kill them. Although the Wind and Cloud Master Gods are not invincible in the Great Chen Star domain, only a handful of people can defeat them. Now, with the bestowment from Your Majesty, it would be a joke for the Tian Shenland to defeat them. What do they have to defeat the Fengyun continent? If they had the power, why would they shut themselves up and be a coward for tens of thousands of years? If they had the power, they would have come to the Great Chen Star domain to register the Master God planes. This way, the Fengyun continent would have no reason to invade. If you ask me, the one who killed the great army of the Fengyun continent must be the elite warrior who destroyed the foundation of the Fengyun continent. Perhaps, their motive was not to attack the Great Chen Star domain, but because the Fengyun continent offended some elite warrior they should not have. This person was rather optimistic. He felt that this matter was not related to the Great Chen Star domain at all. It was the Fengyun continent who brought the fire upon themselves. This inference was based on the fact that the Fengyun continent had always been arrogant. Although there was no basis, if one were to ponder carefully, it seemed to make some sense. These two completely different viewpoints made the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen feel even more frustrated. However, he truly felt that perhaps it was a misconception to bypass the Tian Shenland to investigate. Although the Tian Shenland did not have the power to commit the crime, or rather, they did not possess the power to do so. However, if someone were to use the Tian Shenland as a base to play tricks, they could use the Tian Shenland as a cover. After all, the soaring of Galaxia boundary could confuse people greatly. When he thought here, the Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen had an idea as he nodded. For the Tian Shenland, even if they do not have the power to commit the crime, we must investigate. Perhaps, the natives of the Tian Shenland do not have the power, but who can guarantee that the outsiders will not use the Tian Shenland as a base? To the natives of the Tian Shenland, it's extremely difficult to repair the soaring of Galaxia boundary. However, for martial artists with remarkable abilities, it's not a difficult task to repair the soaring of Galaxia boundary. Your Majesty is wise. The heavenly lord of great heaven waved his hand. Send my order to the master god plains near the Tien Shen land. Send their master god elite warriors to the Tien Shen land to blast open the astral river boundary and investigate. If it's unrelated to the Tien Shen land, it's fine. If the Tien Shen land is involved, there's no need to let them exist. The tone of the heavenly lord of the great Chen was filled with murderous intentions. Clearly, in the eyes of the heavenly lord elite warriors, the great Chen star domain did not lack a plane without a master god. If they wanted to destroy it, they could do so at any time. However, the heavenly lord of the great Chen was most concerned about whether they could investigate the matter to the end. As soon as the heavenly lord of the great Chen gave the order, the emissaries on his left and right immediately passed it down. In a moment, the heavenly lord's order was passed to all the master god planes. Although those master gods might not be willing to run errands for the wind and cloudland, since the order was given by the heavenly lord of the great Chen, they would not dare to disobey. 3 months later, the emissaries of the heavenly lord of the great Chen also arrived at the gathering place. This time, there were more than 30 master god realms that had gathered. There were 60 to 70 master god elite warriors. It could be said that they had a great momentum. The internet speed is terrible. There are 4 more chapters today. Old Bull will upload them together after he finishes writing. It's too tiring to upload like this. It takes 20 minutes to upload 1 chapter. To hell with the internet speed. If you are not willing to wait, you can read it together tomorrow morning. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 985. This emissary of the Great Chen Heavenly Lord was the 3rd emissary under the Great Chen Heavenly Lord. He held an extremely respected position. Even elite warriors such as the Wind and Cloud Master Gods must lower their arrogant heads before the top 10 emissaries. They did not dare to put on airs. All of these emissaries had inherited many divine skills from the Great Chen Heavenly Lord. They were also bestowed with Heavenly Lord divine weapons. When dealing with ordinary master gods, even if they could not kill them instantly, they could subdue them with divine skills. Currently, this 3rd emissary named Miaofeng Emissary showed the Heavenly Lord token in his hand and said, "Everyone, I am very happy that you did not treat the Heavenly Lord's orders as child's play. I am extremely gratified to see all of you taking action. The Heavenly Lord did not cultivate you in vain. Currently, the Heavenly Lord is very angry. He feels that as the ruler of the Great Chen Star Zone, his authority is being challenged. Everyone, perhaps there are many reasons for the destruction of the Wind and Cloudland. To put it bluntly, it has nothing to do with you. The Heavenly Lord also feels somewhat apologetic for making you run around. However, the matters of the Great Chen Star Zone have never been a matter of one family alone. Now, you are not running around for the Wind and Cloudland, but for the Heavenly Lord. You are not working for the Wind and Cloudland, but for the Heavenly Lord. Therefore, His Majesty the Celestial Venerate is aware of your actions. In the future, you will certainly have a share of the credit. When these master gods heard the words of Miaofeng Emissary, they withdrew their sluggish emotions slightly. They understood the meaning of these words. Now, they were working for the Great Chen Heavenly Lord and not for the Wind and Cloudland. If they were to slack off while working for the Great Chen Heavenly Lord, it would be a problem with their attitude. Everyone was extremely tactful as they all expressed their willingness to go through water and tread on fire for the Heavenly Lord. For a time, their negative and sluggish emotions seemed to have turned into an active desire to fight. Miaofeng Emissary knew that his words had an effect. He said with a smile, "Very good, I will convey everyone's attitude to the Heavenly Lord. Everyone, please look at this route. The Wind and Cloudland set off from here and their destination is here. This masterless plain is called the Tien Shen Land. It is also the target of the Wind and Cloudland. In other words, the gods of the Wind and Cloudland went missing on this route. Our current location is not far from the Fengyun continent. Let's follow this path and walk again. Let's see what problems we will encounter. The wind cloud continent had walked a path of death, and they had to walk it all over again. At the end of the day, these lords were not too happy about it. However, under such circumstances, it was hard for them to say no. Fortunately, they were much bolder now that 60 or 70 overgods had gathered together. Even if they encountered danger, with their numbers, they would not be helpless. Miao Feng even dared to go there. If they said that they didn't go, then it would be somewhat unreasonable. They could only declare that they were willing to follow Miaofeng emissary and listen to his orders. After setting off from the Fengyun continent, they had traveled for a few months. Although they were on tenterhooks every day, the thing that they were worried about never happened. Arriving above the Tian Shen land smoothly, Miaofeng emissary frowned lightly. He opened his mouth and said, along the way, there weren't any airflow whirlpools at all. Now, we can be sure that the Fengyun mainland was either attacked by someone, or they were defeated in the Tianxian mainland. However, no one responded to Miaofeng's words. At this moment, as the Heavenly Warrior's emissary, you can say whatever you want. The others cannot make presumptuous guesses. Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can speak freely. Although he said this, clearly these people would not speak carelessly. Everyone knew that the two overgods of the Fengyun mainland were the trusted aides of the Heavenly Warrior of the Great Qian. They were already dead. If they were to speak untimely words, it would only invite disdain. However, there would always be exceptions. Among them, one of the overgods that had some conflicts with the Fengyun mainland said, Miaofeng emissary, I have also heard of this Tian Shen land. It's a plane without a master. To say that they could annihilate the Fengyun mainland is equivalent to saying a mouse could bite an elephant to death. In fact, I don't believe that the Tian Shen land has the ability to deal with the Fengyun mainland. Although these words were somewhat untimely, it was not a positive evaluation of the Fengyun mainland. On the contrary, it gave the Fengyun mainland a high hat. Miaofeng emissary said, according to common sense, this Tian Shen land indeed does not have such power. Only, this matter is abnormal. His Majesty suspects that an external powerhouse is using the Tian Shen land as a base to do things that are detrimental to the Great Qian starfield. Yes, His Majesty is wise, this is highly possible. Miaofeng emissary, regarding the Tian Shen land, there was once a rumor. It said that a mysterious elite warrior left some inheritance there. I wonder, since the Great Qian starfield is far away from here, have you heard of this rumor? Miaofeng emissary was somewhat curious. Oh, there is such a thing. Instantly, that overgod became energized. It's absolutely true. This matter was still widely spread in the surrounding plains. Only, the Fengyun mainland was rather strict and did not allow other planes to intervene. We thought that the Fengyun master gods were running around for His Majesty, therefore, we did not fight. Yes, I am not sure if there is the will of His Majesty. For now, it's not my place to comment. Only, is there truly such rumor in this Tian Shen land? Absolutely. It's rumored that the mysterious elite warrior was at least at the Heavenly Warrior stage. Some people even said that he was the Holy Emperor. When the words Holy Emperor were spoken, Miaofeng emissary's expression seemed to have been whipped. For a time, he seemed to have thought of many things. That original overgod said, Miaofeng emissary, could it be that the Fengyun master gods have already invaded the Tian Shen land and repaired the soaring of Galaxia barrier? They are giving the outside world a missing signal. And they are making a fortune inside, right? This speculation sounded evil, yet it made Miaofeng emissary's expression even more interesting. This assumption was powerful as the other overgods were greatly moved. Needless to say, combined with the selfish and cunning personality of the Fengyun master gods, it did make sense. It would have been fine if they did not speak of this matter, but as soon as they spoke of it, they appeared to take it seriously. Not to mention, although the initial plan of the Fengyun master gods might not have been completely like this, it was not far off. From beginning to end, they never planned to tell the secret of the Tian Shen land to the Heavenly Warrior Great Qian. They planned to move around the Heavenly Warrior Great Qian. If they were to gain something from the Tian Shen land, certainly they would think of ways to conceal it. In general, they would not report the benefits to the Heavenly Warrior Great Qian. In that instant, Meowfing Emissary also lost control of his emotions. Soon, he controlled it and said, "Everyone, we still need to investigate the whereabouts of the Fengyun Master Gods. Now, regardless of which angle we look at the Tianxian land, we must investigate carefully. Yes, we must break this soaring of Galaxia boundary, we must not let them deceive us." Meowfing Emissary nodded coldly. "Everyone, let's work together to blast open that soaring of Galaxia boundary. We will charge in, those who block us will die." All right. A total of 72 Master Gods formed a giant circle in the sky above the Galaxia. Like a whirlpool of Master Gods, they waved all their arms and formed a giant attack wave to bombard the soaring of Galaxia boundary. The entire soaring of Galaxia boundary was like a ball of jade belt. It appeared as thin as gauze, yet in reality, it possessed astonishing defensive power. Only, regardless of its powerful defensive power, under the joint attack of 72 Master Gods, a giant hole was still blasted out. Boom! Instantly, the soaring of Galaxia boundary was blasted into nothingness. Beneath the Tianxian land, instantly, there was a feeling of seeing the clear sky after the clouds and mist were dispelled. Only, this feeling did not last for long. Replacing it was a burst of monstrous murderous intent that seemed to erupt like a spring. It was an incredibly terrifying murderous intent. The sound demon chuckled and licked his lips. "Are they coming? Are they finally here?" Not only was there no nervousness in his tone, there was some faint expectation. He even sounded extremely happy. Qin Wushuang also reacted immediately. He stopped the sound demon and the others from acting rashly. Instead, he cried out, "Don't be impulsive, let them come in." Currently, beneath the soaring of Galaxia boundary was the soaring of Galaxia Tower. Beneath the soaring of Galaxia Tower was the forsaken land of the gods. The celestial ship was also inside the god-discarding door. Currently, the celestial ship had been developed endlessly and had almost merged with the forsaken land of the gods. Even if the other party were to barge in, they would enter the celestial ship first. Inside the celestial ship, it was Qin Wushuang's private territory. If he wanted you to live, you would live. If he wanted you to die, you would die. After being stunned for a moment, the sound demon also understood this principle. He chuckled. "Yes, it's good to let them walk right into the trap. Ha ha, don't let me down this time." Qin Wushuang made a prompt decision and ordered, "All martial artists below the Master God level, leave the celestial ship." The order was executed immediately. On the outside, although that Meowfing Emissary was skilled and daring, he was more or less restrained when he saw the bottomless pit-like plain below. However, under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, he did not dare to speak such discouraging words. At the moment, he braced himself and shouted, "Go down." 72 figures pierced through the Galaxia and dashed down directly. All of them landed on the soaring of Galaxia Tower and stopped to look. That Meowfing Emissary said, "Indeed, this Tianxian land is somewhat strange. Could it be that this tower is used to set up the soaring of Galaxia boundary? Meowfing Emissary, let's charge in. Let's not care about this for now. Yes, the soaring of Galaxia boundary has been broken. What else is there to consider? Charge." 72 figures dashed down again. All of them landed inside the god-forsaken maze. The pitch-black scene made these Master Gods raise their spirits 120%. One of the Master Gods complained, "What's going on? It's so dark. Could it be that the people of the Tianxian land all live such a dark life? If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 986. Meowfing Emissary sneered. "This is a maze. It must be a trick set up by the gods of the Tianxian land. Let's use our divine skills to break this maze." Each Master God elite warrior possessed the divine skill to reverse day and night. This was only a part of the power of the rules. At the moment, all the Master Gods secretly operated the power of the rules and planned to break this dark maze. Unexpectedly, as soon as they performed their divine skills, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Such an unforeseen event made everyone's heart sink for no reason. Meowfing emissary, something is wrong. One of the master gods' voice changed. Even in the hundreds of thousands of years since their debut, they had never encountered such a strange scene. The power of the rules of a master god had lost its effect in a tiny masterless dimension. What kind of appalling change was this? Meowfing emissary also realized that something was wrong. He called out, "Everyone, set up the formation. Don't move recklessly and listen to my orders. Don't panic and do your own thing." These master gods were all peerless elite warriors, ambitious and ruthless characters. Although they encountered a strange situation, they did not panic. Instead, they moved in an orderly manner. There was no panic at all. Meowfing emissary hissed, "Move to the east, don't stop." Everyone obeyed the order and began to move to the east. Fortunately, everyone present was at the master god level. Although it was dark, they could more or less see something. Although this darkness was extremely strange, it was impossible for them to not see it at all. All of a sudden, a strange red light shot above everyone's head with a loud boom. Suddenly, it transformed into a divine soul and threw itself at two master gods. With a flash of that red light, the two master gods let out two miserable shrieks. Then, their bodies and souls disappeared. The two chief god-level experts were devoured like two small shrimps. Such an unforeseen event made all the master gods at the scene feel their scalp tingle. Meowfing emissary, how could this be? What the hell, this place is so strange. Could the rumors be true? All of the master god-level experts were scared out of their wits. After all, they were unfamiliar with this place. Suddenly, they were caught in a strange place where they could lose their lives at any time. Even a master god would be flustered. Meowfing emissary yelled, "Everyone, stay alert, don't panic. I'm afraid we've stumbled into a trap. Maintain a stable formation. Don't panic. If there are any unknown objects, attack together. With our manpower, even if an Empyrean powerhouse plays tricks, we can also repel them. Several dozen sovereigns, even a heavenly venerable powerhouse could not possibly face them head-on. Therefore, under such circumstances, even though they were in a bad situation, they were not completely powerless to fight back. However, in this dark and gloomy situation, blindly following others was not a solution. One of the overgods said to Meowfeng through his soul, "Honorable Meowfeng, we shouldn't stay here for long. In my opinion, we should leave. If we get entangled here, I'm afraid there will be even more casualties." Envoy Meowfeng said with displeasure, "We've arrived, but we haven't accomplished anything before retreating. How will we explain this to His Majesty the Empyrean?" The Master God mumbled, "He didn't even answer to His Majesty the Celestial Venerable. I'm afraid he'll answer to us first. Don't speak nonsense. Listen to my orders." Right at this moment, a sinister sneer sounded from outside. "Where did this mongrel come from? How dare you trespass into my forbidden area?" Although this voice was sinister, it was better to have a voice than not to have one. When Envoy Meowfeng and the others heard this voice, their state of mind calmed down. They began to use their divine soul to search for this voice. Unexpectedly, this voice seemed to have gushed over from all directions. Even with their divine skills, they could not determine the direction of the source of the voice. "Who are you?" Envoy Meowfeng shouted coldly. "Who am I? Wherever you are right now, that's where I am." "What? You are asking who I am after trespassing into my territory? Impossible. It's impossible for there to be an elite warrior at your level in the Tien Shen land. You are certainly not an indigenous person of the Tien Shen land." Envoy Meowfeng denied flatly. "It seems you are not unfamiliar with the Tien Shen land. Who are you, and who ordered you to come to the Tien Shen land to seek death?" Naturally, this voice belonged to Qin Wushuang. Currently, this celestial ship was his personal domain. In this domain, it could be said that Qin Wushuang could do whatever he wanted. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could directly increase his power by 10 times. And as long as he activated the defenses of the celestial ship, he could directly kill all the opponents who had intruded into the ship. Only, it would be too much of a pity to kill them like this. According to his judgment, The elite warriors who had intruded this time were all elite warriors at the Master God level. There were 70 to 80 of them. It would be a pity if such a powerful group was killed just like that. The divine soul and body of a Master God were of great use. Envoy Miaofeng shouted angrily, "I am afraid you know very well who we are. Let me ask you, the disappearance of the Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Fengyun land, was it your doing?" Qin Wushuang said with a leisurely smile, "Are you talking about that group of rats from 100 years ago?" "That's right, they fell into my territory and I caught all of them in one fell swoop. I've waited for you for almost 100 years, isn't it too late for you to come?" His mocking tone caused the hearts of these Master God elite warriors to become even colder. As it turned out, he was just waiting for them to walk right into his trap. Envoy Miaofeng was secretly shocked. "So you admit it? What's there to be embarrassed about? Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Whether you admit it or not, it doesn't mean anything to you at all." His domineering words made the sound demon, who had been secretly listening, laugh. Very good, very good. Young master, you're becoming more and more domineering. I like it." Envoy Miaofeng said coldly, "What big words. There are dozens of Master God experts here, but your cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the point of being heaven-defying, does it?" The sound demon laughed sinisterly. "My young master's cultivation may not have reached the point of being heaven-defying, but this is his territory. Now that you've entered, let alone dozens, even hundreds or thousands of you can only obediently wait to be captured. If you know what's good for you, then don't resist. Otherwise, I'll definitely destroy you in both body and soul." "What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Envoy Miaofeng gave the order, and the dozens of Master Gods attacked together in the direction of the sound demon's voice. The sound demon clicked his tongue and laughed, "Too weak, too weak. Your current attacks are only suitable for scratching my itch. As long as my young master opens half of the seal, even an ordinary god expert will be able to trample all of you 100 times over." "Ha ha." Envoy Miaofeng's face turned pale with shock. Carefully sensing, he actually discovered that his spiritual energy was actually completely depleted. There was actually such a powerful barrier in this place. The other Master Gods had obviously discovered this as well, and they all began to cry out. "Envoy Miaofeng, we've been tricked. Mother **Kur, let's fight it out with them." "Fight it out?" The other Master Gods looked at the guy who had spoken those words as if they were looking at an idiot. Given his current state, even if he wanted to fight it out with them, what could he do? Given their current half-dead state, fighting it out with them was simply a joke. If the barrier only restricted them, the other party would only need to lift a finger to kill them all. As it turned out, the celestial ship was a treasure that the Holy Emperor Kaiyang had painstakingly built. The Holy Emperor Kaiyang had spent hundreds of thousands of years of effort to build the celestial ship into a perfect fortress. It could almost be said that the celestial ship was a world of its own. If it was developed endlessly, it would be even larger than an ordinary Master God plane. Therefore, no matter where the Holy Emperor Kaiyang went, he would always have the Holy Emperor's flying ship as his companion. It was basically a moving fortress, a moving camp, a moving plane. Moreover, the seals and formations inside were densely packed. Qin Wushuang had merely activated one of them casually. "The Great Qian Celestial Lord sent you to your deaths while he holed himself up in the Great Qian Starfield. What a good plan," Qin Wushuang said calmly. "However, since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Those who are willing to surrender, surrender immediately. Those who are unwilling to surrender, you can commit suicide. If I let my subordinates do it, you'll be begging for death." These words were not a threat. Everyone was stunned. Then, a Master God casually surrendered and shouted, "We're willing to surrender, we're willing to surrender." Envoy Miaofeng's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted, "He Master God, do you have no integrity? To hell with integrity. The matters of the Wind Cloud continent have nothing to do with us. If they die, they die. Why should we be buried with them? Envoy Miaofeng, since you have high integrity, why don't you commit suicide? We just want to cultivate in peace. If you have nothing to do, you will call us and order us to do this and that. Could it be that you want us to be buried with the wind cloud continent? Yes, Envoy Miaofeng, why should we die for the matters of the wind cloud continent? Yes, His Majesty the Great Qian Celestial Lord treats the wind cloud continent so well. At the crucial moment, didn't the Tian Xian continent abandon His Majesty and act alone? Envoy Miaofeng, I'm sorry. With one Master God surrendering on the spot, there would be a second one. In a short while, a large group of them had surrendered. Of the 60 to 70 people, only 3 or 4 who were on better terms with Envoy Miaofeng had not surrendered. The rest had already made their stance clear. In this way, even if Envoy Miaofeng and the others wanted to resist, they had no room to do so. Naturally, Qin Wushuang would not choose to believe those who surrendered without reservation. The divine venomous puppet's poison controlled all of them. With Qin Wushuang's current realm, even controlling Master God-level experts was not strenuous at all. As for Envoy Miaofeng and a few of the stubborn ones, they were captured alive by Qin Wushuang without any suspense. Their divine souls were directly devoured, while their bodies were kept and refined into Master God puppets. Qin Wushuang was currently worried that there were too few Master God-level bodies and no Master God puppets. This was absolutely a good thing. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 987. The disappearance of Miaofeng emissary and his group made the Heavenly Lord even more restless. This time, he completely understood that the disappearance of the Weathering Land was related to the Tian Xian land. Or else, Miaofeng emissary and his group would not have disappeared so thoroughly. The thunderous fury of the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven caused the entire Great Heaven Galaxy to fall into unprecedented tension. A dozen Master Gods had disappeared all of a sudden. This shock was indeed appalling. Under his fury, the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven sent out the highest order to gather all Master Gods in the Great Heaven Galaxy to the Heavenly Lord Palace. Usually, such a grand gathering would only appear during a grand event. This time, it could be said to be an accident. Under his fury, the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven did not lose his sense of propriety. Before Miaofeng emissary entered the Tian Xian land, he already reported the information he received to him. The Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven also knew about the rumor of the Tian Xian land. Therefore, under his fury, he did not lose his rationality. On the contrary, he started to think more calmly. Miaofeng emissary sent the information that there are rumors of an elite warrior at the level of the Holy Emperor in the Tian Xian land. This rumor may not be untrustworthy. It is rumored that the Holy Emperor of the Kaiyang Galaxy once graced the Great Heaven Galaxy with his presence. As for the exact location, no one has found out. Later on, the new Holy Emperor Li Shenfeng also had similar rumors. However, they were all groundless rumors that have yet to be verified. Could it be that the Tian Xian land is related to one of those two? As he thought about this, the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven could not help but feel somewhat heated. This was a first-rate opportunity. If an elite warrior at the level of the Holy Emperor had truly fallen in his territory, then the one to inherit the legacy of these Holy Emperor should be the ruler of the galaxy. Why should others get the benefits? The more the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. Only, with the disappearance of the two groups of elite warriors, the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven did not dare to let down his guard. Being a Heavenly Lord elite warrior, he was incredibly powerful. However, considering the previous two setbacks, he felt he could not be too reckless. Therefore, he gathered all the Master Gods of the galaxy and formed a Master God army. Such power was more than enough to destroy the Tian Xian land 10 times. For the Tian Xian land, after Miaofeng emissary and his people were taken care of, Qin Wushuang and Heavenly Warrior Sound Demon started to discuss. They knew that most likely this time, it would be unavoidable for them to meet the great Heavenly Warrior. With the Sound Demon's current peak strength, it wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Lord of the Great Qian. However, he was afraid that the Heavenly Warrior of the Great Qian Heavenly Warrior would use the human wave tactic to deal a fatal blow to the Tian Xian land. They had the celestial ship and could escape at any time. However, with Qin Wushuang's current divine power, certainly he could not take away the entire Tianxian land. Unless he could become a powerful being like the Holy Emperor, only then would he be able to carry the stars and the moon and take the entire plane away. A heavenly venerate powerhouse could at most change the trajectory of a plane or destroy an entire plane. Even a heavenly venerate powerhouse would not be able to take it away. Qin Wushuang's ability had refined the souls of several overgods. Clearly, Qin Wushuang's cultivation had increased drastically as well. Although it didn't mean that he would immediately break through the barrier of becoming a master god and become a celestial venerable. However, he was also making great strides in that direction. After all, cultivating inside the Holy Emperor's celestial ship was 100 times faster than cultivating in an ordinary environment. This speed was definitely not an exaggeration. 100 years inside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. If he could cultivate inside the celestial ship for 1,000 years, it would be equivalent to 100,000 years in the outside world. 100,000 years was enough for Qin Wushuang to break into the heavenly venerate realm. Only, at the moment, it was clearly impossible for him to have 1,000 years. If there were no accidents, the great Qian Heavenly Lord would certainly arrive within 3 months. By that time, if he did not handle it well, most likely it would be a face-to-face battle. Even if Qin Wushuang could use the celestial ship to take away tens of millions of cultivators, he could not take away the tens of billions of living beings in the Tianxian land. He could not take away this plain formed by mountains and rivers. Considering this point, Qin Wushuang must find a way to solve the problem. Everyone, the enemy is before us. If you have anything to say, please speak your mind. Qin Wushuang was not nervous. Although his current strength was not enough to fight against the entire Great Qian starfield, he was not afraid of the Great Qian Heavenly Lord if they were to fall out. The Sound Demon could at least fight to a draw with the Great Qian Heavenly Lord. Qin Wushuang possessed so many treasures. Even if he could not defeat the Heavenly Lord, he would not be too far behind. At least, he would not lose his life in a single exchange. Those treasures were not to be trifled with. The Sound Demon was a ruthless person. He said, "Young master, I think it's not a good idea for us to always wait for the enemy to come to us." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Yes, we should act when it's time. Sound Demon, I also plan to take the initiative to attack. Are you willing to be the vanguard for me?" Heavenly Venerable Enmore laughed heartily. "Of course, I'm waiting for your orders, young master. I only have one request, and that is to borrow the celestial venerate flying ship for me to play with." Haha. Among the treasures left behind by the Holy Emperor Kaiyang, apart from the celestial ship, there was also the celestial venerate flying ship. The Sound Demon coveted it very much. It was not that he had never had a celestial venerate flying ship, but the Holy Emperor Qiang's things were not ordinary. After being trapped by Kaiyang for so long, it was only natural for him to use his things. "If you are the vanguard, how do you plan to attack?" Qin Wushuang asked. The Sound Demon laughed. "I won't play games with them. I will directly charge into the Celestial Venerate Temple and intercept the Great Qian Heavenly Lord's army. Then, I will defeat him in front of all the lords. I will make him lose face on his throne. Only then can I shake his authority in the Great Qian Starfield. This is to prepare you to take over the Great Qian Starfield in the future. I'm not very enthusiastic about taking over the Great Qian Starfield. Sound Demon, if you are so ambitious, you can consider it more." The Sound Demon's eyes lit up. "Young master, are you saying that if I am willing, you can let me take over the Great Qian Starfield?" Taking over the Great Qian Starfield is easier said than done. Not only is it difficult to take over the Great Qian Starfield, but even if you do, it will be a big problem to gain the approval of the Holy Emperor in the small universe. Hehe, this is not a big problem. If the Great Qian Heavenly Lord can build a good relationship with the Holy Emperor, I can build a good relationship with him too. Heavenly Venerate Enmore's smile was brimming with confidence. It was because he had a premonition that he would be able to advance to the ranks of the Holy Emperor sooner or later. And this opportunity was to build a good relationship with the young master. The young master was a person with great fortune. If he could bask in some of his light, there might be hope. It was because of these considerations that the sound demon was so loyal to Qin Wushuang. Otherwise, even if the Shura of Gojosian sealed in the graceful spiritual bow had intimidating power, it would not be enough to make him completely loyal. The sound demon listened to everything Qin Wushuang said. It was just taking advantage of the situation to rely on him. Vaguely, Qin Wushuang could also guess some of it. Only, for such matters, no one would say it out loud. When Qin Wushuang saw the confidence of the sound demon, he asked again, "How many people do you need?" "I only need my own people. Young master, you can wait for my good news at the Tian Shen land. Great Qian Heavenly Lord, hehe, I've wanted to meet him for a long time." The sound demon did not conceal his ambition and impulsiveness at all. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment. All right, instead of waiting for them to invade, it's better to take the initiative to intimidate them. Give them enough intimidating power. Sound demon, if you can defeat or even kill him in a head-on confrontation, that would be the best. The sound demon said with a smile, "I might not be able to kill him, but I have some confidence in defeating him. It's not easy to kill a Heavenly Lord elite warrior." Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. It was indeed difficult to kill an elite warrior at the same level without powerful cheating tools. The sound demon did not speak carelessly, which made Qin Wushuang feel more assured. "All right, sound demon, I will send you out. I will give you 3 years to wait for your good news. How about it?" Qin Wushuang said. The sound demon said with a smile, "Why 3 years? 1 year is enough." The sound demon did as he said. He drove the Heavenly Lord flying ship and flew towards the Great Chen Star Zone in a grandiose manner. With the speed of the Heavenly Lord flying ship, it would take at least 3 months to reach the Great Chen Star Zone. If it were the Master God flying ship, it would take at least half a year to a year. When Li Buyi saw the sound demon and the others leave, he also revealed a thoughtful expression. "Wushuang, the sound demon is unrestrained and has a vicious personality. It's strange that you can use him. Ha ha, he is afraid of my graceful spiritual bow, the Shura of Gojosian. At the same time, it is the legacy of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang." Li Buyi nodded. "Yes, although the sound demon is cunning, I have observed him in secret. He does not appear to be obeying you. It seems that he is following you wholeheartedly. Only, what are his chances of winning this time? Celestial Master Enmore is a celestial master who has been famous for hundreds of years. His strength is not to be underestimated. His divine soul has been tempered in the Pantheon Maze Palace, so his divine soul has reached the peak of the celestial master realm. With his strength, even if he cannot defeat the great Qian Heavenly Lord, he will not lose. Senior brother, if we play our cards according to the rules, certainly we cannot fight against that great Qian Heavenly Lord. We must use unconventional methods to deal with him. Perhaps, we can find a trace of hope." Li Buyi gave a long sigh. "Indeed, Wushuang, you have made rapid progress. No wonder you are the genius chosen by our teacher. I only hope that you can ascend to the Holy Emperor stage as soon as possible and have the chance to pursue the Supreme Tao. Only by seeing through that eternal Tao, defying life and death, and reincarnation can you revive our teacher." Li Shenfeng had transformed the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples. Therefore, Li Buyi and the others recognized Li Shenfeng strongly. At all times, Li Buyi never forgot about the matter of reviving his teacher. For this matter, Qin Wushuang also kept it in mind. This was also the driving force for him to keep working hard. It could be said that when he had transmigrated to this world, without the guidance from his teacher Li Shenfeng and the nurturing from the 7 deadly arrays formation, at most he would be an ordinary martial artist in the Shen Yuan Mound. It would be another matter if he could have ascended to the Supreme Tao stage, not to mention becoming a master god. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention the grace of a new life. The internet speed is too slow, it took me half an hour to update 1 chapter. Today, I still lack 1 chapter of 3,000 words. I plan to combine it with the 8 chapters tomorrow. In total, it will be 9 chapters of 27,000 words. Tomorrow, I will combine the small chapters into a large chapter. 3 chapters of 3,000 words will become 1 chapter of 9,000 words. I will update it 3 times. I hope that by that time, you will not think that I am lying to you. I am doing this to reduce the unnecessary waste of time. Please understand. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 988. When Qin Wushuang mentioned his teacher, Li Shenfeng, his expression immediately became solemn. He said seriously, "Senior brother, I will always remember my teacher's last words. Although I have inherited the legacy of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, in my heart, my teacher's grace of rebirth is always the most important. The Holy Emperor Kai Yang bestowed me with treasures, and my teacher gave me the grace of creation. There is no depth of affection, and there is a sequence of grace. I am the inheritor of my teacher's line, certainly I will not forget my ancestors." Li Buyi did not doubt that Qin Wushuang would forget his ancestors. Since Qin Wushuang's youth, he had secretly observed him. He knew the moral character of this genius junior brother. Certainly, there was nothing to say. "Junior martial brother, we brothers all trust you. There is no need to speak these words regarding me as an outsider. During this time, I plan to go into solitary training for 100 years. I will aim for the Master God stage. I will leave all major and minor matters to second and third. I only hope that the future of the Tianxian land will be better." Qin Wushuang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. "Senior brother, did you comprehend the mysteries of the Master God stage?" Li Buyi said, "This is all thanks to the celestial ship. It allowed me to break through continuously in less than 200 years and acquire today's qualification." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Senior brother, although the celestial ship has its merits, it's also related to our teacher's enlightenment. Additionally, for these tens and thousands of years, although you have not broken through, you have been training hard at the soaring of Galaxia barrier. Now with the opportunity, of course it will erupt. The rapid growth of your strength is definitely not a coincidence, it is inevitable. The celestial ship only provided you with a platform to erupt." Li Buyi nodded. "Although that's the case, without the celestial ship, everything would be empty talk." "Ha ha, then let the celestial ship bring you good luck again. Senior brother, I rather hope you will become a master god soon and take charge of the Tianxian land. Only then can I be at ease and pursue the supreme great Tao." Li Buyi said seriously, "I will do my best." The sound demon had driven the heavenly venerate flying ship to the core of the great Chen star zone in less than 3 months. At this moment, most of the over-gods who had hurried over from all directions had gathered. The heavenly warrior of the great heaven was also preparing to gather and depart to the Tianxian land. At that moment, the sound demon's flying vessel entered the heavenly lord of the great Chen's intelligence network immediately. The heavenly lord of the great Chen received the news and was both excited and calm. "You're finally out." He's really able to keep his composure, the heavenly lord of great Chen thought to himself resentfully. He gathered his trusted subordinates and quickly went to rob them. They couldn't possibly allow the enemy to kill their way into the hinterland unimpeded, could they? If that was the case, he would have no face left. The great Chen heavenly venerate finally intercepted the other party's heavenly venerate flying ship 50,000 kilometers away from the great Chen star zone's heavenly venerate temple. For this reason, the heavenly lord of the great Chen also paid a great price. Not only was his heavenly venerate flying ship attacked, many of the hundreds of master god flying ships he brought with him were also damaged. Despite this fact, they did not destroy the other party's flying ship. They only stopped the enemy from going deeper. It could be said that they spent a large amount of material resources to finally slow down the momentum of the other party's charge to the heavenly venerate temple. Clearly, the sound demon was fearless as he jumped out of the heavenly venerate flying ship. He sat on top of the flying ship and looked at the 3 layers of encirclement around him leisurely. He said with a smile, "Heavenly Lord of the Great Chen, What other use do you think these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can do besides adding to the casualties? The heavenly lord of the great Chen was speechless. This guy had such a big tone. It seemed that elite warriors at the master god level were shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his eyes. Such a big tone. Those master god elite warriors were also furious. They had seen heavenly venerate elite warriors before, yet it was their first time seeing such an arrogant one. It was true that master gods were inferior to heavenly venerates. However, a few hundred master gods were enough to deal with a heavenly venerate. This guy was so careless. Was there something wrong with his head? Did he not know the consequences of being surrounded? Or was he really so capable that he was not afraid of being surrounded at all? Regardless, those master god elite warriors were successfully infuriated. They all secretly made up their minds to surround this guy. The heavenly lord of the great Chen sized him up. The other party seemed to have come prepared as he had exposed his identity right away. Although it was not difficult, he could at least tell that the other party had come for him, the heavenly lord of the great Chen. A heavenly venerate elite. The heavenly lord of the great Chen knew the strength of his opponent very well, so he dared not let his guard down. The other party must have some ability to make dozens of master gods disappear so easily. Who are you exactly? Shouldn't you restrain yourself after behaving so atrociously in the great Chen star zone? The sound demon laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Sir, you must be mistaken, right? The ones behaving atrociously are those bastards from the great Chen star zone. If the Azura king had been present, he would have died at least 10 times because of the mocking tone of the heavenly venerate of the great Chen. The sound demon sneered. Heavenly lord of great Chen, don't worry, I will pass on what you said to His Majesty the Shura of Gojosian in full detail. I hope your divine soul won't be destroyed by His Majesty the Shura of Gojosian in your sleep. Upon seeing the serious expression of the sound demon, the heavenly lord of great Chen felt somewhat awe-inspiring. It sounded like this guy was not joking. Could it be that the infamous Shura of Gojosian was truly not sealed by the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang? Instead, he fled here and sought refuge in the Tian Shen land. If that was the case, then this grudge would be huge. Perhaps the Shura of Gojosian could not defeat the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang. However, in the little universe where the great Chen star domain was located, even the strongest Holy Emperor was far less famous than the Shura of Gojosian. In terms of strength, most likely he could not be mentioned on equal terms with the Shura of Gojosian. If he truly angered the giant Holy Emperor of the evil path, the Shura of Gojosian, then it would be far from good. If the Shura of Gojosian was serious, it would be easy for him to kill the heavenly lord of great Chen. Thinking here, the heavenly lord of great Chen could not help but feel his heartbeat. An imperceptible sense of nervousness surged in his heart. Only, he was the dignified heavenly lord, the ruler of the great Chen star domain. Even if he was inwardly afraid, it was impossible for him to be stopped by a few words. He shouted fiercely, Sir, even if the rumors about the Shura of Gojosian are true, it's a great offense for you to barge into the core of the great Chen star domain. This seat must let you know whose territory this is. In my territory, if you are a dragon, you must coil up. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. The sound demon laughed loudly. Very good, I like your tone. I hope your divine arts will satisfy me as well as your tone. Flames of anger surged in the heavenly lord of great Chen's eyes. He suddenly glared, and 2 beams of purplish-green light shot out from his pupils. They rolled into 2 beams of murderous light in the sky and attacked with a loud bang. Wave after wave of attack waves swept up in the void, causing the void to tremble. The surrounding overgods all expanded their circle at the same time and made the core area as the battlefield. The sound demon smiled leisurely and opened his hands. He also waved out 2 giant palms with demonic fire and charged towards the 2 beams of divine light. This was a contest of divine souls, a clash between heavenly venerables. Once the fight started, the aura was so great that it could turn the galaxy upside down. The 2 heavenly venerables actually really got entangled in a fight. In the history of the Great Chen Star Zone, the number of battles between heavenly venerables could be counted on one hand. Even though the Grand Chen Star Domain and the Hope River Star Domain were so hostile, even if heavenly venerables confronted each other, it would only be a symbolic fight. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would never use their trump cards. After all, heavenly venerables had to bear the burden of being a heavenly venerate. The overlord of an area was not suitable for charging and breaking through enemy lines. However, the situation at this moment was completely different. This was not a confrontation between star zones, but it was more intense than a confrontation between star zones. Chapter 0997, Battle between Heavenly Venerables. The battle between Heavenly Venerables was really tragic. The surrounding star planes all felt a strong pressure. The two Heavenly Venerables each displayed their divine powers and fought until the sky turned dark. In terms of age, the Heavenly Lord of Great Chen had only become a Heavenly Venerate within 1,000,000 years. The Sound Demon, on the other hand, had been a giant for a few million years. In terms of strength, the Sound Demon was already at the peak of a Heavenly Venerate back then, while the Heavenly Lord of Great Chen was still some distance away from becoming a peak Heavenly Venerate. In terms of divine artifacts, both sides were evenly matched. The Sound Demon's collection back then was definitely more than the Heavenly Lord of Great Chen's. However, he had been captured by the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang and many of his treasures were now lost and not with him. On the other hand, the Heavenly Lord of Great Chen had been in the limelight for the past 1,000,000 years and had refined many Heavenly Venerate divine artifacts. However, both sides did not have the Holy Emperor's divine artifacts, which was a huge pity. The Holy Emperor's divine artifacts were different from the Heavenly Venerate divine artifacts. The refinement of the Holy Emperor's divine artifacts had very high requirements for materials. It was already a great opportunity for a Holy Emperor to have a Holy Emperor's divine artifact. Only the extremely outstanding Holy Emperor would have 2, 3, or more divine artifacts, which were accumulated over millions or even tens of millions of years. The Holy Emperor's divine artifacts could only be encountered by chance. Although the materials were rare, the refinement process was also very difficult. Without tens of thousands of years of polishing, it was impossible to take it down. It could be said that the Holy Emperor's divine artifacts were extremely rare items. Even Li Shenfeng, who had reigned for millions of years, only had one Holy Emperor's divine artifact. The reason why the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang had a few divine artifacts was because the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang had reigned for tens of millions of years in the Great Luo universe. In the Great Luo universe, there were very few Holy Emperor of tens of millions of years and geniuses like the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang. One had to know that the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang had been known as one of the top 10 Holy Emperor powerhouses in the past. In the Great Luo universe, there were countless small universes and countless Holy Emperor powerhouses. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. However, there were only a few who could obtain the reputation of being in the top 10. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Holy Emperor of Kaiyang to have a few Holy Emperor's divine artifacts. A Heavenly Venerate powerhouse could have many Heavenly Venerate divine artifacts. If the quality was slightly inferior, they could even bestow them to their lords. That was because the materials and refinement requirements of a Heavenly Venerate divine artifact were far inferior to those of a Holy Emperor's divine artifact. Therefore, many lords who were close to a Heavenly Venerate could have a Heavenly Venerate divine artifact forever. However, it was extremely difficult for a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse to have a Holy Emperor's divine artifact. It was almost impossible to achieve. That was the difference between a Holy Emperor's divine artifact and a Heavenly Venerate's divine artifact. That difference also made it rare for a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse to win a decisive battle by relying on weapons and equipment. It could almost be said that if a Heavenly Venerate was lucky enough to have a Holy Emperor's divine artifact, then in a battle of the same level, even if his own strength was inferior to the other parties, the Holy Emperor's divine artifact could easily win. Once a Holy Emperor's divine artifact was refined, its role in a battle was decisive. The Sound Demon and Heavenly Venerate Da Qian were obviously not lucky people. After all, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse for a Heavenly Venerate to have a Holy Emperor's divine artifact. After all, A Holy Emperor's divine artifact was something that even many Holy Emperors coveted. If a Heavenly Venerate had a Holy Emperor's divine artifact, there might be other Holy Emperor powerhouses coming to snatch it. However, it was different for a Heavenly Venerate divine artifact. A Heavenly Venerate divine artifact would definitely not attract the attention of a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse to the point of deliberately snatching it, unless the powerhouse's aptitude was very impressive. Otherwise, a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse could refine a Heavenly Venerate divine artifact himself and would not need to lay his hands on a Lord God who had a Heavenly Venerate divine artifact. The two Heavenly Venerate powerhouses each displayed their remarkable abilities and fought above the galaxy. Both of their Heavenly Venerate divine artifacts were top-notch. The Sound Demon was obviously trying to show off. While activating his Heavenly Venerate divine artifact to tangle with Heavenly Venerate Dhn, he also took out the octagonal lotus hammer and laughed. Heavenly Venerate Dhn, you gave this octagonal lotus hammer to the wind and cloud imps, right? It's a great gift. I won't stand on ceremony and accept it. Haha. Seeing the octagonal lotus hammer, Heavenly Venerate Dhn's eyes were burning with rage. Knowing that the wind and cloud imps were definitely in trouble, he was enraged. His divine soul erupted once again and his physical body swelled abruptly. Like a giant that could support the heavens, he waved the giant scythe in his hand and slashed at the Sound Demon's Dharma body. In terms of power, this slash could directly split an ordinary plane into two. The wild blade sliced through the galaxy, leaving obvious marks in the void as it was sliced apart layer by layer. Those exaggerated void cracks also appeared continuously. If it were an ordinary Supreme Tao powerhouse, he would have long been swallowed by the void cracks and disappeared into the vast void. Even a Lord God powerhouse would have to be on full alert under such power. However, Heavenly Venerate powerhouses did not care about void cracks of this level at all. They completely ignored it. The suction and swallowing power of the void cracks were not enough to pose much of a threat to them. The blade light flashed and it was enough to shatter the stars and reverse the flow of the galaxy. Before the fatal blade light arrived, the octagonal lotus hammer in the Sound Demon's hand began to spin rapidly. The 8-petaled lotus spun like a high-speed windmill, creating layers of tricolored ripples that formed a wild storm that enveloped the blade light layer by layer. The intense light illuminated the entire Star River. The spectating overgods were all shocked. Seeing a battle of this level, they realized how insignificant their strength was when compared to a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse. The Sound Demon used the octagonal lotus hammer, a new Heavenly Venerate divine artifact, to resist the sharp slash of Heavenly Venerate Dhn. This made Heavenly Venerate Dhn feel a little defeated. He realized that the opponent before him probably had a great background. Compared to him, the opponent's strength was superior. Thinking of this, Heavenly Venerate Dhn was even angrier. Who did he offend for no reason? Why did he have to make such a big enemy? Given the situation today, even if he could not win, he could not lose. Otherwise, his status in the Great Chen Star Zone would be gone. However, once the Sound Demon found out about Heavenly Venerate Dhn's background, it began to strengthen its attacks. The Sound Demon's life Heavenly Venerate divine artifact was a divine artifact that it had been refined for millions of years. Like a flying red dragon, a long spear swept through the Star River, causing Heavenly Venerate Dhn to be in a sorry state. The Sound Demon's spirit realm could almost be said to have reached the level of a Holy Emperor powerhouse. It was only a step away from becoming a Holy Emperor powerhouse. With such a spirit realm, it was not difficult to defeat Heavenly Venerate Dhn. After a round of fighting, Heavenly Venerate Dhn's spirit had already been exhausted by 60 to 70%, but the Sound Demon was still as lively as a dragon and a tiger, its attacks becoming fiercer and fiercer. The difference in spirit realm was immediately revealed. Heavenly Venerate Dhn was exhausted and knew that if this continued, he would not be too far away from dying. He was extremely depressed and wanted to use the human wave tactic to besiege his opponent. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Venerable Yin Mo seemed to have already seen through his thoughts. He laughed and said, "Heavenly Venerable Great Chen, I'll give you a chance. If you don't get your underlings to attack together, you'll be injured within 3 rounds. Within 10 rounds, the heavenly venerate Da Qian might fall. These words were undoubtedly a slap to the face, but it made it difficult for heavenly venerate Da Qian to back down. Calling his underlings to attack together would make him seem timid. If he did not call his underlings to attack together, it was indeed a big problem how long he could last in such a situation. It was not difficult to weigh the pros and cons and make a choice between saving face and safety. The giant scythe slashed wildly and roared, "Attack together and destroy him." The master gods in the periphery were different from the masters of the planes in the outside world. These master gods were the trusted subordinates of heavenly venerate Da Qian and were all the heavenly venerate Da Qian's men of sacrifice. They were willing to go through fire and water for heavenly venerate Da Qian at any time. Upon hearing the order, they pounced over without hesitation. The power of a few hundred master gods surrounding him was absolutely terrifying. Even a heavenly venerate expert would not be able to win under the siege of a master god's array formation. It was already good enough that he could protect himself. The sound demon laughed. As expected, heavenly venerate Da Qian, you're afraid. Do you think having more people is of any use? As the sound demon laughed, his Dharma body rolled and turned into a red cloud. This red cloud took the shape of a human and was extremely exaggerated. It was like a flowing wind that left no traces. It swayed in the void and pounced towards heavenly venerate Da Qian. Heavenly venerate Da Qian was shocked. Before the red cloud rolled over, there was already a monstrous heat wave that seemed to be able to burn half of him. This shock wasn't small at all. One must know that heavenly venerate Da Qian's heavenly venerate Dharma body had superb resistance to high temperatures. Even the high temperatures caused by the friction of the power of stars could not hurt the Dharma body of a heavenly venerate expert. However, the other party's red cloud incarnation was actually able to pose such a great threat from so far away. This was really unexpected. Only then did heavenly venerate Da Qian realize how terrifying the opponent he was facing was. The sound demon laughed sinisterly. "If you don't want to be burned to death, get lost." The sound demon was like a river of fire that kept drawing fire circles in the sky. Each circle was fiercer than the previous one. The fire was not a raging fire but a greenish-purple fire. However, the lethality of this fire was more than 100 times more ferocious than that of a raging fire. Heavenly venerate Da Qian was entangled by this fire and retreated continuously. He scurried into the heavenly venerate flying ship and shouted, "Retreat, retreat." The sound demon laughed sinisterly. "Retreat to where?" He also scurried into his own heavenly venerate flying ship and chased after heavenly venerate Da Qian's flying ship. The sound demon's flying ship was the handiwork of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. It was much better than ordinary heavenly venerate flying ships. Be it in terms of hardness or size, they were all very impressive. In comparison, heavenly venerate Da Qian's heavenly venerate flying ship was very shabby. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up to heavenly venerate Da Qian's temple. The sound demon laughed loudly. "Heavenly venerate Da Qian, just hide. I'll destroy your heavenly venerate temple first." Heavenly venerate Da Qian shouted angrily, "Don't you go too far. You provoked me first. My principle is that if someone offends me, I'll return the favor tenfold." The sound demon laughed sinisterly and was about to charge towards the heavenly venerate temple. At that moment, an extremely vigorous voice sounded from the void. "Don't be rash. Your Excellency, stop before you go too far." In the void, a ray of green light shot down from the sky and entangled continuously. It actually formed a huge net in front of the sound demon's flying ship. The Holy Emperor makes a move. The huge net formed by the green light was very elastic. The sound demon originally thought that his heavenly venerate flying ship would be able to tear the huge net apart when it collided with it. However, to his surprise, although the flying ship's momentum was strong, it bounced back when it collided with the net as if it had punched a spring. The huge flying ship retreated rapidly. Unexpectedly, another huge green net was set up behind it and trapped the flying ship. The inescapable net was like a huge cage that trapped the sound demon's flying ship. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The sound demon turned pale with fright. An expert who could have such a remarkable ability would definitely not be an expert of the same level. Could it be that an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor had arrived? Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon groaned inwardly. This was really bad luck. Why would an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor suddenly appear? He couldn't be that unlucky, right? Why would he encounter an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor for no reason? Back then, he accidentally bumped into the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, and the price was that he lost millions of years of freedom. And now, he had just regained his freedom not long ago. Could it be that he had to return to the cage again? The sound demon was unwilling to give up. He urged the Heavenly Venerate flying ship to dash left and right. Don't struggle, the majestic voice said again. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Guizhong universe? Guizhong universe? You are the Guizhong Holy Emperor? The sound demon was shocked and asked. When the Heavenly Venerate Great Chen saw the huge green net, he knew that his savior had arrived. He said in joy, Greetings, Guizhong Holy Emperor. It is my honor to have Lord Holy Emperor here. The Guizhong Holy Emperor frowned slightly and said, I just happened to pass by. My divine soul had an epiphany, so I used the greater teleportation technique to teleport here. It just so happens that I can solve your problem. The greater teleportation technique was teleportation. Ordinary Supreme Tao powerhouses knew how to teleport. However, that kind of teleportation was just ordinary movement. It was impossible to achieve the greater teleportation technique that the Holy Emperor could achieve. The greater teleportation technique was a super divine ability that could allow one to cross a star field in an instant. A 3-month journey on the Heavenly Venerate flying ship could be reached in the blink of an eye with the greater teleportation technique. However, the greater teleportation technique used the power of laws. Even for a powerhouse at the level of the Holy Emperor, it was extremely taxing. After all, the spacetime law was something that only a Zenith Heaven powerhouse could fully grasp. As for a powerhouse like the Holy Emperor, he had only grasped a little bit of it. The true spacetime law was vast and far-reaching. One thought could be in the east of the universe, and one thought could reach the west of the universe. That was the supreme spacetime law. Hearing the Guizhong Holy Emperor's words, the sound demon complained incessantly. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. This person's divine ability was indeed at the level of a powerhouse at the level of the Holy Emperor. Could the Guizhong Holy Emperor be the master of this small universe? Heavenly Venerate Da Qian, who is this person? The Guizhong Holy Emperor asked faintly. The Heavenly Venerate Da Qian quickly replied, Lord Guizhong, this person claims to be a Heavenly Venerate under the Shura of Gojosian. He is tyrannical and overbearing. He first injured the master gods of my star field before injuring my emissary. Now, he has come to my great Chen star field to cause trouble. I don't know his true identity. Shura of Gojosian? The Guizhong Holy Emperor frowned. He had heard of this name before. A few million years ago, it was also a name that made people's expressions change. Many powerhouses at the level of the Holy Emperor had been defeated and killed by the Shura of Gojosian. Later, it was said that the top Holy Emperor, Kai Yang, had appeared and defeated the Shura of Gojosian and sealed him. Could it be that the rumors of the seal were not true? Lord, that's what he said. I suspect that he is deliberately making things up to mislead us. The Guizhong Holy Emperor nodded. Rumor has it that the Shura of Gojosian was sealed by the Holy Emperor Kai Yang back then and disappeared from the Great Luo universe. Now, a few million years have passed. How can the name of the Shura of Gojosian be reborn? Although the sound demon was trapped, his arrogance didn't change. He shouted, Guizhong Holy Emperor, you are a Holy Emperor powerhouse. I admire you very much. However, His Majesty, the Shura of Gojosian, is not to be trifled with. You can suspect me, the sound demon, but it is impolite to suspect His Majesty, the Shura of Gojosian. The sound demon? The Guizhong Holy Emperor paused. Rumor has it that the Shura of Gojosian has a subordinate, the sound demon, who is one of the Shura of Gojosian's hired thugs. Didn't you say that you were also sealed by the Holy Emperor Kai Yang? How can you believe in rumors? The Holy Emperor Kai Yang and the Shura of Gojosian have become good friends long ago. His Majesty, the Shura of Gojosian, has also heeded the advice of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang. He no longer goes around challenging others and deliberately keeps a low profile. Now that he is passing by your Da Qian star zone, the two sovereigns of the Fengyun continent are constantly making a fuss. Two mere sovereigns dare to offend the authority of the Holy Emperor. Even if His Majesty, the Shura of Gojosian, is magnanimous. As subordinates, we can't just sit by and do nothing. Your Excellency, the Guizhong Holy Emperor, what do you have to say for detaining me without distinguishing between right and wrong? The Guizhong Holy Emperor said lightly, you are behaving atrociously in my territory. No matter what you say, you are the one being unreasonable. Even the Shura of Gojosian can't condone your outrageous acts. Heavenly Venerable Enmore laughed heartily. What an outrageous act. Well said, well said. Your Excellency, the Guizhong Holy Emperor, I admit that you are very powerful and that I am no match for you. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. However, you must be prepared at all times. The next time, it won't be a heavenly venerable powerhouse who comes to cause trouble. His Majesty has come personally to see how Your Excellency, the Guizhong Holy Emperor, will stop him. With His Majesty's personality, even if he has restrained himself for millions of years, he will never allow others to bully him. Your Excellency, the Guizhong Holy Emperor, just wait for your little universe to never have a day of peace. Unreasonable? His Majesty can only be more unreasonable than you. The Guizhong Holy Emperor had heard of the Shura of Gojosian's fierce reputation. With the Shura of Gojosian's fierce reputation, the Guizhong Holy Emperor knew that he was still slightly inferior. If he really angered the Shura of Gojosian, there would be a lot of trouble. However, the Guizhong Holy Emperor was, after all, the master of the universe. He wouldn't change his mind just because of a few words. He just smiled faintly. I wonder where Your Excellency, the Shura of Gojosian is now? If it's really Your Excellency, the Shura of Gojosian, I don't mind giving him some face. If it's really a misunderstanding, I can just laugh it off. Sound Demon, you can send a message on my behalf. Humph, His Majesty has left long ago. Now, in your territory, my young master has the final say. He is arrogant, so I can't guarantee that he will not meet guests. Your young master? Who is that? The Guizhong Holy Emperor frowned. Could it be another Holy Emperor for the Sound Demon to be so respectful to his young master? Since when did this Holy Emperor become so powerful? Haha, my young master's background is really big. Your Majesty, the Holy Emperor, in terms of cultivation, my young master is definitely far inferior to you for the time being. He's even inferior to me. However, his background is very extraordinary. The Heavenly Lord of Da Qian said unhappily, Sound Demon, don't just talk nonsense. Who is your young master? Tell me his name. Is he the son of the Shura of Gojosian? Haha, if he's just the son of the Shura of Gojosian, then it's fine. My young master is a disciple jointly accepted by His Majesty, the Shura of Gojosian, and the Holy Emperor of Kai Yang. He's about to become a celestial master before the age of 200. About to become a celestial master before the age of 200? The Heavenly Lord of Da Qian thought that he had heard wrongly and pursed his lips in disbelief. On the other hand, the Guizhong Holy Emperor looked thoughtful. There were many geniuses in the great Luo universe, and although there weren't many who became lords before the age of 200, there were still some. However, if this person could really make the two holy emperors, one righteous and one evil, join forces to accept him as a disciple, then it would be very extraordinary. Speaking of which, it was simply a strange story. Who didn't know that the Shura of Gojosian was extremely evil and had challenged the Holy Emperor experts millions of years ago? He was infamous for his ferocity and his hands were stained with blood. And the Holy Emperor of Kai Yang was full of righteousness and was the most righteous representative of the Holy Emperor. These two Holy Emperors with completely different personalities actually became friends. They actually joined forces to accept him as a disciple. It sounded like nonsense no matter how one listened to it. However, Heavenly Venerate Enmore sounded like he was taking this matter very seriously, so it didn't seem to be the case. A lord who was less than 200 years old was undoubtedly capable of becoming a holy emperor. It was just a matter of time. Generally, those who could cultivate to the holy emperor realm before the age of 100,000 were definitely geniuses among geniuses. And this person was a lord before the age of 200, so there was a high chance that he would become a holy emperor before the age of 100,000. If this person with such potential was really a disciple jointly accepted by the Shura of Gojosian and the holy emperor of Kaiyang, then it would be too terrifying. With the inheritance of both righteous and evil, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? By then, the great Luo universe would probably become lively again. Such a young man was destined to cause a huge uproar in the great Luo universe. Gui Zong smiled. Since that's the case, it's fine for me to meet your young lord. But I wonder where the holy emperor of Kaiyang is now? The sound demon said proudly, although that old man Kaiyang has reconciled with my majesty, I don't care where he went. If he wasn't one of my young master's masters, I wouldn't even mention that old man's name. You ask me where he went, but how would I know? If you want to know, you can ask my young master. If he's in a good mood, he'll tell you. The Gui Zong Holy Emperor was a holy emperor after all. It was impossible for him to lower himself to meet a junior lord. He nodded. In that case, the holy emperor of Kaiyang and the Shura of Gojosian are not here, so it's inconvenient for me to visit them. Go back and tell your young master that I'm waiting for him in the Da Qian star zone. There has to be an explanation for the grievances between you and me. Heavenly Venerate Enmore could tell from his tone that he was somewhat fearful. He was overjoyed, knowing that at least he wouldn't be imprisoned today. He nodded. All right, I'll pass the message to my young master. As for whether he'll come or not, I can't say for sure. The Gui Zong Holy Emperor smiled faintly and waved his hand. The giant green net instantly disappeared without a trace. He believed that if the young master of the sound demon was really the successor of the Shura of Gojosian and the holy emperor of Kaiyang, he would at least be able to discern this much. If the holy emperor of Kaiyang didn't even come when he was summoned, then he would be too unappreciative. So what if he was a genius? If he didn't even know how to conduct himself and didn't take the easy way out, then perhaps even the disciples of the Shura of Gojosian and the holy emperor of Kaiyang would have to teach him a lesson. A 3-in-1 chapter. Today, there are 2 3-in-1 chapters of 9,000 words. A total of 27,000 words. That's the previous 9 chapters. Brothers, you can do the math. Don't say that old Nyo is playing tricks. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 989. The Sound Demon's Heavenly Venerate flying vessel was freed after the giant green net was retracted. It rushed out of the circle and paused for a moment above before saying to the Gui Zong Holy Emperor, Lord Holy Emperor, I, the Sound Demon, will remember your kindness in sparing my life. I owe you a favor for today's matter. He still had to say some polite words. No matter how much of a scoundrel he was, the Yin demon Heavenly Venerate knew that it would be easy for sacred sovereign Gui Zong to kill him. The Heavenly Venerate of Great Heaven felt a little indignant as he watched the Sound Demon's flying vessel leave. However, this was the idea of the Gui Zong Holy Emperor, so he naturally did not dare to object. The Gui Zong Holy Emperor watched the flying vessel leave, a hint of deep thought appearing between his deep brows. Lord Holy Emperor, the Sound Demon is very arrogant. The Heavenly Venerate of Great Heaven said somewhat angrily. The Sound Demon has been famous for millions of years. He has always been arrogant. The Gui Zong Holy Emperor was indifferent. He has his reasons for being arrogant. He was probably influenced by the Shura of Gojosian. Lord, is the Shura of Gojosian really not sealed by the Kaiyang Holy Emperor? I really don't believe that these two experts can turn from enemies to friends. The Guizhong Holy Emperor pondered and said, "We can't jump to conclusions about this matter. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor is a peerless expert, and the Shura of Gojosian is no ordinary person. With their realm, it is not impossible for them to become friends after a fight. Moreover, what he said is very reasonable." The Shura of Gojosian listened to the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's advice and stopped killing the innocent. He has been silent for millions of years. But it is not without reason. However, the sound demon said that these two experts took in a disciple at the same time. Why do I feel that he is talking nonsense? Two people with completely different personalities joining hands to take in a disciple. It sounds like a ghost story. Yes, this matter is very suspicious. I need to see this child before I can conclude. Back then, it was rumored that the Kaiyang Holy Emperor had fallen. Now, there are people saying that the Kaiyang Holy Emperor is not dead. It seems that the rumors. The Guizhong Holy Emperor sighed. If it is just the Shura of Gojosian, it is nothing. If the Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor has something to do with this, then it will be quite troublesome. The Guizhong Holy Emperor was, the Shura of Gojosian the Shura of Gun. But the Kaiyang Holy Emperor was, the Holy Emperor was is translation, and, the Holy Emperor Warlord. The Holy Translation was Sun Red Translation. No matter how confident Guizhong was, he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor. Before he, translation until his translation before, it. It translation. What if things got out of hand and a grudge was formed? That would be a disaster for him. The Guizhong cosmos could not withstand the torment of the two overlords. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor was easy to talk to. The Shura of Gojosian was famous for his ferocity millions of years ago. If this evil overlord was really angered, the Guizhong cosmos would be in for a disaster. If the Kaiyang Holy Emperor still wanted to interfere, it would be the end of the Guizhong cosmos. Although the Guizhong Holy Emperor looked calm on the surface, he was still a little worried. If the matter was just a misunderstanding, it would be fine. But if it was because of something else, it would be a different story. Seeing the worry in the Guizhong Holy Emperor's eyes, the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven seemed to have realized the seriousness of his loss of composure. Thus, he volunteered. "Lord Holy Emperor, why don't I make a trip down and see what's going on with the so-called young master?" The Guizhong Holy Emperor waved his hand and rejected the Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven's suggestion. "There's no need for that. There's no difference between you and me going. We'll lose in terms of attitude first. Moreover, if you go, you won't be able to see through many things and it'll be inconvenient. It's better to wait for him to come." The Heavenly Lord of Great Heaven smiled bitterly. "I'm just afraid that the kid doesn't know what's good for him and has the same bad temper as the Shura of Gojosian." "That's hard to say." The Guizhong Holy Emperor said, "If the young man is young and frivolous, it'll be easier to deal with him. You don't have to interfere in this matter. I'll handle it." The Heavenly Lord of Great Chen was ashamed. He was the one who had caused the trouble, but the Saint Emperor had to clean it up. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. On the other hand, the Sound Demon was driving the Heavenly Lord flying ship at full speed towards the Tianxian land. Along the way, the Sound Demon had a lingering fear in his heart. If he had encountered a holy emperor like the Guizhong Holy Emperor who did not have a fierce reputation, if he had encountered a holy emperor with the same bad temper as the Shura of Gojosian, he most likely wouldn't have made it back today. "I was careless. I still underestimated the enemy." The Sound Demon smiled bitterly and mocked himself. Inwardly, he felt lucky. "Fortunately, my words intimidated the Guizhong Holy Emperor. If it wasn't for that, I'm afraid that guy wouldn't have been so easy to talk to." Indeed, as he thought, the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian had great reputations. If it wasn't for that, even if the Guizhong Holy Emperor was more conservative and calm, he would have suffered some hardships. Even if he didn't kill him, he would have been detained for hundreds of thousands of years as a punishment. Today, he was able to escape unscathed not only because of those words, but also because he had encountered a holy emperor who was easier to talk to. To be honest, the The sound demon was very lucky. He was more or less grateful for the Gui Zong Holy Emperor's leniency. The arrogant aura from before was also completely retracted. He thought to himself, it seems that after a few million years, this Deluo universe is still the original Deluo universe. I have to be careful no matter where I go. I can't tell where a holy emperor came from. It seems that in the heavenly Lord realm, I can't be too arrogant. I have to strengthen my cultivation and strive to break into the holy emperor realm as soon as possible. In front of the Gui Zong Holy Emperor, he had no room to resist at all. This fatal gap made the sound demon suddenly wake up from his arrogance. It made him realize that millions of years ago, he had suffered a loss at the hands of the Holy Emperor. After escaping, he still suffered a loss. The Holy Emperor was definitely not someone a heavenly Lord realm expert like him could challenge. Along the way, his heart was also very gloomy. How was he going to explain this to the young master when he returned? He was able to escape because he had put the young master on the table. Now, the Gui Zong Holy Emperor had specifically asked his young master to go. Speaking of which, it seemed that he had betrayed the young master to gain his freedom. Along the way, he had been thinking about how to break the news. He was really conflicted. However, an ugly daughter-in-law would eventually have to meet her in-laws. Along the way, the sound demon's subordinates also did not say a word. Although they did not participate in the original battle, they had witnessed the entire battle with their own eyes. Naturally, they also knew that the sound demon was conflicted. That too, Wang laughed. Big brother, don't be conflicted. Just tell the young master the truth when we return. The young master is an open-minded person. Besides, the appearance of the Holy Emperor was not something we wanted to see. That was an accident. The sound demon gave a long sigh. Then that's the only way. I didn't expect that the sound demon's illustrious reputation would be destroyed by the Holy Emperor in the end. Second, you must work hard. These days, if you are not an elite warrior like the Holy Emperor, you can't stand tall anywhere. On this day, they finally returned to the Tian Shen land. It was still a long time before the promised 1 year. It had only been 7 months or so. Ha, sound demon, you are back so fast. Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could have welcomed you? Qin Wushuang led the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples, Bao Bao, and the others to welcome him in the sky above the galaxy. The sound demon walked out from the flying boat and gave a long sigh. Young master, I am ashamed. The sound demon is too ashamed to come back to see you. When Qin Wushuang saw a trace of awkwardness and embarrassment on the faces of the sound demon and the other demon gods, he knew that most likely things were not that simple. At the moment, he was extremely smart and did not pursue the matter. Instead, he smiled. It's good that you are back. Let's talk about other things later. Since you guys came back in one piece, the completion of the mission is secondary. The sound demon smiled bitterly and shot a glance at Qin Wushuang. He sent his voice, young master, can we talk in private? When Qin Wushuang saw him acting this way, he knew something was wrong. However, he did not expose him and only nodded. Okay, let's go down first. Now that they were alone, Heavenly Venerate Yin Mo no longer hesitated. He recounted everything from the beginning to the end. Indeed, Qin Wushuang did not fly into a rage. Instead, he said with some surprise, the Holy Emperor Gui Zong? That's right, young master. My luck is really bad. I always run into powerful holy emperors. It seems that I have to look at the almanac before I go out. The sound demon was very sad. Sound demon, don't be sad. It's a good thing that you can come back safely. It's better than the last time you were lucky millions of years ago, isn't it? The sound demon smiled bitterly. That's the only way I can comfort myself. Young master, sound demon is ashamed to have dragged you into this. If I hadn't bragged like that, the situation would have been worse. Qin Wushuang laughed. You weren't bragging. You were just quick-witted in an emergency. You weren't lying. His Majesty Shura of Gojosian lived in the graceful spiritual bow and grew up with me. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was my teacher. I inherited the inheritance treasure of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang. In his last will, He also asked me to go to his territory and inherit his mantle. This is also a fact. The sound demon scratched his head. But that Guizhong Holy Emperor wants young master to meet him. This was truly a difficult situation. Young master, what do you think we should do now? If he wants to meet him, then let's go meet him. Since the Holy Emperor is willing to show up, it's better than not showing up. Sound demon, you stay here and watch. I'll go and pay a visit to the Guizhong Holy Emperor. It would be good to settle everything. The sound demon was a little hesitant. I'm afraid that Guizhong Holy Emperor will do something bad to you, young master. Guizhong Holy Emperor is a powerful Holy Emperor. A small matter like this in the Fengyun continent won't affect his mood. A powerful Holy Emperor can't be so narrow-minded. I have my reasons. The sound demon was very ashamed of Qin Wushuang's decision. On the other hand, the Shura of Gojosian sealed in the graceful spiritual bow was full of praise. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. Not bad, not bad. If Guizhong Holy Emperor wants to hurt you, I won't let him have his way even if my divine soul is shattered. You can go ahead. I don't believe that Guizhong Holy Emperor will dare to act rashly after hearing the name of Shura of Gojosian. Qin Wushuang's decision made the Heavenly Arcane 7 disciples a little worried. But since Qin Wushuang had made up his mind, it wasn't convenient for them to object. Qin Wushuang also controlled a heavenly venerate flying ship and flew toward the Grand Qian starfield. Chapter 1000, Paying respects to the Holy Emperor. This was the first time he had paid a visit to a powerful Holy Emperor. Of course, Qin Wushuang was very calm and didn't have much emotion. His master, Li Shenfeng, was a genius on the same level as the Holy Emperor. Holy Emperor Kai Yang was also one of the top 10 Holy Emperor experts. The Shura of Gojosian sealed in the graceful spiritual bow was also a powerhouse among the Holy Emperors. Although he didn't have any direct contact with these Holy Emperor experts, the greatness of the Holy Emperor had always influenced him, allowing him to experience the strength of the Holy Emperor experts. Therefore, he wasn't too nervous. For an elite warrior at the level of Holy Emperor Guizhong, Qin Wushuang was extremely impressed. Although there were many people who could become Saint Emperors in the vast Great Luo universe, they were still limited. In the cultivation world that was as numerous as the stars, Saint Kings were without a doubt the people at the top of the pyramid. In the Grand Qian starfield, Guizhong Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "They're here." Heavenly Venerate Great Qian scolded, "Good. I want to see what kind of trash they are and if they have 3 heads and 6 arms to be so arrogant." Guizhong Holy Emperor said indifferently, "I already know about what happened in the Fengyun continent. If you can't let go of such a small grudge, how can you be the lord of a starfield?" Heavenly Venerate Great Qian was ashamed and submissive. The Heavenly Venerate flying ship had already reached the periphery of the Divine Hall of Heavenly Venerate. Qin Wushuang didn't put on airs and stopped the ship. He came to the gate of the Divine Hall of Heavenly Venerate and walked in under the guidance of the Divine Hall of Heavenly Venerate. The moment Qin Wushuang approached, Guizhong Divine Emperor's eyes suddenly turned cold and he stared at Qin Wushuang. A faintly discernible pressure continued to spread, as if it wanted to see through this young man. Qin Wushuang was neither servile nor overbearing. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Guizhong Holy Emperor." As for Heavenly Venerate Great Qian, he couldn't be bothered with him. Although Heavenly Venerate Great Qian was the lord of a starfield, he had come to greet him as the disciple of Holy Emperor Kaiyang and Shura of Gojosian. In terms of seniority, he wasn't inferior to Heavenly Venerate Great Qian, so there was naturally no need for him to bow. Heavenly Venerate Great Qian happened to be the person who cared about such things the most. He snorted coldly and was clearly displeased. The overgod guards beside him were also furious. This young man was so arrogant that he didn't show any respect to the Heavenly Venerate at all. How despicable. However, the calm smile on Qin Wushuang's face made these people's hearts pound. They felt that this young man was even more difficult to deal with than the sound demon. The sound demon was arrogant, but that was the arrogance that he displayed. This young man, on the other hand, was like a smiling tiger, giving off a different kind of arrogance. Gui Zong Holy Emperor nodded slightly. Without a doubt, there was a terrifying power hidden in this young man. A power that could destroy everything when it was unleashed. However, Gui Zong Holy Emperor didn't know that this power wasn't just Qin Wushuang's own power. It was also the power that the Shura of Gojosian had created for Qin Wushuang. It had fused with Qin Wushuang in an ingenious way. Qin Wushuang had been cultivating the graceful spiritual bow all this time. He had already fused with the bow to the extent that there was no distinction between them. Therefore, Shura of Gojosian had fused with Qin Wushuang's soul power with the help of the graceful spiritual bow. Even Gui Zong Holy Emperor couldn't tell them apart. This was because when the degree of fusion had reached perfection, it was basically impossible to tell them apart. This austere aura made Gui Zong Holy Emperor immediately confirm that this young man was indeed closely related to Shura of Gojosian. Could it be that this young man was really Shura of Gojosian's legacy disciple? If that was the case, the rumor that Shura of Gojosian had been sealed millions of years ago wasn't true. If he had been sealed millions of years ago, it was naturally impossible for him to have a legacy disciple. Gui Zong Holy Emperor observed carefully. This young man's foundation was indeed very young. He really looked like he was around 200 years old. If it was in the mortal world, 200 years old would be considered the oldest of the oldest. But in the world of cultivation, especially the world of the divine path, 200 years old was almost no different from a newborn baby. However, this young man had actually become an over-god before he was even 200 years old. And looking at his posture, there was also a good chance of him breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm. Such an outstanding young man made Gui Zong Holy Emperor have a whole new level of respect for him. Heroes indeed come from the youth. In the past, Shura of Gojosian had dominated the great Luo universe and had never tasted defeat. Ever since it was rumored that Shura of Gojosian had a battle with His Excellency Kai Yang Holy Emperor, he had concealed his identity. Who would have thought that after millions of years, His Excellency Shura of Gojosian's disciple would finally appear in the world? This is indeed worthy of celebration. Gui Zong Holy Emperor's words gave Shura of Gojosian a high evaluation. At the same time, it also confirmed Qin Wushuang's identity as Shura of Gojosian's disciple. If it wasn't for Shura of Gojosian, it would be difficult for other people's disciples to have such a temperament like the King of Slaughter. Hearing him praise Shura of Gojosian, Qin Wushuang bowed slightly to express his gratitude and said, "My master Shura of Gojosian was inspired by the great personality of Kai Yang Holy Emperor millions of years ago. Since then, he has lived a simple life and no longer involved himself in the killing and entanglement of the great Luo universe. But I didn't expect to be provoked by the Da Qian starfield when I wandered here. My master has already left and ordered me to settle this matter here. I didn't expect to alarm His Excellency Gui Zong Holy Emperor." Gui Zong Holy Emperor smiled slightly. Shura of Gojosian was famous back then. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to meet him. Now, seeing such a young hero like you who has the demeanor of Shura of Gojosian, it's truly gratifying. Only, for this misunderstanding between us, Shura of Gojosian did not say a word and left immediately. He didn't care about the aftermath and seemed somewhat suspicious of being a shopkeeper who left all the work to others. "Young man, how should I address you?" "Qin Wushuang." "Qin Wushuang? Where are you from?" "I am from the Xian Yuan Mound of the Tian Shen land." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not hide anything. "My master wandered here and took me as his disciple when he saw my good foundation. For these matters, if the other party wanted to investigate, sooner or later they would find out. Qin Wushuang would not deliberately lie and become a petty person." "You are from the Tian Shen land? This way, you are under the rule of the Da Qian starfield." Gui Zong Holy Emperor nodded with a smile, yet there was a hidden meaning. Clearly, he was saying that since you are from the Tian Shen land, you should not be in such a deadlock with the Da Qian starfield. Qin Wushuang was neither servile nor overbearing as he said, "The Tian Shen land is located in a remote corner between the Great Heavenly Starry Zone and the Prospect River Starry Zone. In fact, The entire Tian Shen land does not have a clear idea of who rules it. Heavenly warrior Da Qian said unhappily, "It's an indisputable fact that the Tian Shen land is under the rule of the Da Qian starfield. Qin Wushuang, since you are from the Tian Shen land, why are you siding with an outsider?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "Your Majesty, until today, I only learned from you that the Tian Shen land is under the rule of the Da Qian starfield. Before this, I knew nothing. According to you, the Tian Shen land is under the rule of the Da Qian starfield. Then, when the Fengyun land invaded the Tian Shen land tens of thousands of years ago, why did no one from the Da Qian starfield stand up for us? We are all under the rule of the Da Qian starfield. Why is there such a huge difference in treatment?" These words made the heavenly warrior Da Qian dumbstruck. For a moment, he did not know how to refute. That's right, now he was saying that the Tian Shen land was under his rule. When the Fengyun land invaded the Tian Shen land in the early years, why didn't he stand up to uphold justice? The heavenly warrior Da Qian stuttered, "Qin Wushuang, you are twisting words and forcing logic. Don't try to confuse me. Your Majesty, I don't plan to confuse you. This is the truth. The Tian Shen land never had the fortuitous opportunity to receive the care of the Starfield Master, nor did I feel the calling of the Starfield Master. Therefore, the martial artists of the Tian Shen land always feel that we are unloved and unloved. We live without a belief and a sense of belonging. Naturally, it's impossible for us to have a sense of identity. If your Majesty could tell us that the Tian Shen land is under your rule, then today, when I come here, I will certainly pay my respects to you, the Starfield Master. I still need to follow these etiquette." When the Gui Kang Holy Emperor saw how the heavenly warrior Da Qian was tongue-tied, he was also vexed. The heavenly warrior Da Qian was an elite warrior that had been famous for 1,000,000 years. Yet, he could not even suppress the other party with his aura. His performance was truly terrible. At the moment, he could not bear to see him in a predicament as he said, "Heavenly warrior Da Qian, those who don't know are innocent. The Tian Shen land is located in a remote area. It's pardonable that you don't know where you belong. Young man, you can tell me the truth about the Fengyun land." Immediately, Qin Wushuang told him about the invasion of the Fengyun land and the grudges that had happened for tens of thousands of years. Clearly, regardless of how one looked at it, the invasion of the Fengyun land was unreasonable. Only, the law of the jungle had always been an unspoken rule between starfields. A plane without a master god was equivalent to a plane without a master god. It was inevitable that it would become someone else's meal. Of course, this was an unspoken rule. If one were to call it true, it would be unreasonable. A plane without a master god also had the right to live freely. Before the Gui Kang Holy Emperor, Qin Wushuang grasped this point and stepped on the Fengyun land. The heavenly warrior Da Qian said angrily, "Even if the Fengyun land invaded, it's a matter between the great Qian starfield. His Excellency Shura of Gojosian is an outsider. How can he interfere? Your Majesty, I've said it before." Before this, the Tian Shen land did not know that it was under the rule of the great Qian starfield. His Majesty Shura of Gojosian did not do anything to exterminate the forces of the Fengyun land. "Everything was done by me alone." "Done by you alone?" The heavenly warrior Da Qian did not believe him immediately. "You are only 200 years old. Even if you are at the Master God stage, how can you kill the Master Gods of Wind and Cloud by yourself?" "I don't believe it. Your Majesty, since I am the disciple of the Shura of Gojosian, I have my own divine weapons to deal with the Master Gods of Wind and Cloud." Qin Wushuang smiled faintly and glanced at everyone. What he meant was, "If you don't believe me, you can send someone else to try." When the Gui Kang Holy Emperor saw that the heavenly warrior Da Qian was about to speak, he could not bear to see him make a fool of himself. He waved his hand to stop him. Instead, he smiled leisurely. "However, the sound demon said that you are the disciple of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. What's going on?" "From what I know, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang and the Shura of Gojosian had fought before. However, their ideologies are worlds apart. How can these two join hands to take in a disciple?" Qin Wushuang did not speak. He grabbed something with his hand and took it out. It was the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. Your Majesty, the Holy Emperor, facts speak louder than words. The Holy Emperor Kaiyang has given me a new lease of life and has appointed me as his successor. This pagoda is called the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. It is a keepsake. Chapter 1001, Dispute resolved. Everyone is happy the moment the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda appeared. Even the Gui Kang Holy Emperor's eyes lit up. There was a hint of surprise between his eyebrows. Even the Gui Kang Holy Emperor did not possess such a divine item. He had become the Holy Emperor for 2 million years. However, the Holy Emperor only had one divine weapon. Although his Holy Emperor divine weapon was powerful, it paled in comparison to the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. The obvious difference caused the Gui Kang Holy Emperor to feel a strange sense of jealousy. The old Holy Emperor was indeed the old Holy Emperor. This family was indeed extraordinary. The Heavenly Lord of Great Qian and the others felt dizzy. Under the pressure of the Golden Crimson Sun Pagoda, even a heavenly venerate powerhouse felt a little breathless. There was no doubt that even if Qin Wushuang was only an over-god, with the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, he would be invincible against the Heavenly Lord of Great Qian. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the Gui Kang Holy Emperor's divine soul. A strong sense of greed even surged uncontrollably. However, the Holy Emperor was the Holy Emperor after all. He forcibly extinguished such greedy thoughts. He knew that he could not covet the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. It might be easy for him to snatch the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda from the young man today. However, if the other party placed a curse restriction on the divine weapon, it would be extremely difficult for him to refine it even if he obtained it. Taking a step back, even if the young man did not have the strength to place the curse restriction, since the Kaiyang Holy Emperor had given him the treasure, it was naturally impossible for there to be no restriction at all. It was easy to break the curse restriction of an over-god, but it was probably beyond the Gui Kang Holy Emperor's ability to break the curse restriction of the Kaiyang Holy Emperor. Therefore, he forcibly suppressed his greed. It was easy to snatch the treasure, but difficult to keep it. If the treasure he obtained was of no use at all and he ended up offending the two peerless Holy Emperor, the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian, one righteous and one evil Holy Emperor, he would really be asking for trouble. Even if he, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor, was full of confidence, if he was targeted by these two veteran Holy Emperors, only death would await him. Disregarding the infamous Shura of Gojosian, the Kaiyang Holy Emperor could be ranked in the top 10 of all the Holy Emperors in the Great Luo universe. How difficult would it be to kill him, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor? His greed was extinguished. In that instant, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor felt a sense of sorrow. He had painstakingly cultivated for millions of years to obtain the immortal Holy Emperor Golden Body. Originally, he was in high spirits, thinking that the universe was vast and he could do whatever he wanted. Now, this young man who was not even 200 years old made him feel powerless. It was not that he could not kill this young man, but that he did not have the strength to do so. With the two great gods, the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian, no matter how bold the Gui Kang Holy Emperor was, he would not dare to act rashly. And the achievement that he was so proud of, perhaps this young man would be able to obtain it within 100,000 years, or even in less time. After all, to be chosen by the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian at the same time was tantamount to being born with a golden spoon. If there were no accidents, it was basically equivalent to entering the realm of the Holy Emperor. His desire to compete was overcome by reason. He stroked his long beard and smiled. The Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda is rumored to be one of the treasures of the Holy Emperor. Young man, you were able to inherit this treasure. It seems that the rumors of you being the successor of the Holy Emperor are not false. Qin Wushuang smiled slightly. Lord Holy Emperor is wise. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor continued. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor has been famous for more than 10 million years. He is a highly respected existence in the Holy Emperor realm. I wonder where the Holy Emperor is now. If he is in my territory, I will have to pay him a visit. Qin Wushuang smiled. Master Kaiyang is elusive. He travels to unknown places. 100 years ago, He said that he was collecting some materials to refine a treasure. I do not know where he is now. A trace of disappointment flashed across the Gui Kang Holy Emperor's heart. He sincerely wanted to pay a visit to the Kaiyang Holy Emperor. For such a holy emperor who had been famous for a long time, a super holy emperor who could be ranked in the top 10 of all the holy emperors in the great Luo universe, he still wanted to befriend him. To befriend such a super holy emperor, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Most likely, he would offend the powerful holy emperor in the future. If he had such a major figure as his backer, even if he did not help him directly, it would be good to mediate between them. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor is an elite figure. It's a pity that I cannot meet him. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor gave a long sigh. Qin Wushuang nodded. If there is a fortuitous opportunity, I will introduce you. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor also nodded slightly and said to the Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven, Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven, the Tianxian land is under your rule. In the end, you need a status. Today, you will register the Tianxian land. Let the outside world know that the Tianxian land is not a plane without a master. Other planes cannot invade without reason. Inwardly, the Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven was extremely unwilling. However, the situation was more important than anything. He also knew that the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian were existences that even the Gui Kang Holy Emperor could not afford to offend. Even if the Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven held great opinions, he could not afford to offend them. Then, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor said to Qin Wushuang, It's all right for you to kill the master gods of the wind and cloud land. They were the ones who invaded and asked for their own deaths. For the second time, you should not have continued to kill when you sent your emissaries to investigate. For this matter, your Tianxian land must also have an explanation. Or else, it will be difficult to convince the masses. This method of handling the matter was giving Qin Wushuang a lot of face. If it weren't for the reputation of the Shura of Gojosian and the Kaiyang Holy Emperor, they would not have received such a result. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not deliberately show off his status. He also knew when to stop and when to stop. At the moment, he took advantage of the situation and nodded. Indeed, I did not stop my subordinates in time and killed Honorable Envoy Miao Feng by mistake. I will compensate you with 1 Heavenly Warrior Divine Weapon, 3 Master God Weapons, and 10 Supreme Crystal Stones. This compensation was rather generous. The Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven was incredibly surprised. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang had plenty of divine weapons in his scattered treasure pool. There were many Heavenly Warrior divine weapons. In fact, it was not a loss to take out one as compensation. After all, the Sound Demon had seized a Heavenly Warrior divine weapon. This could be considered a draw. What they offered up was merely 3 sovereign artifacts and 10 top-grade 11th grade crystals. To the Heavenly Warrior, these stage 11 crystal stones were of great use. When Qin Wushuang obtained the King of Supreme Crystal Stones, he had mined thousands and thousands of Supreme Crystal Stones. No one knew how much wealth he possessed. Not to mention stage 11 crystal stones, he even had some stage 12 crystal stones of the highest level. Of course, it was impossible for him to take them out as compensation. Even an elite warrior like the Holy Emperor would covet stage 12 crystal stones. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not flaunt his wealth. If he were to tell the other party that he had stage 12 crystal stones, most likely he would attract a hungry wolf at the level of the Holy Emperor. When the Gui Kang Holy Emperor saw Qin Wushuang's generosity, he was even more certain that most likely this young man had received the inheritance of those 2. Or else, how could a young man from the Tianxian land possess such wealth? How could he take out Heavenly Warrior divine weapons and Master God divine weapons so easily? He was only afraid that the Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven would not be satisfied. He laughed. This way, everyone is happy. Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven, do you have anything else to say? This compensation is enough to show your sincerity. The Heavenly Warrior Great Heaven had profited from a disaster and he was secretly pleased. For your information, to Heavenly Warrior Elite Warriors, Stage 11 Supreme Crystal Stones were extremely desirable. It would be greatly beneficial to his training. How could he make any excessive request? If he angered the other party, all his efforts would be in vain. What could he do if the other party did not compensate him? To put it bluntly, the other party was giving some compensation because of the Gui Kang Holy Emperor. This compensation was also for the Holy Emperor to see. If he did not know what was good for him and accepted it all, he would be extremely stupid. Immediately, he nodded. Since it's clear, I have nothing to say about this. Qin Wushuang, wait here for a moment, I will verify your qualification to the Master God plane. After receiving the benefits, the resentment of the heavenly warrior Great Heaven had also dissipated. Although many people had died, he had also received a lot of benefits. With such a result, everyone was happy. After receiving the result he wanted, Qin Wushuang proposed to leave. Naturally, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor would not force him to stay. Since it was inappropriate for the heavenly warrior Great Heaven to show too much enthusiasm, he could only let him go. The heavenly warrior Great Heaven placed all the compensation before the Gui Kang Holy Emperor. Sir Holy Emperor, I do not dare to take this compensation for myself. Please accept it. One had to admit that the heavenly warrior Great Heaven was quite smart and knew that he couldn't take it all for himself. Since he pretended to be generous and asked the Holy Emperor to accept it, the latter naturally would not accept it all. With the status of the Holy Emperor, he would accept a little symbolically and the rest would naturally fall into his pocket. If he could do such a favor and make the Holy Emperor feel that he was sensible, he would be able to return the things to him in the end, killing two birds with one stone. Indeed, the Gui Kang Holy Emperor took a glance and symbolically took 3 grade 11 crystals. I will take 3 crystals for his use. As for the rest, you can accept them. In the future, when you control those Master God planes, you have to have some principles. Don't be too arrogant, lest you cause such trouble again. The heavenly warrior Great Heaven was submissive and grateful. This time, he was really grateful. If not for the Holy Emperor, the heavenly warrior Great Heaven would have been in deep trouble this time. The Saint Emperor had symbolically accepted 3 crystals from him. That was simply a favor to him. Such crystals were not of much use to an expert like the Holy Emperor. Even if he took them, they would only be used by his trusted subordinates. Holy Emperor, that Qin Wushuang kid is really lucky. He was chosen as a disciple by those 2 experts. I think that kid looks respectful on the surface but is actually arrogant. The heavenly warrior Great Heaven was still a little angry. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor smiled. You still haven't seen through it. The heavenly warrior Great Heaven smiled embarrassedly. Not really, I just feel that the kid is too lucky. Looking at his extravagant spending, he took out 10 11th grade crystals in one go. I am a little surprised. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor thought for a while and nodded. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian are both super experts. It is natural for them to have some wealth. Sir, do you think that kid has top grade 12 crystals? If he does, it is a little too much not to take them out and give them to you. The Gui Kang Holy Emperor smiled casually. I am just mediating. He doesn't have to give them to me. Could it be that you can't even let go of a single crystal at this point? There are still 3 chapters of 9,000 words in the evening, and they will be combined into one big chapter of 9,000 words. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.